Chapter 251, Super Defensive Barrier. Taoist Lingsha shouted frantically. He ignored the strange gazes of the people around him. The scene before him had a huge impact on him. For countless years, no one outside the sacred land could cause the ancestral stone to react. It was impossible for anything to happen. In the past, when they communicated with the ancestral stone, they had to kowtow 9 times. They were extremely pious, as if they were paying respects to their ancestors. But today, not only did someone easily communicate with the ancestral stone, but judging from the ancestral stone's reaction, there was actually a sense of excitement and urgency. This was no longer a question of whether the ancestral stone acknowledged him or not. Instead, the ancestral stone had recognized him as its master. What did this mean? This meant that the bloodline in Chu Feng's body was 10,000 times purer than them. What was most unbelievable was that all signs indicated that Chu Feng was the holy child bloodline recorded in the ancestral teachings. Divine light descended from the sky, and the holy child appeared. The 3 sacred lands respected him. The Kunlun Saint's son could also trigger the ancestral stone's golden light. But it was only 1,000 feet. It was simply incomparable to Chu Feng. However, what Taoist Lingxiao did not understand was, logically speaking, there would only be one holy child in the same era. Why were there 2 of them now? What Taoist Lingxiao could not accept the most was, this saint's son, who was theoretically respected by the 3 sacred lands, was actually his enemy, and the kind that wanted to kill him. How could Taoist Lingxiao tolerate this? Taoist Lingxiao had mixed feelings. Chu Feng was overjoyed. Just now, he had thought that there was hope of success. Then, he gave it a try. Who knew that this would be so easy? He did not spend much effort at all. He merely released a trace of the aura of the destruction bloodline and the ancient immortal bloodline. The ancestral stone was like a cat that had smelled blood. It pounced wildly. As for the techniques, there was no need at all. The ancestral stone had rushed over on its own accord, the kind that could not be driven away. Furthermore, Chu Feng tried to sense it. This seemingly thin golden light was actually indestructible. Chu Feng estimated that even if he used all his strength, he would probably not be able to break through the golden light. Even S-rank experts would find it difficult. As for the upper limit of the golden light defense, Chu Feng did not know. This was simply a super defensive barrier. In addition, Chu Feng discovered that not only could he completely control the ancestral stone of Mount Longhu, he even had a high-grade authority to reward and punish, as long as it was within the range of the ancestral stone's golden light. With merely a thought from Chu Feng, he could give others golden light to protect them. There was no need to follow the rule of only being protected when the bloodline concentration reached the standard. This was too abnormal. Similarly, he could also deprive others of the right to protect themselves with golden light with a thought, for example, depriving Taoist Lingxiao of his golden barrier. As such, in the future, Mount Longhu could really change its surname to Chu. It couldn't be helped. Chu Feng had taken control of his lifeline. If you're disobedient, do you still want to live? Furthermore, Chu Feng instantly thought of something. If humans were to reach the most critical moment, using this invincible golden light, he could completely protect a considerable number of humans. It was equivalent to an eternal flame. Furthermore, if Mount Longhu had an ancestral stone, did that mean that the other 2 sacred lands also had it? Panglai Immortal Mountain and the Kunlun Mountains. That was most likely the case. There was a reason why these sacred lands could survive until now. Especially the Kunlun Mountains, which stretched endlessly. It was unknown how wide the range was. It was many times larger than Mount Longhu and Panglai Immortal Mountain combined. That was the ancestor of all mountains. Chu Feng immediately became excited. This way, the buffer space left for humans was much greater. He suppressed the surprise in his heart. He did not expect that by coming and cleaning up the mess for humans, he could also gain a stable rear. This trip was not in vain. Chu Feng looked at Taoist Lingxiao, who had an extremely complicated expression on his face. He smiled faintly. He suddenly waved his hand. The golden light on the 4 of them instantly dissipated. Taoist Lingxiao trembled violently. His expression froze. His eyes were filled with fear. Why? Why can this guy deprive others of their golden defense? This had never happened before. Chu Feng smiled lightly. Senior, why aren't you smiling anymore? Continue smiling. What did you just say? Low-grade humans like us aren't worthy of the recognition of the ancestral stone. Right? I think I understand why someone like you is so stubbornly against going down the mountain to help in the battle, because you have never treated ordinary people as humans, because you have always thought that you are superior. You think you're the legitimate one. You're the noble one. Ordinary people are worthless. If they die, so be it, right? No. His final reliance had also been taken away by Chu Feng. Taoist Lingxiao no longer had any confidence. He was so nervous that he stuttered. Chu Feng merely smiled indifferently. Forget it, there's no need to say anymore. I actually don't want to hear your explanation. It's meaningless. I just want to tell you that no one can be noble forever. All living beings are equal, so there must be love. As he spoke, Chu Feng suddenly grinned. He felt like a fraud. The next moment, this fraud slowly raised his butcher's knife. Just then, suddenly, an old voice sounded in the world. Your Highness, please show mercy. Everyone looked into the depths of the hall of Mount Longhu. An old man with a hunched back and a walking stick slowly walked over. Every step was very slow, as if even walking was difficult. However, behind Chu Feng, Xian Chengzi looked at the person and suddenly exclaimed, Ancestor Yu Chengzi. You. Didn't you ascend to immortality long ago? Chu Feng looked at Xian Chengzi in confusion. Xian Chengzi understood and hurriedly said, Ancestor Yu Chengzi was the previous sect master of Mount Longhu. He has been famous for hundreds of years. Currently, the heavenly masters on Mount Longhu were all taught by this old man, but I remember that according to the records in the clan, Elder Yu Chengzi ascended to immortality more than 100 years ago. I've only seen his portrait. The hunched old man smiled slowly. I just didn't want to be constantly disturbed by the secular world. I focused on the Tao and faked my death. Even Ling Xiao and the others thought I was dead. I didn't expect that someone among the current generation of Mount Longhu disciples would still remember me. Ancestor, it's great that you're not dead. Save me. I know my mistake. When Taoist Ling Xiao saw who it was as if he had seen his savior. He could not care less and hurriedly asked for help. The hunchbacked old man looked at Taoist Ling Xiao and sighed in disappointment. Sigh. Ling Xiao, you disappoint me. All these years, I have been in seclusion, hoping to break through that threshold of life and death. I have neglected to discipline you. As a result, now that the world had changed, you led the people of Mount Longhu to choose a treacherous path. If it weren't for the fact that the Saint's Son had completely activated the ancestral stone and awakened me, I would still be kept in the dark. Why didn't you save the human race when it was in trouble? Hundreds of millions of humans died because of you. Are you really so heartless? In the past, the sacred land had saved people from pain and suffering. It taught everyone without discrimination and saved all living beings. That is the true legacy of our sacred land. Are you stupid? The hunched old man trembled in anger. Seeing that the ancestor was angry, Taoist Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted, Ancestor. You can't blame me alone. It was the Kunlun Grand Supreme Elder. There was also the Kunlun Saint's Son. They asked me to do this. I was forced to do this. Chapter 252, Strange Short-Lived Guy. Worried that no one would believe him, Taoist Ling Xiao hurriedly added. Although the three sacred lands are connected, Kunlun has always been the leader. Previously, the Kunlun Grand Supreme Elder came to look for me once. He said that by the orders of His Highness the Holy Child, we should hold back and seal the mountain. His Highness had his own plans. Actually, it's not just Mount Longhu. The Penglai immortal realm is the same. He even promised us that when His Highness cultivated to a certain extent, he would be able to bring the gods back. At that time, we will be able to obtain endless benefits and even break through to the heavenly master realm and reach a higher level. So, I was tempted. When the old man heard this, he cursed angrily. So you don't even know if it's true or not, and you betrayed the entire human race for your own selfish desires? Taoist Ling Xiao hurriedly said, No. Later on, I was worried and went to Kunlun once. I saw the Saint's Son there. He was also extremely monstrous. I felt that. Even if he was inferior to His Highness Chu Feng, he was almost there. You can imagine how shocked I was. Therefore, I believed that he could lead the three sacred lands to live better in the Great Era. Hearing this, Chu Feng suddenly frowned and interrupted. What's the name of the Saint's Son of Kunlun? Taoist Ling Xiao hurriedly said, Speaking of which, Your Highness, you should know each other. You even participated in the admission assessment of Huaxiao Warrior University together. After a pause, Taoist Ling Xiao said, He's the former #1 disciple of Kunlun, Lin Yi's younger brother. Lin Sen. Just as Taoist Ling Xiao finished speaking, behind Chu Feng, the expressions of Bai Ziyuan and the others changed drastically. They were extremely shocked and could not help but exclaim, Lin Sen, how is that possible? During the Huaxia enrollment assessment, everyone had seen that cold short-haired man. In terms of talent, he was indeed extraordinary, but at most, he was similar to Bai Ziyuan and the others. How can he compare to a monster like Chu Feng, not to mention suddenly becoming a holy child? Suddenly, Xian Qingzi seemed to have thought of something and said in a deep voice, I remember that after we passed the admission assessment, the school held a welcome party. That night, Lin Xin was sitting with me. Halfway through the party, someone came over to whisper to him. Then, Lin Xin suddenly stood up and left. At that time, I vaguely heard that there was news from the Kunlun sacred region that something had happened and they wanted him to return immediately. After that, I never saw him again. As soon as Xian Chengzi finished speaking, the many geniuses who had followed Chu Feng here discussed spiritedly. All kinds of situations revealed a hint of strangeness. They had all seen Lin Xin before. Everyone knew that guy's talent. How could he become a saint's son? Only Chu Feng lowered his head and pondered with a frown. He kept muttering Lin Sen's name, short-lived. Lin Sr., yes, short-lived. This was Lin Sen's nickname in his previous life. Chu Feng remembered clearly. In his previous life, this guy had clearly died not long after the first abyssal demonic tide. Chu Feng did not know the specific cause of his death. He only remembered that Lin Yi had mentioned it to him before. Why had there suddenly been such a huge change in this life? Chu Feng knew very well that because of the butterfly effect of his rebirth, many things had already begun to deviate from their predetermined course. For example, in the first abyssal demonic tide in his previous life, there were less than 20 demons who had invaded Earth, but now, there were nearly 50 of them. The intensity was also incomparable. Thus, when Chu Feng thought about problems now, he would only refer to the experiences from his previous life. He would not copy them. However, he had never interacted with Lin Xin, right? At most, they had only met once during the Huaxiao Warrior University's assessment. Moreover, because this guy was too cold, the two of them had never spoken. Then why did it become like this? Not only did the damned Lin Xin not die, he even possessed the so-called Saint Sun bloodline. His talents suddenly became heaven-defying. This is getting more and more interesting. A trace of interest flashed across Chu Feng's eyes. He suddenly couldn't wait to go to Kunlun, to personally see the younger brother of his bro in the past. Just as Chu Feng was pondering, Taoist Lingxiao's miserable wail woke him up. The entire Mount Longhu was filled with Taoist Lingxiao's pleas for mercy. Seeing that Chu Feng was ignoring him, Taoist Lingxiao panicked. The insufferably arrogant Taoist Lingxiao was now worried about his fate. He knew very well that he had just offended the newly promoted Saint's son. That was extreme mockery. Without the protection of the ancestral stone, he was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Chu Feng would be able to kill him with a flip of his hand. He looked at Ancestor Yu Qingzi for help, hoping that the ancestor could plead for him. The disciples of the sacred lands looked at their sect master with complicated expressions. It was too embarrassing. Patriarch Yu Qingzi let out a long sigh. Although he was unwilling, he could not let go of their past relationship. After some thought, he could only say in a deep voice, Your Highness, Lingxiao is an idiot. I didn't teach him well back then. Actually, according to his actions, it wouldn't be too much to slice him into pieces. However, now that the abyss has invaded the world on a large scale, it's time to use people. Why don't we spare his life and let him fight the demons to atone for his crimes? What do you think? Right. Your Highness, spare my life. I'll listen to you in the future. I'll redeem myself. I'm a high-level peak-level heavenly master after all. I still need to protect humans. Taoist Lingxiao said indiscriminately. In order to survive, he could not care less. Regardless of whether he could fulfill his promise in the future, he had to save his life first. Everyone looked at Chu Feng. Even the people from the sacred land of Mount Longhu were silent, waiting for Chu Feng to judge their former sect master. Everyone knew, with the bloodline of a saint's son and the recognition of the ancestral stone, Chu Feng would be the only master of Mount Longhu in the future. As for the Kunlun saint's son, they had never seen him before, right? Sensing everyone's gaze, Chu Feng merely smiled and said indifferently, The combat power of a high-level peak-level heavenly master is indeed quite tempting. Taoist Lingxiao looked delighted. He thought that Chu Feng was planning to let him off, but at the next moment, the joy on Taoist Lingxiao's face suddenly froze. Chu Feng's figure suddenly became illusory. Immediately after, he instantly appeared in front of Taoist Lingxiao. The cleaved-edge saber slashed across a dazzling saber beam. The next moment, Taoist Lingxiao's throat was pierced through and blood gushed out wildly. One slash to the throat. Before Taoist Lingxiao died, he was still staring at Chu Feng in disbelief. He clutched his bleeding throat and chuckled indignantly. I'm a high-level heavenly master. You are so ruthless. Before he could finish speaking, he fell to the ground. Everyone stared blankly at the scene before them. Chu Feng's indifferent voice could be heard, high-level heavenly master. Not bad indeed, however. Forget it, because when I look at you, I feel disgusted. You're just a high-level heavenly master. It doesn't matter to me whether you're here or not. Chapter 253, Hiding. After executing the culprit, Taoist Ling Xiao, most of the anger in Chu Feng's heart dissipated. He then glanced at the trembling heavenly masters behind Taoist Ling Xiao's corpse. The high and mighty heavenly masters were like frightened ostriches before Chu Feng. They buried their heads deep into the ground. Chu Feng was simply too lazy to kill such cowards. It was better to let them fight the demons to the death. If they died, so be it. They would be lucky to be alive. Thus, Chu Feng spoke coldly, "You, raise your heads." The few of them hurriedly raised their heads, their eyes filled with fear. They did not dare to say a word. They no longer thought that they could escape death with their identity as a heavenly master. Chu Feng could kill a high-level heavenly master just like that. What could they do? Whether they lived or died was completely up to Chu Feng. Chu Feng said indifferently, "The three of you and the half-dead one should also be killed for helping the wicked." The few of them trembled in fear. Chu Feng said slowly, "However, what Senior Yu Qingzi said makes sense. Now is the time to use people. Therefore, I can give you a chance to redeem yourselves. However, while you could avoid death, you could not escape punishment. If nothing goes wrong, in a few days, there will be an ultimate battle between us humans and demons. If we win this battle, all the demons on Earth would die. At the very least, it could ensure that humans would not have to worry for the next year and could develop as much as we want. If we lose, there's no need for me to explain the consequences. What you have to do is to be a suicide squad, fight the demons at the front line. You must fight without considering your own safety. If you survive, not only would I let bygones be bygones, you would also be able to obtain huge benefits by stepping on the corpses of the demons. If you cannot survive, it will be your fate. Do you understand?" "Got it. Got it." They hurriedly nodded. They felt relieved. Chu Feng was using both grace and might. The heavenly masters had no other thoughts. Yu Qingzi cleverly stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, the people of my Mount Longhu will follow your Highness's orders to the death." Chu Feng nodded expressionlessly. After he controlled the ancestral stone, this was expected. Yu Qingzi continued, "The bloodline of the Holy Child is supported by 3 sacred lands. It is the ancestral advice. As the Holy Child, the other 2 sacred lands should also submit you. I suggest that your Highness go to Panglai and Kunlun personally to subdue the 2 sacred lands and gather all the power of humans to deal with the invasion of the demon race. As for the other Saint Son, it's best to resolve it as soon as possible. Actually, it's enough for humans to have a Saint Son leading them." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. There was a hidden meaning in this old man's words. He was clearly asking him to kill Lin Sr. He looked kind but was unexpectedly ruthless. Of course, Chu Feng understood. There were no good people who could reach this stage. All of their hands were covered in blood. Furthermore, Chu Feng had originally planned to do that. Humans were weak to begin with. They could not split up again. Unification was inevitable. Chu Feng said slowly, "I originally planned to make a trip as well. However, according to Elder Yu, what do you think is the probability of success?" Yu Qingzi pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "It's fine if it's the Panglai immortal realm. I wonder if that old hag he is dead or not. If she isn't dead. Seeing your Highness's bloodline power, coupled with your Highness's talent, and with my persuasion, as long as she isn't stupid, she will know what to do. But Kunlun." Speaking of which, even Yu Qingzi could not help but frown. "To be honest, I'm not even sure if this Grand Supreme Elder is the one I once knew. But to be honest, he looks very similar." "What do you mean?" Chu Feng exclaimed in a low voice. If the current Grand Supreme Elder was from the same era as Yu Qingzi, then why was the life force of the Grand Supreme Elder's phantom so strong? He was even more vigorous than Houwudi. As for Yu Qingzi of the same generation, he had already aged to this extent. Chu Feng could even sense a trace of dilapidation from Yu Qingzi. It was likely that his lifespan was truly reaching its end. He was old and weak, and his strength had decreased drastically. This comparison showed how terrifying the Kunlun Grand Supreme Elder was. Could it be that old fellow had been hiding his strength all along? Based on what Yu Qingzi had said, Chu Feng had deduced a lot. He could not help but become more vigilant. He had offended the Grand Supreme Elder to death previously. Yu Qingzi continued, "The Kunlun Immortal Mountain is known as the ancestor of all mountains. It was the origin of the ancient human race. It is too mysterious. It contains countless secrets. As the Grand Supreme Elder of the Kunlun sacred region, he might have discovered some extraordinary treasures after receiving his favor. Of course, this is just my guess. However, if the current Grand Supreme Elder is still the one from back then, it will be troublesome. That person's personality is quite unyielding. Now that he's supported a holy child's bloodline, he's even more fearless. I'm afraid he won't care about your highness. Yu Qingzi was already being very tactful, just not caring about him. It would be good enough if he did not kill him directly. Furthermore, he had an old grudge with Chu Feng. Of course, even if Grand Supreme Elder was an old monster who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, Chu Feng was not afraid. He had never truly revealed his trump card in front of humans. He could not be bothered to think too much. If he refused, he would just kill him. Furthermore, with how much the ancestral stone acknowledged Chu Feng did not believe that Lin Xin would be able to win against him. As long as he controlled the ancestral stone, the matter was mostly successful. Thus, Chu Feng was not too worried. He first dealt with the matters of Mount Longhu, then, under Yu Qingzi's arrangements, led by the 4 heavenly masters, almost all the disciples of Mount Longhu had left the mountain to help in the battle. Chu Feng gave them a certificate and told them to report to Ho Wudi. These guys were all quite strong. They were a group of rather powerful combatants. He believed that when Ho Wudi saw this group of people, especially when there were 4 heavenly masters among them, he would be extremely shocked. The sacred land that even the first chairman of the Human Alliance failed to invite had come here after Chu Feng came here. It seemed that Chu Feng's face was more convincing. Chu Feng actually wanted to see Ho Wudi's stunned expression. Unfortunately, he did not have the time. There was nothing much for them to deal with. He took the armed helicopter and headed straight for the Panglai Immortal Realm. Not long after, the Panglai Immortal Mountain was right in front of him. From afar, there were thousands of rays of light on the mountain peak. The continuous ancient buildings were well arranged, like palaces in the sky, beautiful and magnificent. Seeing this, Chu Feng cursed inwardly. They were both sacred lands. Look at the Panglai Immortal Realm. It was like a paradise on earth. Then, he looked at Mount Longhu. Why was the difference so great? As he sighed, the gazes of Chu Feng and the others suddenly turned cold. The Panglai Immortal Realm seemed to be in trouble. Chapter 254, Sneak Attack. Everyone looked at the Panglai Immortal Realm from afar. Suddenly, a powerful aura soared into the sky. There seemed to be a trace of anger. Even the fog that filled the sky was dispersed. Chu Feng and the others all looked toward the summit of Panglai. The aura came from there. What happened? An expert who was at least a high-level heavenly master was angry. Before Chu Feng and the others could do anything, everyone saw several figures suddenly soar into the sky and stand in the air. On one side was a beautiful middle-aged woman in a phoenix crown. She was dressed in luxurious clothes and looked furious. Behind her, a group of beautiful women were also furious. Opposite the woman was an old man in a black robe. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking rather arrogant. The next moment, the beautiful woman's angry shout spread throughout the entire Panglai Immortal Realm. Get lost! Your Kunlun sacred region is going too far. Beside Chu Feng, Nye Qinglan said anxiously, it's the palace master. The palace master usually has a good temper. What happened? Before anyone could react, the woman's voice could be heard again. The holy mist essence of my Panglai Immortal Realm can only condense 1 drop every 100 years. It's a top-grade treasure to assist warriors in breaking through. What do you take it for? Last time, you said that the Holy Child wanted to use it to break through to the A rank and asked me to express my sincerity. Alright, I gave you 2 drops, you should have seen my sincerity, but why did you come again to ask for it? No. I can't give you the last drop of holy mist essence. Even if the Saint's son came personally, it would not do. That little girl, Xinglan, is already close to grade A. There's not much Panglai can help her with. This drop of sacred mist essence is prepared for her. The Panglai Palace Master rejected him. At this moment, the black-robed old man snorted coldly and a slightly sharp male voice could be heard. Palace Master Mo, I hope you can prioritize the overall situation. At this stage, His Highness the Holy Child should be the priority. It's a bit of a waste for a mere disciple of Palace Master Mo to use such a treasure. Why don't you offer it to His Highness the Holy Child to consolidate his strength? Don't worry, His Highness will not forget your contribution to Panglai. This belongs to the Panglai Immortal Realm. What has it got to do with Kunlun? Get lost. The beautiful woman scolded mercilessly. She was clearly furious as good. Very good. Palace Master Mo, I will report today's matter truthfully to the Grand Supreme Elder and the Saint's Son. You did a perfunctory job. When the Saint's Son returns with the gods, I hope you won't regret it. The black-robed old man was furious. He waved his sleeve and turned to leave. The beautiful woman's chest heaved up and down. Behind him, someone looked at the beautiful woman worriedly and whispered, "Palace Master, are we going to let him go just like that? This man will definitely add fuel to the fire when he gets back. If he really makes that holy child unhappy." The beautiful woman hesitated. Clearly, she was also very afraid of the saint's son who had suddenly appeared. But what could she do if she did not let him leave? Could she force the other party to stay? Putting aside whether she could succeed, if they made a move against the people of Kunlun, the consequences might be even worse. Furthermore, the black-robed old man was also a high-level heavenly master. His strength was not weaker than hers. The black-robed old man seemed to have sensed their thoughts, but he was not worried at all. He sneered. No matter how bold these people from Penglai were, they would not dare to attack him. Unless they wanted to die, how could Penglai compare to Kunlun in terms of foundation? Therefore, the black-robed old man was extremely calm as he glanced at the beautiful woman disdainfully. He couldn't even be bothered to be polite. He turned around and left. This disregard made the people from Penglai extremely furious. They were completely disregarded. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch as the black-robed old man left. After turning around, the black-robed old man soared into the sky with an ugly expression. The mission that Lin Xin had given him was not completed. He did not know how he would be punished when he returned. In the current Kunlun, no one dared to doubt the might of the Holy Child, and for some reason, even the Grand Supreme Elder had changed from his usual domineering style and was very tolerant of Lin Xin. This actually displeased the Kunlun elders. A junior from the past suddenly rode on their heads. No one was satisfied. But ever since he became the Holy Child, Lin Xin seemed to have become a different person. He was decisive, ruthless, and terrifying. After another series of thunderous arrangements, Kunlun had almost become Lin Sen's place. Just as the black-robed old man was thinking about how to explain when he returned, suddenly, a beautiful saber beam that seemed to have come from the 9 heavens appeared in front of the black-robed old man. Pfft! The saber aura slashed across his face like a sharp blade. Blood flowed slowly. Before the saber beam arrived, it brought a fatal sense of threat to the black-robed old man. Who's there? At that moment, the black-robed old man felt a terrifying sense of danger spread throughout his body. His back turned cold and his hair stood on end. Peak of the Heavenly Master realm? Who is it? Why did you sneak attack me, Ho Woody? At this moment, among the people he could think of, only Ho Woody had the strength. Could it be that Ho Woody was furious because Kunlun had repeatedly refused to leave the mountain to help in the battle? But why was he here? Furthermore, Ho Woody used a spear. As the black-robed old man roared, he frantically changed directions, wanting to dodge this terrifying slash, but clearly, he had miscalculated. The other party was too fast. It was so fast that he did not even have time to react. A chipped blade instantly pierced through his chest. It was just the last moment. The slash that was originally aimed at his heart deviated slightly. After a crisp sound, the saber-wielding figure slowly appeared. A bright smile appeared on his face. "Senior from Kunlun, I'm sorry. In a moment of desperation, I took the liberty to greet you in this manner. I was rude." As Chu Feng spoke, he suddenly withdrew the cleaved-edge saber from the black-robed old man's body. Pfft! Second damage. The black-robed old man's face turned extremely pale. He vomited blood. He could not help but look up at the young man in front of him. Who was this guy? "Can't you just call me if you want to greet me?" He slashed him the moment he arrived. Was this a greeting? Seeing that his chest was bleeding profusely and his internal organs had been severely injured, he found it difficult to even move, let alone return to Kunlun. It would not be surprising if he died without timely treatment. The black-robed old man wanted to cry from the pain. Who was this guy? He was so young, but why was he so strong? He was even more monstrous than their saint's son. The black-robed old man was dumbfounded. However, it was clear that Chu Feng had no intention of explaining. After hearing this guy's conversation with the people from Penglai, Chu Feng decided to keep him here, not for anything else. He wanted to understand more about the mysterious Holy Child before going to Kunlun. Chu Feng felt that something was amiss. There might be a huge secret hidden within. This might be an intuition of an expert. As for this old man from Kunlun, he was purely unlucky. Chu Feng was not so kind as to help the Penglai immortal realm vent their anger. If Penglai and the others were still unwilling to leave the mountain to help in the battle later, what happened to this old man would also happen to them. As for how Kunlun would react after finding out, Chu Feng could not be bothered to consider it. The grudge had long been formed. Why would he be afraid? On this trip to Kunlun, Chu Feng did not plan to be kind. Chapter 255, Delicious. Chu Feng took a glance at the top of Penglai Mountain. He realized that Yu Qingzi and the others were already waiting at the top of the mountain. Thus, Chu Feng could not be bothered to waste his breath on the black-robed old man. He lifted his collar. He flew towards the peak of Penglai. At the top of the mountain, he casually threw the black-robed old man, who had completely lost the ability to resist, to the ground. He gently clapped his hands. The people from Penglai, led by the beautiful woman, were all looking at him. Their eyes were filled with shock. Chu Feng smiled lightly. He slowly bowed. Junior Chu Feng greets the Penglai Palace Master. Hearing Chu Feng's voice, only then did the Penglai Palace Master react. She hurriedly turned her body to the side in panic. She did not dare to accept Chu Feng's bow. This guy had almost killed a heavenly master of the same rank as her. In front of such strength, how could she dare to act like an elder? The Penglai Palace Master looked at Chu Feng's incomparably young face and was momentarily speechless. She then sensed Chu Feng's spiritual energy rank. She was stunned on the spot. C. Rank, is this guy human? Before the Penglai Palace Master could speak, Yu Qingzi suddenly smiled and spoke. You're Mo Ling, that little girl. We haven't seen each other for hundreds of years, so I almost didn't recognize you. I even hugged you when you were young. Penglai Palace Master Mo Ling widened her eyes. She felt that the person in front of her looked familiar, but she could not recall who he was. Senior. You are? Haha, it has indeed been too long. No wonder you can't recognize me. Is that old madam he still alive? Get her to come out and see me. That crazy old woman was stronger than me. I'm not dead yet. Is she dead? Just as Yu Qingzi finished speaking, an old snort could be heard. Humph. Yu Qingzi, even if you die, I won't die. Why? Have you crawled out of your grave again? An extremely old woman slowly walked out from the hall behind him with a walking stick. Celestial Maiden. He was the previous palace master of the Penglai Immortal Palace. However, she was different from Yu Qingzi's fake death. She had always been active before the world. She was now the Grand Elder of Penglai. She was respected. Hearing the old woman's voice, Yu Qingzi suddenly became excited. He laughed and looked at the old woman. Huh? I knew you weren't dead yet. The old woman suddenly said something shocking. Why? Do you still have thoughts on me? Stop dreaming. Back then, you had no chance. Now, you have no hope either. The moment he finished, everyone was silent. Chu Feng looked at the two of them with interest. These two were not ordinary. Don't cause another old age romance. That would be interesting. Yu Qingzi was a little embarrassed and glanced at the old woman angrily. You crazy old woman. You're still so crazy after so many years. You dare to say anything in front of so many juniors. You're already so old. Where do you get your confidence from? I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I'm here to save your Penglai sacred land. Don't be ungrateful. What do you mean? The old woman spoke slowly. Only then did Yu Qingzi point at Chu Feng. Chu Feng, holy child bloodline, recognized by the ancestral stone, 1,000 feet golden light. It was just a short sentence. The old woman's eyes suddenly widened. There was a murmur. How is this possible? Could there be two saints' sons in the same era? The old woman's eyes were filled with doubt. Before she could ask, Yu Qingzi turned around and looked at Chu Feng respectfully. Your Highness, this crazy old woman clearly doesn't believe you. Please prove it, Your Highness. As he spoke, the old man winked at Chu Feng. The meaning was self-evident. It was to act first and report later. He had to control the ancestral stone first. Yu Qingzi knew that once Chu Feng controlled the ancestral stone, he would obtain a high-grade authority that no one else possessed. He could completely deprive and give anyone the ancestral stone protection at will. At that time, even if this old woman was indignant, there was nothing she could do. Actually, even if Yu Qingzi didn't say anything, Chu Feng would not let go of such an invincible super defensive barrier. Of course, with Yu Qingzi's words, Chu Feng took advantage of the situation. He did not do much. He closed his eyes and began to communicate with the ancestral stone. With his previous experience, Chu Feng was familiar with this path. He only released a trace of the destruction bloodline's aura. Before he could even use the ancient immortal bloodline, it was as if the Penglai Immortal Mountain had eaten a perfect tonic. It began to tremble in excitement. The next moment, endless golden light soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sky. Everyone from the Penglai Immortal Realm could not help but look at Chu Feng. They were extremely shocked. On the other hand, Xian Chengzi and the others were much calmer. After all, They had experienced these procedures once and were used to it. What happened next was almost effortless. He did not use force. The people from the Panglai immortal realm were much more sensible than those from Mount Longhu. In addition, the people from Panglai were already dissatisfied with Kunlun's domineering actions. There was also the ambiguous relationship between Yu Qingzi and Madame He, after Chu Feng's persuasion. Bah! It was a righteous speech. He sent another batch of elite soldiers to Ho Wudi. Chu Feng reckoned that those old heavenly masters would go crazy. The three sacred lands, which would rather die than fight, seemed to have been brainwashed after his trip. All of them were crying crazily and shouting that they wanted to sacrifice themselves for humanity. Chu Feng could not wait to go back and take a look. Unfortunately, there was still the most difficult bone to chew: Kunlun Sacred Region, the leader of the three sacred lands. It was also the birthplace of the mysterious Prince Lin Sr. What secrets were there? Why was the damned Lin Sun suddenly not dead? Was that Grand Supreme Elder still the same person from 1,000 years ago? Was he hiding his strength? Why was he doing this? Chu Feng remembered that in his previous life, although the Kunlun Sacred Region was the leader of the three sacred lands, it had not done anything too outrageous. In his previous life, the three sacred lands had also sent people to participate in the battle. However, Chu Feng vaguely remembered that in the apocalyptic battle 3 years later, the Kunlun Sacred Region seemed to have undergone a drastic change. However, at that time, Earth was in danger. It was already certain that the demon race would occupy it. How could Chu Feng have the mood to care about anything else? They were all busy transferring the surviving humans to the ancient realm of the desolate god. He only knew that the immortal emperor seemed to have been furious because of something. He would rather leave a large number of demons behind. He went to the Kunlun Sacred Region alone. As for what happened after that, Chu Feng had no idea. In his previous life, he was not considered to have peak combat power. There were many things that he was not qualified to understand, but from the looks of it, perhaps it had something to do with the changes in Kunlun. There were some things that had happened in advance. Thus, no matter what, Chu Feng had to make a trip to Kunlun. He would try his best to resolve it. Even if he could not resolve it, he had to know what was going on. Chu Feng did not like things that were out of his control. As he pondered over this, he dragged the half-dead black-robed old man to a deserted corner. He planned to see if he could get any useful information from this guy. He slapped the unconscious black-robed old man awake. Before the black-robed old man could react, he directly used a bewitching technique that he had learned from the blondie. Although Chu Feng felt that the blondie had led him astray, it had to be said that the evil tricks he had learned from the blondie were really yummy. Chapter 256, The Secret of Kunlun. Half an hour later, Chu Feng dragged the unconscious black-robed old man out from the corner. He casually threw him to the people from the Panglai immortal realm and asked them to lock him up first. This time around, Chu Feng had completely sealed the internal energy in the old man's body. He was not afraid that he would escape. Your Highness, how did it go? Yu Qingzi came forward and asked in a deep voice. Chu Feng shook his head and did not say anything. His expression was solemn. He kept sorting out the information he had just obtained from the black-robed old man. The first news: about 300 years ago, a huge change had happened in Kunlun. That unforeseen event had nearly destroyed the entire Kunlun. The reason was that when some Kunlun disciples were training, they discovered a huge deep pit buried deep in the Kunlun immortal mountain. The deep pit was bottomless, as if it led straight underground. It was deep and terrifying. Those disciples sensed that something was amiss and did not dare to act on their own. They hurriedly reported. This matter caused an uproar in Kunlun. Some people thought that this was a treasure left behind by the ancient humans on the Kunlun Immortal Mountain. After all, the Kunlun Immortal Mountain was the birthplace of the ancient humans. Everybody would rather believe it than not. Everyone from Kunlun planned to find out. But just as the Grand Supreme Elder led a group of Heavenly Master Elders into the depths, it was fine at first. From time to time, they could hear the voices of the explorers, but less than 15 minutes later, a strange thing happened. All the sounds in the deep pit stopped abruptly. The people outside shouted inside. There was no response. There was not even an echo. A group of invincible Heavenly Master Realm experts had all mysteriously disappeared. This time, everyone panicked. For several months, the Grand Supreme Elder did not return. Everyone thought that there must be a terrifying monster in the deep pit, and that the Grand Supreme Elder must have met with misfortune. That sudden change caused Kunlun to be leaderless. The remaining Kunlun disciples were all in a constant state of panic, and that terrifying deep pit was in Kunlun Mountain. If the monster were to escape one day, wouldn't everyone die? Everyone was so frightened that they planned to disband the Kunlun Sacred Land and flee for their lives. But at this moment, the Grand Supreme Elder returned alone. The other Heavenly Master Elders had disappeared. However, Grand Supreme did not explain anything. He ordered them not to approach the deep pit. He forbade everyone from revealing this matter to the public. Because of the Grand Supreme Elder's authority, no one dared to ask further. This matter passed just like that. Even now, only a few people knew about this. The black-robed old man happened to be one of them. At that time, the black-robed old man was still very young and was also a genius. His status in Kunlun was not low, and he happened to be at the scene. But that day, looking at the Grand Supreme Elder, a trace of doubt rose in the black-robed old man's heart. Before entering, the Grand Supreme Elder was already old and did not have much lifespan left. Even he could feel that the Grand Supreme Elder's life force had begun to decline. However, after coming out of the deep pit, he vaguely felt that the Grand Supreme Elder's life aura seemed to have become much stronger. Not only that, the Grand Supreme Elder's aura also seemed to be amiss. But a few days after the Grand Supreme Elder came out of the deep pit, everything returned to normal. Therefore, he had never mentioned this to anyone and thought that he had sensed wrongly. The second piece of news was about Lin Sr. About a month ago, on the eve of the Abyssal Demon Race's invasion of Earth, the Grand Supreme Elder summoned Lin Sin, who had just participated in the Huaxiao Warrior University's enrollment assessment. The elders did not know the exact reason. Because the Grand Supreme Elder was domineering, naturally, he could not explain anything to them. He only knew that the Grand Supreme Elder had summoned Lin Sin alone the day Lin Sin returned. A few days later, the Grand Supreme Elder suddenly announced to everyone that Lin Sin was the saint's son in the ancestral teachings. He could trigger the recognition of the ancestral stone. Furthermore, he let Lin Sin display it in front of everyone. That day, the entire Kunlun mountain range seemed to be trembling and enveloped by golden light. Although the golden light was not very dazzling, it was still more than 10 feet long. Furthermore, it was different from ordinary mountains like Mount Longhu and Panglai Mountain. The Kunlun Immortal Mountain was a behemoth that spanned thousands of miles and covered hundreds of thousands of square kilometers. Everyone knew it was not easy to mobilize the entire Kunlun Immortal Mountain. Some people even speculated that if Lin Sin were to go to Mount Longhu and Panglai Mountain, he might be able to draw out a golden light that was thousands of feet tall. And from that day onwards, Lin Sin's talent seemed to have been activated. He broke through realms at an extremely fast speed. Even the greater rank barrier did not trap him for long. The group of Heavenly Master Elders on Kunlun Mountain had been defeated by him one after another. He had completely subdued the entire Kunlun sacred region, and the Grand Supreme Elder was silently supporting all of this from behind. After that, Chu Feng basically knew everything. He also asked some other questions, however, they were all too fragmented. At that moment, Chu Feng was unable to understand the connection. However, even these two pieces of information were enough to shock Chu Feng. It was as if everything started from that accident 300 years ago, but strangely, ever since then, for 300 years, Kunlun had been very conventional, until the day before the invasion of the Abyssal Demon race. In his previous life, Kunlun wouldn't do anything until 3 years later. Was there a connection? Chu Feng had no idea. Everything was still in the fog. Chu Feng had to search for it himself. It seemed like he had to go to Kunlun. After making up his mind, Chu Feng did not delay. After settling everyone in Panglai, he would set off for the Kunlun sacred region immediately. This time, even Bai Ziyuan and the others were driven back by Chu Feng. Chu Feng was worried that something would happen to Kunlun. He had to take care of them if he brought them along. Of course, Yu Qingzi, Madame He, Quaid, Sister Hong, Yi Qingtian, and the other Heavenly Master experts all planned to follow Chu Feng. After all, the situation in the Kunlun sacred region was unclear. There was no harm in making sufficient preparations. Furthermore, Chu Feng had an old grudge with the Grand Supreme Elder. After he was ready, everyone did not take the helicopter. They were all experts and flew in the air. Their speed far exceeded that of an armed helicopter. In just over an hour, he could already see the majestic Kunlun mountains from afar. At the same time, at the peak of Kunlun's main vein, on an uninhabited lone mountain, two people were sitting opposite each other, one old and the other young. They were both dressed in silk clothes. In front of the two of them was a smooth snow jade table. On the jade table, there were two stone cups opposite each other. There was tea in the cups, and the fragrance of the tea filled the air. The surrounding wind howled. However, the two of them were as steady as Mount Tai. Even the tea in the cups was not affected at all. The two of them gently raised the stone cups in their hands. They clicked the cups from afar. They downed the tea in the cups. The young man reminisced, "Good tea. After so many years, I still can't forget this fragrance," with a hint of bitterness. Humans are really a magical race. As he spoke, the young man suddenly put down the stone cup in his hand. His deep eyes looked into the distant sky. He exclaimed softly, I think someone is here. Chapter 257, Bloodline of the King of the Underworld. Just as the young man finished speaking, the old man in embroidered clothes could not help but slowly stand up. He looked in the direction the young man had mentioned. His face was blurry, as if a vortex had completely covered it. If the black-robed old man was here, he would definitely recognize him. Weren't the two people on the Lone Peak the two most powerful people in Kunlun, the Saint Sun Lin Sin and the Kunlun Grand Supreme? Elder, however, if the Kunlun disciples saw the way the two of them interacted, it might cause a huge commotion. The usually domineering Grand Supreme Elder was actually on equal footing with Linsen, who was his disciple. Furthermore, not only was the Grand Supreme Elder not angry, he even felt that it was natural. At this moment, the relationship between the two of them was not like that of a master and disciple. Instead, it was more like old friends catching up. Not only that, when Chu Feng and the others had just approached the periphery of Kunlun, the sect master of the Kunlun sacred region, the famous Grand Supreme Elder, had yet to notice, but Linsen had already sensed it in advance. All of this was extremely strange. The next moment, the two of them looked at the horizon at the same time. The Grand Supreme Elder suddenly waved his sleeve, a smooth crystal mirror appeared out of thin air, a light flashed, a group of rapidly flying figures suddenly appeared in the mirror. It was Chu Feng and the others. He took a glance. The Grand Supreme Elder frowned and said in a deep voice, It's that old fellow, Madam He, and Yuqingzi. He's still alive? The other people are the experts of the Human Alliance? Why are they here together? The Grand Supreme Elder was puzzled. Logically speaking, the current relationship between the Human Alliance and the three sacred lands was like fire and water. How did these two sides get together? The young man ignored the Grand Supreme Elder. All his attention was focused on an extremely young figure in the middle of the crowd. It was Chu Feng. The Grand Supreme Elder saw Chu Feng too and frowned even more. It's him? The Grand Supreme Elder remembered. More than a month ago, this little fellow had killed his favorite disciple. He had used some special method to kill one of his incarnations. What a monstrous kid, if not for the fact that Ho Wudi had personally gone up the mountain to protect him and that he did not want to expose his strength and affect his plans, he would have long found an opportunity to kill this genius. I didn't expect him to be able to fly in the air in just over a month. Could he have already broken through to the A rank? But why is his aura still only at the C rank? Have you encountered such a situation? The Grand Supreme Elder could not understand. He could not help but look at the young man beside him with a hint of inquiry, but the young man remained silent. Seeing that he was ignoring him, the Grand Supreme Elder snorted coldly but did not say anything else. Clearly, he was still afraid. Suddenly, the young man shouted, I can sense a familiar aura from that young man. That's the bloodline of the ancient human race. Furthermore, it's extremely pure. How is this possible? Could it be that he also has the bloodline of a holy child? The Grand Supreme Elder could not help but exclaim, Did you sense wrongly? The young man glanced at the Grand Supreme Elder in disdain. Then, the Grand Supreme Elder knew that he had said the wrong thing. How could this person sense the bloodline of the ancient human race wrongly? However, he could not help but say in a deep voice, How is he compared to you? The young man slowly shook his head and spat out a few words, I don't know. How can you not know? The Grand Supreme Elder was anxious. If he can also activate the Kunlun Ancestral Stone, it will probably affect our plan greatly. The Ancestral Stone is the key to whether our plan succeeds or not. In the ancient human race, Hong, Yu, Yen, Huang, Zhou, Hong, Hu, Ming, Di and Hao had the best main gods' bloodlines, and you have the bloodline of Ming. The king of the netherworld, although it's only a child bloodline, it's still extremely pure. Could his bloodline power be stronger than yours? How is that possible? The Grand Supreme Elder refused to believe it. This was too unbelievable. The young man clearly did not want to explain further and only said in a deep voice, My soul power is still seeping into the Ancestral Stone. I can't completely control it yet, so don't let him activate the Ancestral Stone. I'm afraid he will sense something. The Grand Supreme Elder knew that there was no other way. He could only nod. Then we have to hurry back now. The young man nodded. The two of them shot out at the same time. They were extremely fast. They far surpassed ordinary A ranks. Before they left, the Grand Supreme Elder waved his sleeve and put away the crystal mirror. It was this action. Chu Feng, who was hurrying along, suddenly looked at the void thoughtfully. He muttered under his breath, Just now. Was someone spying on us? He had been with the 10 Blood Shadow Warriors for so long. Chu Feng learned a lot about all kinds of unorthodox methods. He was naturally aware of such spying methods. Beside him, Sister Hong noticed Chu Feng's strange expression and asked worriedly, "Is there a problem?" Chu Feng grinned upon hearing those words. "It's all right. The host here doesn't seem to welcome us." Chu Feng did not say anything. The group sped up again. Soon, the vast heavenly gate of the Kunlun sacred region was already in sight. The heaven gate was completely glazed and jade-colored. Auspicious aura filled the air, and there were thousands of rays of light. It was as if it were the legendary heavenly court. Below the heaven gate, the Kunlun disciples stood on both sides and raised their heads proudly. Being born in the Kunlun sacred region was a great honor for them. These people seemed to have foreseen this. They were already waiting for Chu Feng and the others. The Grand Supreme Elder and the young man stood at the front of the team, in front of others. The young man was slightly behind the Grand Supreme Elder. His attitude became humble. Seeing Chu Feng and the others arrive, the Grand Supreme Elder's grand voice resounded through the clouds. "Fellow Taoists, why have you come to the Kunlun sacred region today? We were unable to welcome you from afar. We have been rude." "Ha ha! Old Baldy, why are you still pretending not to know us? Old He and I are here. Why don't you seem happy at all?" Yu Qingzi suddenly laughed. "Madam," he suddenly snorted, "Humph. We haven't seen each other for so many years. Why did you hide your appearance? When did you learn such a sneaky trick? Are you worried about exposing your old bald head?" The two of them echoed each other. It seemed like the usual teasing between old friends. But when one listened carefully, it sounded like they were testing something. Clearly, both of them wanted to confirm if the Grand Supreme Elder was still the same person. "Fellow Taoist you, fellow Taoist he, the two of you must be joking. May I know why the two of you have come to Kunlun?" However, the Grand Supreme Elder only laughed and changed the topic. He did not respond directly. "Madam," he snorted and did not pursue the matter. She merely pointed at Chu Feng. "Hey, we followed him here. This person also has the bloodline of a holy child in his body. It's really rare for two holy children to be born in the same era." "Oh?" The Grand Supreme Elder pretended to be shocked. He looked at Chu Feng. He suddenly smiled kindly. "Speaking of which, we became friends after a fight. However, that's all in the past." There was a pause. The Grand Supreme Elder suddenly asked, "May I know why little friend Chu Feng has come to my humble house?" Chu Feng was sizing up something. He seemed to have inadvertently glanced at Lin Xin, who was behind the Grand Supreme Elder. A strange look flashed across his eyes. At this moment, he suddenly heard the Grand Supreme Elder's voice. Only then did he come back to his senses. He smiled faintly. He found an excuse. Now that the demon race has invaded, the war is tense. As a junior, I, Chu Feng, have specially come to invite all the old heavenly masters to fight. Protect our human race and kill all the demon dogs. This reason was extremely legitimate. No one could find any fault with it. However, from the corner of his eye, Chu Feng noticed that at that moment, Lin Xin seemed to be showing an anomaly. Chapter 258, Bloodline Battle. Of course, Chu Feng merely pretended to unintentionally glance at Lin Sr. Then, he turned his gaze to the Grand Supreme Elder. After all, on the surface, the Grand Supreme Elder was the lord of the Kunlun sacred region. Seeing that the Grand Supreme Elder was silent, Chu Feng smiled lightly again. "If Senior recognizes my status as the Holy Child, please lead the Kunlun seniors down the mountain to help fight for humans. I will naturally be grateful." Chu Feng continued to make things up. Anyway, he did not expect this guy to agree. He merely wanted to build up for the next part of his plan. Thus, without waiting for the Grand Supreme Elder to respond, Chu Feng said, "I know what Senior is worried about. Are you suspecting my identity as the Holy Child? It's all right. This is human nature. I understand." Chu Feng was smiling non-stop. "In that case, how about I communicate with the Kunlun Ancestral Stone and prove my identity to Senior Grand Supreme?" As he spoke, Chu Feng planned to activate the Ancestral Stone. This shocked the Grand Supreme Elder. He had just said that he could not let this kid activate the Ancestral Stone. If he discovered anything, it would be disastrous. At this stage, their plan could not be exposed. The Grand Supreme Elder blurted out anxiously, "Little friend, don't be anxious. I naturally believe in your identity. Isn't it just asking me to leave the Kunlun mountain to help in the battle? No problem. Kunlun will naturally obey the Saint Sun's orders. However, there's no need to be anxious about proving anything." His Highness the Saint's son has come a long way. You must be tired. Why don't you enter the sacred hall and rest first? Just as he finished speaking, everyone could not help but look at the Grand Supreme Elder. He agreed just like that. It was that simple. The Kunlun disciples were even more confused. Back then, Howudi had come to invite the Grand Supreme Elder to help 4 times. The Grand Supreme Elder ignored him. Why did his attitude change all of a sudden? Even Yaqingzi and Madame He were surprised. That shouldn't be the case. With the personality of the Grand Supreme Elder, he did not care about the Holy Child. It was impossible to use a title to suppress him. As for Chu Feng, he seemed to have understood something. In order to stop him from communicating with the ancestral stone, this old fellow would grant all requests. Was he worried that he would obtain the recognition of the ancestral stone? But why? Logically speaking, he did not know that after he controlled the ancestral stone, he would permissions. Chu Feng was puzzled. But if you don't let me do anything, I'll do it. Chu Feng chuckled again. Sigh, since Senior trusts me so much, I can't let you down. Moreover, even if Senior has a sharp eye and believes in me, I can't convince the masses. It's better for me to let everyone witness it. As he spoke, Chu Feng planned to continue communicating with the ancestral stone. However, this time, the Grand Supreme Elder's expression darkened. He could not help but take a step forward. It was as if he was going to stop him. Seeing this, Chu Feng deliberately laughed loudly. Senior you, Senior he, the two of you are old friends of the Grand Supreme Elder. It's not easy for old friends to meet. Why don't you catch up with the Grand Supreme Elder? Chu Feng's voice was clear. Yaqingzi and Madame He exchanged glances. At the same time, they understood what Chu Feng was thinking. This kid wanted them to stop the Grand Supreme Elder. At this moment, the two of them were actually suspicious. It was just triggering the ancestral stone to prove his identity as the Holy Child. It would not affect Kunlun. Why did this old fellow keep stopping him? With this thought in mind, the two of them stood in front of the Grand Supreme Elder and squeezed out a smile. They spoke nonsense together and talked about their old friendship. They completely blocked the Grand Supreme Elder's path. The Grand Supreme Elder was extremely anxious, and a trace of killing intent flashed across his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Now was not the time to make a move. At that moment, Chu Feng seized the time and began to activate the ancestral stone. A dazzling golden light began to slowly erupt from Chu Feng's body. Seeing that the situation was not good, behind the Grand Supreme Elder, a cold glint flashed across Lin Sen's eyes. This Grand Supreme Elder is really trash. It seemed like he had to do it himself. Lin Sen suddenly threw his head back and laughed. I didn't expect Brother Chu to also have the bloodline of a saint's son. However, seeing that Brother Chu has just awakened and isn't familiar with using the bloodline, I'll lead the way and discuss it with you. As he spoke, Lin Sen also began to activate the ancestral stone. He began to fight for control with Chu Feng. As Chu Feng communicated with the ancestral stone, he laughed loudly. Brother Lin, you've really changed. After our last farewell at Huaxia Warrior University, I feel like I don't know you anymore. Chu Feng said meaningfully. On the other side, Lin Sen's expression was as usual. He was also covered in golden light. At that moment, the two of them were like gods descending to the mortal world. They attracted everyone's attention. Chu Feng released the aura of the destruction bloodline. The next moment, he felt as if he had become one with Kunlun. Suddenly, an extremely vast pressure assaulted his face. In front of this pressure, Chu Feng felt so small. Only then did he realize that Kunlun was much stronger than Mount Longhu in the Panglai immortal realm. They were not on the same level at all. Even with Chu Feng's divine-grade bloodline, it was extremely difficult for him to completely obtain its recognition. It was simply not something that could be done in a short period of time. Chu Feng estimated that it would take at least a few days. Fortunately, Kunlun itself did not resist him, but it was too huge. That was why it took so long. Chu Feng felt a trace of helplessness. However, what Chu Feng did not know was that the others, like Lin Sen, had been busy for more than a month, but they had only infiltrated a small portion. Furthermore, the Kunlun ancestral stone did not acknowledge Lin Sen much, causing the ancestral stone to instinctively resist every step Lin Sen took. How could he receive such treatment from Chu Feng? At that moment, above Kunlun, golden light filled the sky. It was impossible to tell who had triggered it. Chu Feng and Lin Sen were divided into the north and south. They did not speak. They began the battle with all his heart. This was a battle of bloodlines. The weapon was the power of the ancestral stone beneath his feet. Lin Sen had the geographical advantage. Before Chu Feng, he had already infiltrated for a long time. He was able to mobilize a lot of energy from the ancestral stone. Like a local snake, it stopped Chu Feng from entering. On the other hand, Chu Feng was only an outsider. Logically speaking, he should be suppressed in their territory. However, Chu Feng's bloodline was too high grade, and he was favored by the ancestral stone. In an instant, he attracted a large amount of the ancestral stone's power. It was far from what the child bloodline in Lin Sen's body could compare to. For a moment, the two of them were in a deadlock. Neither could do anything to the other. Of course, up until now, Chu Feng had only released a portion of the destruction bloodline's aura. This was also Chu Feng's habit. He subconsciously kept some trump cards. However, seeing the situation before him, in order to quickly find out the truth, Chu Feng did not plan to hold back anymore. Instantly, the auras of the two divine-grade bloodlines erupted without reservation. At that moment, the golden light on Chu Feng's body suddenly shone brightly. It was dazzling. The entire Kunlun mountain range seemed to have begun to tremble. The earth cracked, the mountain peak shattered. It was like the end of the world. In just an instant, Lin Sen was forced into a dead end and was almost expelled. At that moment, Lin Sen suddenly exclaimed in shock, This is the bloodline of a master god? How was that possible? In this era, how could there be anyone who possessed such a pure master god bloodline? And there were two of them, it seemed to be. You and Gu's bloodlines, who are you? Chapter 259, Is he not human? Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. He glanced at Lin Sen in surprise. This guy could actually see through his bloodline power at a glance? What did this mean? A trace of doubt rose in Chu Feng's heart. He deliberately said meaningfully, Brother Lin is really knowledgeable. Actually, even I don't know much about it. Lin Sen seemed to have realized that he had said something wrong. He hurriedly explained, After all, the 10 master gods of the ancient human race were the ancestors of our human race. They were the overlords of the ancient times. They were the pillars that allowed our human race to stand tall in the heavens and look down on all races. Therefore, their deeds are recorded in many ancient books in the Kunlun sacred land. I usually like to read them when I have nothing to do. If Brother Chu is interested, you could also read them when you have time. Their magnificent achievement makes anyone's blood boil. Chu Feng nodded expressionlessly. No one could tell what he was thinking. At this moment, Lin Sen had calmed down and his expression was normal. He felt that there was nothing wrong with his explanation. A trace of fear flashed across his eyes as he looked at Chu Feng, someone with 2 master god bloodlines. What kind of monster was this guy? How did he do it? Lin Sen could not figure it out. But at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly unleashed his final attack. He wanted to completely expel Lin Sen from the ancestral stone. At this moment, Lin Sen felt like a lonely boat in the ocean. No matter how powerful he was, in this bloodline battle, strength was useless. It only depended on the grade of the human bloodline. He was only a child bloodline. How could he compete with a true master god bloodline? Right now, he could still rely on his previous foundation to barely last for a while. But if this continued, Chu Feng would definitely be able to expel him from the ancestral stone. At that time, Chu Feng might discover the soul power that he had seeped into the ancestral stone. There were too many secrets hidden in his soul power. He must not be exposed. Gritting his teeth, Lin Sen made a decision. Before it was completely conquered by Chu Feng, he withdrew all the soul power that had seeped into the ancestral stone. Although this was equivalent to wasting more than a month of effort, at least he would not be exposed. At most, he would postpone his plan. Lin Sen could tell which was more important. In an instant, Lin Sen made a decision. He began to retract his soul power with all his might. Infiltration was difficult, but retracting it was easy. Soon, Lin Sen's soul power was swept clean from the Kunlun ancestral stone, as if he had never entered it. Just in case, Lin Sen even checked to ensure that he did not miss anything. Only then did he look at Chu Feng in relief. He pretended that he was not strong enough and handed over all the control of the ancestral stone. He took the initiative to withdraw from the battle with Chu Feng. At the same time, he pretended to be indignant inside. I didn't expect the saint bloodline in Brother Chu's body to be so dense. I'm convinced of my loss. Looks like there are differences between saint sons. I'm still a little inferior. At the same time, Chu Feng felt imbalanced. It was like two people competing with each other. If one side suddenly retreated, it would be considered good if the other did not collapse. Fortunately, Chu Feng instantly controlled the situation. Without Lin Sen's obstruction, the current Kunlun ancestral stone was like an unguarded beauty before Chu Feng. He instantly controlled a portion of the area. Unfortunately, compared to the huge Kunlun ancestral stone, it was still just a small portion. If he wanted to control it completely, it would take at least a day or two, and at that moment, Chu Feng suddenly had a different feeling from when he controlled Mount Longhu and the Panglai Immortal Mountain. Chu Feng was surprised. The area he controlled seemed to have become an extension of his eyes. In the area, not a single change could escape his perception. The next moment, Chu Feng seemed to have seen black holes deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Although they were called black holes, they were actually areas that Chu Feng could not see through. It was as if a mysterious force was protecting those places. No spying. Could that be the legendary Kunlun secret treasure left behind by the ancient humans? Chu Feng was curious. Legend had it that Kunlun was the birthplace of ancient humans. It was normal for some treasures to be left here, Chu Feng continued to observe. He actually wanted to find the terrifying deep pit that the black-robed old man had mentioned. Unfortunately, the deep pit did not seem to be within Chu Feng's control. He did not find anything. Chu Feng sighed. If he was given time, he would definitely be able to completely control the Kunlun ancestral stone. At that time, the entire Kunlun Immortal Mountain would be completely under his perception. Unfortunately, Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Yi would not give him this chance. Just when Chu Feng was feeling regretful, suddenly, Chu Feng's consciousness seeped into the area controlled by Lin Sr. Everything seemed normal around him. Lin Yi left very quickly. He did not set any obstacles for him. However, Chu Feng felt that something was amiss. He subconsciously began to search. There's no soul power left. There's only a little of Lin Yi's soul aura left. This is normal. After all, Lin Yi once controlled this place, and from the looks of it, it's only an A rank. Which suits Lin Yi's strength, but why do I feel a little familiar? Yes, what made Chu Feng feel that something was amiss was actually an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Chu Feng was puzzled. He subconsciously sensed the trace of soul aura left behind by Lin Sr. Suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes widened. What's this aura? Why does it have the aura of vicissitudes? It doesn't seem to be the vitality of the souls of the current human experts. Instead, it seems to have experienced the corrosion of countless years? A monstrous wave immediately rose in Chu Feng's heart. Ordinary people might not be able to sense anything. However, Chu Feng had truly felt this ancient aura from the Blood Shadow Warriors. That was a trait that would only form after a long period of time. It could not be faked. In other words, the owner of this aura must be an old monster. Chu Feng's hair stood on end. His back was covered in cold sweat. It was obvious what this meant. The young-looking Lin Yi in front of him had long become an empty shell. This young body carried an ancient soul that had lived for an unknown period of time. After thinking this through, Chu Feng suddenly felt that the Kunlun sacred region before him was like a cold poisonous snake hiding in the dark, waiting to devour him. Who knew when it would suddenly appear and give you a fatal blow? Fortunately, he had discovered it early. Chu Feng thought that he was lucky. He did not care what those guys were planning. In any case, it would definitely not be beneficial to humans. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so sneaky. In fact, Chu Feng felt that it was hard to say if the current Lin Yi was even human. Chapter 260, Escape is the best strategy. Chu Feng broke out in cold sweat. What was such an old monster trying to do by lurking in the human world? And had this Kunlun Grand Supreme Elder already betrayed the human race, or was there another reason? Chu Feng could only be certain that there was an old monster hidden in Lin Yi's body. However, he could not confirm this fellow's identity. Was he a demon, a fiend, or an angel, or perhaps he was an ancient human? This was not impossible. The great calamity was about to arrive. All kinds of creatures could appear. But since he was hiding here, no matter what his goal was, Chu Feng did not plan to let him have his way. So what if he was an ancient human? If he dared to harm the current humans, he would still be Chu Feng's enemy. But on the surface, Chu Feng pretended not to know anything. He looked amiable and was all smiles. He looked at Lin Sr. Brother Lin is too humble. If Brother Lin had persisted a little longer, I would have been the one who couldn't hold on. I was lucky. Then, Chu Feng saw the Grand Supreme Elder walking over with a gloomy expression. Behind him, Yu Qingzi and Madame He had also returned. Chu Feng immediately smiled. Senior Grand Supreme, Brother Lin, I came here this time to persuade Senior Grand Supreme to send someone to help fight for the humans. Now that Senior has given me a promise, I won't disturb you anymore. There are still many important matters regarding the humans. We're leaving already? Yi Qingtian muttered in confusion. He had thought that there would be a fierce battle in Kunlun. Unexpectedly, they were leaving just like that. The ancestral stone was not completely in control either. Just because the Grand Supreme Elder had casually promised, Chu Feng believed it. This kid wasn't that childish. Right? Yi Qingtian felt that his brain was not enough. Chu Feng cast a disdainful glance at Yi Qingtian. What do you know? Just the Grand Supreme Elder alone gave Chu Feng a very powerful sense of threat. Not to mention, there was also a mysterious old monster. Even if he wanted to fight, he had to be able to win. He didn't want to get killed, it was still the best plan to escape. He would think about it later. Furthermore, Chu Feng also felt that these two guys shouldn't have any abnormal movements for the time being. Compared to some schemes, they seemed to be more worried about being exposed. It was as if they were afraid of something. It seemed that he knew too little about the secrets of Earth. Chu Feng took a deep breath and did not wait for the Grand Supreme Elder to respond. He immediately left with everyone. As he watched Chu Feng and the others leave, the Grand Supreme Elder dismissed the Kunlun disciples. He stood beside Lin Sr. He asked in a deep voice, "How is it? Did he find out?" Lin Sin shook his head expressionlessly, "I don't think so. At the last moment, I retracted all my soul power." "What? Wouldn't all our previous efforts be in vain?" The Grand Supreme Elder exclaimed in a low voice. Lin Sin nodded and said in a deep voice, "I have no choice but to infiltrate again." "Wouldn't that take a long time?" "What can I do?" "Humph. Not only that kid interfered and let the ancestral stone experience the taste of a higher grade bloodline. If I want to infiltrate again, the difficulty will increase by many times." It was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. This saying was also suitable for the ancestral stone. If it could have a better master, why would the ancestral stone take a step back? Therefore, this was the key to Lin Sen's anger. In the following days, he could only grind it down bit by bit. Who knew how much time would be wasted? "I hope I won't be too late." Lin Sen's deep voice was like a demon from hell, sinister and terrifying. On the other side, Chu Feng and the others, who had left Kunlun, remained silent. Everyone felt that the scene just now was a little strange. However, Chu Feng did not explain. There was no point in telling them this. Furthermore, he was not sure if that old monster had the ability to eavesdrop on their conversation. Chu Feng was extremely wary of these old monsters who had lived since ancient times. Chu Feng already had a plan in mind. It just needed to be perfected. "Let's go back to the headquarters first." Chu Feng gave the order. The group flew straight towards Huaxia University. Soon, everyone returned to the headquarters. Actually, at this moment, it had not been long since Chu Feng fought against the three sacred lands. Whether it was in the Panglai Immortal Realm or the Kunlun Sacred Region, Chu Feng did not stay for long. Therefore, when Chu Feng and the others returned, the group from Mount Longhu in the Panglai Immortal Realm had just arrived. The entire Alliance headquarters was in chaos. The council committee, led by Ho Wudi, were staring blankly at the hundreds of high-level warriors from the sacred lands. There were warriors of all ranks. Moreover, they were from sacred lands and were not weak. There were 9 Heavenly Master Realm experts. Ho Wudi was stunned. The combat power of this group of people was almost equivalent to all the forces of the current alliance. One could imagine how shocked Ho Wudi and the others were. You guys are saying that you came down the mountain to help on the orders of Holy Child Chu Feng? That kid Chu Feng is the Holy Child?" Ho Wudi couldn't help but mutter to himself. This guy had only run out for half a day. How did he suddenly become a saint's son? And he was the master of the 3 sacred lands, the people he could not invite even if he begged. Right after Chu Feng said a word, all ran over. This difference made Ho Wudi so aggrieved that he wanted to die. Was he really old? At this moment, Chu Feng and the others slowly descended from the sky. He happened to see the stunned expressions of Ho Wudi and the others. Chu Feng grinned. Great, he was just in time. However, before Chu Feng could say anything, the moment the disciples of the 2 sacred lands saw Chu Feng, they actually bowed in unison. Thousands of people shouted at the same time, "Greetings, Your Highness." Even heavenly masters did not dare to overstep their bounds. They had personally witnessed Chu Feng's terrifying strength. How dare they be impudent? This was especially true for the 4 heavenly masters of Mount Longhu. They were terrified by Chu Feng. At this moment, they shouted even more desperately. A huge voice spread in all directions. It even attracted the attention of all the students from Huaxia Warrior University, who was so awesome. Seeing this, Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. He turned to look at Ho Wudi and the other senior heavenly masters. "Seniors, I did not disappoint you. I brought back everyone from the 3 sacred lands. Furthermore, they have all deeply realized their mistake and will be willing to devote their lives to humanity in the future." "Oh, right. The people from the Kunlun Sacred Region should be here in 2 days. There are also the 2 behind me, Senior Yu Qingzi and Senior Madam He. Both of them are peak heavenly masters. Although they are a little old and their strength has decreased quite a bit, I'm not too picky when it comes to hiring people. I let them follow me. This is pretty much my achievement this afternoon. Seniors, do you have any other instructions?" As if reporting on work, Chu Feng briefed his work results. In Chu Feng's eyes, he was a member of the Human Alliance. The council committee in front of him was the highest authority of the Human Alliance. Of course, he had to report what he had done in time. This was only natural, but to Ho Wudi and the others, it was extremely ear-piercing. His face was burning. "Kid, you're clearly mocking me. Do you want to take the seat of the first counselor?" Chapter 261, Rest, Ambition, Fully Armed. After teasing Ho Wudi and the others, Chu Feng left them alone. What first counselor? He wouldn't do that even if he were paid. Why bother? Thus, Chu Feng returned to his dormitory in the Warrior University. The students of Huaxiao Warrior University were treated well. They each had an independent room. He did not encounter Bai Ziyuan and the others. The group of human geniuses rushed straight to the genius battlefield. Actually, most students would not stay in school for long. All of them were fighting outside. Chu Feng had only returned to Earth not long ago. There were some things that he had yet to settle. Thus, he planned to reorganize himself. For example, when he left Earth, he had mortgaged the privileges of the first 3 levels of the 9-story Spirit Pagoda and borrowed 10 million points. Now, it was already more than half a month overdue. He had to pay it back, and the cleaved edge saber in his hand, the cleaved edge saber, or the simplified 9-dragon saber, was just a standard weapon. In the early stages of the battle, it was alright, but now, it was gradually unable to keep up with the intensity of his current battle. The last time on Mount Longhu, a crack had appeared on the blade. It was time to change it. In addition, Chu Feng also wanted to know more about the undead charm of the Ghost King's cloak. In his previous life, someone had almost succeeded in getting it. This time around, Chu Feng would definitely give it a try, if he could gather the soul summoning boots and the undead charm. He wondered what kind of undead creature he could summon: liches, vampires, terranites, spectral dragons. No matter which unit it was, their individual combat ability would far surpass that of skeletons and zombies. Once the numbers increased, it would be the nightmare of all enemies, especially the lich, who could be considered a king of long-range attacks. If he could nurture an army of liches, he could totally hit the enemy as a living target. The mobile artillery on the battlefield, just the thought of it was exciting. Also, Chu Feng wanted to verify if there would be any special rewards for opening another 300 dark gold treasure chests. Previously, Chu Feng had obtained the blazing wings of the sky from the bronze, silver and gold treasure chests. If the dark gold treasure chest could also give out special items, it should not be inferior to the blazing wings of the sky, right? After all, just opening 300 dark gold treasure chests required 30 million points. Finally, there were the only divine grade rewards for the Battle Formation Golden Ranking List and the Domain Golden Ranking List. Chu Feng had already reached the requirement for the only divine grade reward on the Domain Golden Ranking List. In the Blood Sea space, he had already cultivated the water element domain field to perfection. He could receive this directly. There was also the Battle Formation Golden Ranking List. Chu Feng also wanted to try and see if he was qualified to obtain it. After all, no one would complain about having too many divine grade rewards. The unique divine grade reward, this was what Chu Feng valued the most. For Chu Feng to have his current achievements, other than his own talent, the only divine grade reward he had obtained was also indispensable. The 100-fold cultivation speed of the Spiritual Energy Golden Ranking List was the foundation for Chu Feng to continuously compress his spiritual energy and build the most solid foundation in history. Furthermore, during battle, his cultivation speed would also be able to absorb the power of heaven and earth to the greatest extent. It would be converted into spiritual energy to support Chu Feng's current high-intensity battle. Otherwise, with Chu Feng's Sirank spiritual energy, he would have exhausted his spiritual energy in less than 2 moves after unleashing that incomparably powerful move, the Ancient Immortal Bloodline on the Bloodline Golden Ranking List, and the Destruction Bloodline that Chu Feng had obtained by chance. The benefits brought by the 2 Master God bloodlines were self-evident. Furthermore, up until now, Chu Feng had yet to truly unleash the effects of the 2 divine-grade bloodlines. Chu Feng had never used the innate ability of the Destruction Bloodline, Split Subbody, 2 major characteristics, Devouring and Control. Now that he had returned to Earth, it was time to activate it. Furthermore, the upper limit of the 2 divine-grade bloodlines was extremely high. Chu Feng had only activated the first level of the innate ability. The ancient ancestral dragon given by the Pet Beast Golden Ranking List was slowly revealing its abnormal side. Even though it had just broken through to the A rank, its strength was not inferior to some peak A ranks. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Feng was too abnormal, he might not even be a match for his pet beast. It was the most powerful individual existence under Chu Feng. There was also the 50% discount. Privilege of the miscellaneous items golden ranking list. This was Chu Feng's foundation. Points were the lifeblood of all humans. In addition, the golden ranking lists had activated the wartime exchange system. So there was a 50% discount. Chu Feng only needed to pay a quarter of the original price to purchase the item. This was a discount that could be considered a fracture. In the past, some things could be said to be extremely expensive. Now, there was a chance. For example, the Desolate God ancient painting, which was ranked first on the miscellaneous items golden ranking list and was worth 10 billion points. You had once said that if he obtained the Desolate God ancient painting, he would have a chance to control the entire Desolate God ancient realm, that online game world, legendary NPC warriors that could be hired. He could obtain a large number of rewards after completing missions. There were also special cultivation places and special enlightenment techniques. It was tailor-made for humans. It was also the base camp of humans in his previous life, the place where they truly rose. Furthermore, according to some of the information that Chu Feng later learned, Huang was very likely the leader of the 10 great master gods of the ancient human race. His strength was extraordinary. The ancient realm of the desolate god that he had deliberately left behind might have many uses that he had not figured out in his previous life. Its value was immeasurable. Thus, Chu Feng was determined to obtain it. He sat at the desk in the room. Chu Feng sorted out the things he was going to do next and the advantages he had. He was instantly filled with confidence. He did not believe that he could not kill those bastards from the demon race. He would plan again and find an opportunity to kill the Kunlun Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Sr. Then the world would be peaceful. He acted as he spoke. Chu Feng first summoned the golden ranking lists and said softly, "Repay the loan." The voice of the golden ranking list sounded in his ears. Human, Chu Feng, loan amount, 10 million points. Loan period, 30 Earth days. Interest rate, 3%. Currently overdue. Required additional interest rate of 7%. Total required repayment of points, 11 million points. Chu Feng clicked his tongue. The overdue interest rate was really high. This bit of interest was almost equivalent to the price of an ordinary A rank. Ordinary people might really be shocked. However, those points were nothing to Chu Feng. He had a terrifying reward for crossing 3 ranks. Killing a few demon race A ranks would earn him hundreds of millions of points. After paying the bill, the points privilege of the 9-story spirit pagoda had returned. Every minute and every second, points would be credited. Although it was not much, the feeling of lying down and earning money was different. Satisfied, he opened the supernatural weapon golden ranking list. Chu Feng placed great importance on switching sabers. After all, it was directly related to his strength. A good saber could completely increase his strength by another level. Of course, the price of that divine saber was also so expensive that it made one's heart tremble. Chu Feng took a deep breath. He clicked directly into the category of sabers. A large number of them instantly appeared. All kinds of sabers dazzled his eyes. However, after reading for a while, Chu Feng was still not very satisfied. Although there were good choices, Chu Feng felt that there was something missing. He hesitated for a moment. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Chu Feng slapped his thigh excitedly. That's right. How could I have forgotten about it? Chapter 262, I offer my blood to the people. That's right. How could I have forgotten about it? Chu Feng jumped up from his desk in excitement. How could he have almost forgotten about that guy? What a sin! The king of sabers in my previous life. Countless sabersmen yearn for that divine saber. It's almost the best saber that the human warriors in my previous life could obtain. Chu Feng muttered, it should still be available. At this stage, no one can afford to use it. Chu Feng suddenly became worried. He hurriedly began to search and flip through the pages. Suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes lit up and he grinned. Found it. Chu Feng's gaze was fixed on a corner of the golden ranking list. There, a dark, ancient, and thick saber was lying quietly. The other long sabers all emitted endless brilliance, afraid that others would not know how powerful they were. However, this heavy long saber was as simple as a huge piece of iron. There was no color at all. Among the countless other fancy divine weapons, it was really too inconspicuous. If he was not careful, he might overlook it. However, Chu Feng's eyes were filled with joy. It's him. This metal lump. It's still here. Ha ha. When Chu Feng said that it was an iron lump, he was not lying at all. Because this saber was a saber that had been passed down since ancient times but had yet to be completed. To be precise, it was just a blade prototype. but it was enough to make countless people go crazy. Unlike the cleaved-edge saber and even most sabers, it didn't have an edge, heavy saber without edge. There was only one characteristic, heaviness. It was as heavy as the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. It was known as the heaviest saber in the world. Just its terrifying weight alone was enough to easily kill an A rank. Its body was also extremely tough. He wondered what materials were used to forge it. Chu Feng only knew that this saber was perhaps the hardest thing he had ever seen. It was invincible. Speaking of this metal lump, it was quite famous in the human world in his previous life, other than being powerful enough. More importantly, the saber was interesting, because there were 2 ways to obtain it. One was the most common way, direct purchase. It was commonly known as a buyout. The price was 1 billion points. It had to be known that it was only a blade prototype. The price exceeded 99% of the divine weapons. Even when the wartime exchange system was activated, it still required 500 million points. Who could afford it in his previous life? All the top 10 experts might have to pool their money to buy it in his previous life. Although those people were powerful, they also consumed a lot of points. How could they be like Chu Feng, who did not take points seriously at all? The main reason was that Chu Feng's cross-grade reward was too terrifying. In his previous life, even if the top 10 experts had killed an S-rank demon venerable, it would have been a battle of the same rank. There would have been no additional reward. Furthermore, those abyssal demon venerables were not fools. Knowing that they were not a match, they would run. It was too difficult to kill one. Perhaps the golden ranking lists also knew that humans could not afford such a terrifying price. Therefore, another way to obtain it was given, that was to rent instead of buying. Every 2 million points could be rented for 24 hours. It was a ridiculous rent. However, in his previous life, the people who wanted to rent it could still fill the entire Hua Xiao Warrior University. They even had to draw lots, because the cost-effective ratio was too high. As long as one held this big metal lump, one did not have to think about anything for the rest of the day. One would just go and kill monsters crazily. The terrifying weight could even kill an ordinary A-rank demon king. If one was lucky enough and had a good strategy, one would have a chance to kill an A-rank. With the cross-grade reward, one could recoup one's losses in an instant, not to mention killing ordinary monsters. There would be no loss. Even an ordinary A-rank with the divine saber would instantly be able to compete with a high-grade A-rank. This was the charm of a divine saber. But it was also because of its rental method that in his previous life, many people liked to call it the 100-owner saber. It meant that it had 100 owners. Some even gave it a humiliating name, handbus. Why did they say that? Because with money, anyone could get on the bus. That was why Chu Feng said that this saber was the easiest divine weapon to obtain for martial artists in his previous life. Even if it did not belong to him, it was good to have fun, of course, if that was all. To Chu Feng, it was attractive, but it was not without substitutes. What excited Chu Feng the most was, this saber had another heaven-defying attribute. This saber prototype could be raised. It was nurtured with the power of blood essence. The longer he nurtured the saber, the more blood energy it would absorb, and the higher the quality. In the end, the final slash he could unleash would be stronger. Saber nurturing technique. It was earth-shattering. Now that the war between the human and demon races was about to begin, using it to slay demons was perfect. He would use the blood of hundreds of millions of demons to nurture the blade in his hand, accumulating its monstrous might to comfort the souls of the humans who had died. A cold glint appeared in Chu Feng's eyes. In that case, this saber will be called Demon Slayer. Chu Feng had no intention of renting it. He wanted to buy it out anyway. Points were nothing to him, not to mention, with the 50% discount from the wartime exchange system and his 50% discount privilege, 2 50% discount privileges were combined. He only needed 250 million points to buy it. After Chu Feng paid off the loan, he still had 320 million in his backpack. He could kill a few more A-rank demons and earn hundreds of millions of points. He really did not lack money now. The next moment, Chu Feng chose to buy it. Without hesitation, a golden light flashed. A dark and heavy long saber slowly appeared before Chu Feng. The golden light disappeared. The heavy saber slowly landed. No one activated it. The long saber actually smashed a deep pit in the ground. It sank uncontrollably into the ground. Seeing this, Chu Feng hurriedly used his spiritual energy to stop it. It wasn't enough. Merely Chu Feng's physical strength was actually insufficient to stop its descent. Heavenly water domain. Chu Feng had no choice but to use his domain power. Only then did he manage to float it up. How terrifying! Chu Feng was speechless. What material was this thing made of? Even with his physical strength, he was in such a sorry state. One could imagine how terrifying the weight of this big iron lump was. Fortunately, Chu Feng knew that as long as it recognized him as its master, it would be no different from an ordinary weapon to its master. He wondered which divine craftsman in ancient times had created such a thing. and from the looks of it, they had died halfway before it was completed. Perhaps there was a legend about that. Of course, this had nothing to do with him. Chu Feng was merely gossiping. Immediately, he used the technique passed down by his ancestors, the blood drop technique, to claim the demon slayer as his master. He held the demon slayer tightly. Feeling the coldness from his palm, the smile in Chu Feng's eyes could no longer be concealed. He couldn't help but laugh. I offer my blood to humanity. I, Chu Feng, will use the blade in my hand to kill all the demons in the world. Ha ha. From now on, Demon Slayer is mine. Chapter 263, Invincible. Subdivine Grade Supreme Treasure. He suppressed the joy in his heart. Chu Feng hurriedly summoned the dragon soul from the cleaved edge saber. He had promised for a long time to change a better house for it, and he had finally fulfilled his promise. The dragon soul was also very satisfied with its new home. After some adaptation, it settled down. Chu Feng composed himself. There were still many important things to do. He had to arm himself to the teeth this time before going to fight the demons. Chu Feng had never fought an unprepared battle. He thought for a moment. Chu Feng planned to open the dark gold treasure chest first. He wanted to see what treasures he could obtain. Opening a dark gold treasure chest required 100,000 points. If he wanted to make use of the BUG, he would have to open it 300 times. On the 300th time, there would definitely be top grade items. That was 30 million points. With the 50% discount, Chu Feng only needed 15 million points. This was because opening treasure chests was entertainment, therefore, it was not included in the wartime exchange system. Clearly, the golden ranking lists wanted humans to spend every point on their blades. After all, the uncertainty of opening treasure chests was too great. Other than the prodigal Chu Feng, no one else would do that. Of course, Chu Feng was not sure if the dark gold treasure chest had this bug. The reason for that was because in his previous life, Chu Feng had only learned that someone had opened the bronze, silver, and gold treasure chests and gathered the legendary great item, the blazing wings of the sky. He had never heard of anything higher. 30 million points was not a small number after all. Only those S-rank experts were qualified to try. However, Chu Feng was not in the same circle as them in his previous life. There was no way to understand. However, in this life, he could give it a try. It was just tens of millions of points. Even if it was wasted, Chu Feng would not feel the pain. He could do whatever he wanted. Chu Feng opened the treasure chest. The dark golden treasure chest emitted an alluring glow. Actually, even without the 300 times bug, the items that could be obtained from the dark gold treasure chest were already not bad. Even the worst of them was a rare treasure to the current humans. After all, the starting price was right there. If Chu Feng wanted to pull together his own demon hunting team, the weapons and equipment of his team members, as well as various cultivation resources, he would naturally have to prepare everything. There was also his parents and family. Although Chu Feng did not expect them to kill the enemy, they had to at least have some ability to protect themselves. And now was the best opportunity. No matter what he got, Chu Feng did not refuse them. Then, Chu Feng began to click wildly. The notifications for the golden ranking lists kept appearing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining an A-rank spiritual fruit, Violet Flame Cloud Fruit 1. Ding! Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining a dark golden weapon, Golden Dragon Spear 1. Ding! Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining a dark golden weapon, Snowdrift Spirit Sword 1. Chu Feng merely listened indifferently. From time to time, he would comment, that dragon spear is quite suitable for Senior Ho Wudi. I can give the Snowdrift Spirit Sword to Linger for now. Although the items were not bad, they were indeed not very useful to him. What he was eating and using now were all top-notch treasures. He could not even afford them himself. It would be a fool's dream to get them from the dark gold treasure chest. He continued to work. It felt good to open treasure chests for a while. Chu Feng had truly broadened his horizons with all kinds of dazzling treasures. In his previous life, he had to spend his points judiciously. How could he be so extravagant? Finally, he opened the 300th dark gold treasure chest. Chu Feng felt slightly excited. Would it appear? It was fine if there was none. If there was, even if it was not a complete legendary item, it would at least be a legendary fragment, Chu Feng guessed. He did not have much hope, because there were really too few things that could tempt him now. Just then, suddenly, a crisp notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Human, Chu Feng, has fulfilled the hidden condition and activated the special reward. The 300th dark gold treasure chest will produce a fragment of a subdivine grade special item. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly widened. What? A fragment of a subdivine grade special item? How is that possible? One had to know that the grades of treasures could roughly be divided into bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, sub-legendary, legendary. Above the legendary stage was the sub-divine grade. This was a special tier between legendary and divine grade. It was special because almost all the sub-divine grade treasures were components or fragments of true divine grade treasures. Generally speaking, there would not be a single sub-divine grade treasure. However, even if they were only fragments, they were still more precious than ordinary complete legendary treasures. That was why there was a sub-divine weapon. Chu Feng's heart was pounding. Could it be that a fragment of a divine grade treasure can be obtained from a dark gold treasure chest? Wouldn't that be like gold falling from the sky? Chu Feng was stunned. It took him dozens of seconds to recover. It was still difficult to conceal the excitement in his heart. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then, he extended his trembling finger and gently tapped on the last dark gold treasure chest. Swoosh, a dazzling light flashed. Then, the notification for the golden ranking lists came. Ding! Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining the only divine grade set. Heavenly God Alliance component, magical battle armor, needs to be charged. Magical armor, needs to be charged, ignores rank and weakens all damage from the enemy. Reduces all attacks by 50%, including but not limited to physical attacks, soul attacks, willpower attacks, curse power, and so on. 5 seconds later, the notification for the golden ranking lists ended. However, Chu Feng seemed to have been imprisoned. Even his expression froze. He was completely stunned, his eyes widened, he stood rooted to the ground. He opened and closed his mouth, wanting to say something, but he could not. He swallowed nervously. He stammered, damn. Oh my god. It's actually it. Chu Feng was so excited that he did not know what to say. It was indeed a sub-divine grade treasure. It was also indeed a divine grade items component. This was similar to Chu Feng's guess. However, Chu Feng had never expected that it was actually a component of the Heavenly God Alliance, the legendary number 1 divine artifact set, the Heavenly God Alliance. That was undoubtedly the first place on the divine weapon ranking. Never had Chu Feng felt that the notifications on the golden ranking list were so wonderful. Even though it was only a component of the Heavenly God Alliance, the effect still surpassed Chu Feng's imagination. It would weaken all the enemy's attacks by 50%. What did this mean? When the enemy's original strength hit you, only half of it was left. If it was a battle of the same rank, where one party had the magical armor and all attacks were halved, what was the point of fighting? Just get lost. This was an insurmountable gap. The most abnormal thing was, Chu Feng noticed that in the description of the effects of the magical armor, there was one item called Ignore Ranks, Chapter 264, Realm Heart. Ignoring ranks. These simple words nearly drove Chu Feng crazy. This meant that no matter how powerful the enemy's attack was, it could not reach the upper limit of the armor. If the reduction was 50%, it would be 50%. This was the preciousness of divine grade treasures. If it was an ordinary armor, it might also have the effect of weakening damage, but it had an upper limit. Once the opponent's strength exceeded a certain limit, the weakening effect would decrease rapidly, and it might even be ineffective. There was no need to worry about the magical armor. It was worthy of being a part of a divine grade set. As Chu Feng pondered, he excitedly put on the magical armor. Although the magical armor was called a battle armor, it actually looked like a thin layer of golden silkworm armor, the kind that could be broken with a poke. However, no matter how Chu Feng tore at it, it could not be damaged in the slightest. Moreover, wearing it did not affect his movements at all. It was extremely comfortable. Chu Feng attempted to inject spiritual energy into the magical armor to see its effects. At this moment, the notification of the golden ranking list suddenly sounded in his mind. Hint, due to the fact that the spiritual energy of human, Chu Feng, is of C rank, the quality of the spiritual energy does not meet the charging conditions of the divine grade set equipment, the magical armor. Alternative energy can be used. 20 million points per use, damn. Chu Feng cursed. It can even be done this way. Didn't this mean that the quality of his spiritual energy was insufficient to activate the divine artifact? Did the C-rank warriors do wrong to you? Chu Feng felt indignant, but it was obvious. This was a divine grade treasure. To activate a treasure of this grade, the energy required must be quite high. It was reasonable that he could not use low-grade spiritual energy. It was like a world-class luxury car that needed to add 97 gasoline. You couldn't just add 90 gasoline to it, right? Putting aside whether it could be used, even if it could be used, it would still burn the engine. The golden ranking lists probably did not expect that a treasure of this grade would be obtained by a fellow who was not even in A rank. In the end, Chu Feng could only helplessly accept this fact. but he still cursed inwardly. 20 million points per charge, how greedy. However, he had no choice. Chu Feng chose to charge it in case of emergencies. The golden ranking lists indicated that 20 million points had been deducted. At this point, Chu Feng only had less than 20 million points left. He became poor again. Chu Feng smacked his lips, as, these points are too cheap. If I don't go and work, I'll be destitute. But before that, Chu Feng had to obtain the only divine grade reward from the domain golden ranking list. He had been thinking about it for a long time. In his previous life, no one had ever obtained such a reward. He wondered what they would give him. Chu Feng was looking forward to it. The only divine grade reward would not be bad. Chu Feng was not worried about that at all. Without further delay, he pulled out the domain golden ranking list and said softly, apply for domain field recognition. The golden ranking list notification, please choose the domain field that you are about to determine. Water element domain field. Chu Feng looked at the dozens of domain fields before him without the slightest hesitation. The water element domain field assessment is about to begin. Please get ready. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the familiar feeling came again. Chu Feng's vision became blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in existence of consciousness. He was in an empty assessment space. In front of him was a surging ocean that emitted a sense of oppression. He remembered that this pressure had made him look bad. Of course, to the current Chu Feng, it was nothing. At this moment, the voice of the golden ranking list sounded again. The water element domain field assessment will begin now. The candidate's diving depth will be used as the standard. Dived 100 meters, entry level, dived 1000 meters, minor accomplishment level, dived 10,000 meters, major accomplishment level, dived 100,000 meters, perfection level. Special reminder, if you comprehend any domain to perfection, you will receive the only divine grade reward on the domain golden ranking list. Chu Feng already knew all of this. Just as the golden ranking lists finished speaking, Chu Feng leaped forward. Thump, he had dived into the deep ocean. Like a fish, he dived into the deep sea at an extremely fast speed. The assessment space that was oppressive in the eyes of others was like nothing to Chu Feng. Easy, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. Chu Feng did not even slow down in the slightest. It was as if the surging water pressure did not affect him at all. 50,000 meters, 80,000 meters, at this moment. It had far surpassed his previous highest record. However, Chu Feng did not feel the slightest bit of strain. He couldn't help but sigh. Compared to the terrifying pressure of the Blood Sea, this bit of pressure is really not worth mentioning. Even in the Blood Sea, Chu Feng could easily break through the 100,000 mark, not to mention now, as he was thinking, the golden ranking lists notified him. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for diving to a depth of 100,000 meters and passing the perfect grade water element domain field assessment. The only divine grade reward on the domain golden ranking list is being issued. Please receive it in the real world. Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. It's done just like that. Actually, Chu Feng felt that he was far from reaching his limit. However, there was no benefit in going any further. Chu Feng's consciousness returned. The moment he opened his eyes, Chu Feng heard a crisp sound. Ding. Congratulations to human, Chu Feng, for obtaining the only divine grade reward on the domain golden ranking list, elementary realm heart, the core of the grand elementary realm. After hundreds of millions of years, it has evolved after absorbing the essence of the grand elementary realm for countless years. Effect 1. Stabilization. To stabilize the realm, indestructible. 2. Breaking. Fuse it into any realm to cause destruction. 3. Enhance. It has the effect of enhancing one's domain, stabilization, breaking, enhance. It looked like 3 simple effects. Furthermore, other than the last enhancement, the other 2 seemed to be useless to Chu Feng. However, Chu Feng knew the final form of a domain might be to evolve into a perfect domain. For example, the Blood Sea space, the undead realm. Perhaps they had all once been the domain of an expert. However, after countless eras of evolution, they gradually transformed into their current appearance. This was the embryonic form of a world. Chu Feng felt that it was more suitable to call it the heart of the world. However, Chu Feng did not know what grade the so-called elementary realm heart was. However, the items on the golden ranking lists were definitely extraordinary, and the so-called stabilization and breaking were both top-grade effects, not to mention the distant ones. After returning to Earth, Chu Feng had heard Ho Wudi mention it. There seemed to be an invincible defensive shield on the 4 northern islands occupied by the demons. Even a nuclear bomb could not shake them at all. Chu Feng guessed that just like the invincible defensive golden light above the sacred lands, it might also be a kind of domain. Chu Feng was originally worried about how to break through, otherwise, even if he defeated the demon race, he would not be able to chase them out of Earth. From the looks of it, the demons were destined to die. Chapter 265, Luciener's Crisis. With the breaking effect of the Realm Heart, the last problem before the final battle with the demon race was gone, Chu Feng was overjoyed. He wished he could rush over immediately. He had already received all the rewards. However, Chu Feng planned to take another look at the only divine grade reward on the Battle Formation Golden Ranking list, as well as the location of the Undead Charm in. This way, everything would be gathered. Thus, Chu Feng directly opened the Divine Weapon Golden Ranking list. The only divine grade reward on the Divine Artifact Golden Ranking list had ridiculous conditions. It had actually issued the only 10 missions. Human warriors could accept these 10 missions at the same time. Anyone who completed one of them would receive the only divine grade reward from the Divine Weapon Golden Ranking list. Chu Feng remembered that gathering the Soul Summoning Boots, Undead Charm, and Vampire Cloak at the same time and combining them into the only divine weapon, the Ghost King's Cloak, was one of the missions. That was the Ghost King's Cloak, known as the Divine Artifact of the Undead Realm. In terms of value, it was probably only slightly inferior to the Angel Alliance. The other 8 missions were all ridiculous. The Dragon King's Divine Power, which was known to be the hardest to gather, the Invincible Healing Sacred Item, Holy Blood Bottle. In short, they were all top-notch divine artifacts, and they were all sets. It was obvious that the Divine Weapon Golden Ranking list had never thought that anyone could complete it. He was just trying his luck. Fortunately, the Divine Weapon Golden Ranking list did not completely ignore the missions after they were issued. After the human warriors who had accepted these missions paid a certain price, they could obtain some clues about the parts of the divine artifact, but the most ridiculous thing was, as too much time had passed and these divine artifacts were too precious. The golden ranking lists even clearly stated that the clues might not be true, you have to verify them yourself. This was a scam. It was fine if the mission was ridiculously difficult, but they did not even know if the clues were true. In his previous life, humans were trapped badly. Countless people had fallen on the path of treasure hunting. However, there were also many lucky people who had obtained clues. Moreover, someone had really obtained a component of a divine artifact, one of the components of the divine artifact, Holy Blood Bottle, the Ring of Life. This was a semi-divine grade treasure. It might only be slightly weaker than Chu Feng's magical armor. Chu Feng remembered that the effect of that thing seemed to be to instantly recover all of the owner's injuries. This was much stronger than some life essence. In a battle, if both sides were about to die, with the life ring in hand, one party's injuries could be instantly healed. The other party would probably be furious. It was because there was indeed a chance of success. That was why it attracted countless people. Even though they knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, they still searched regardless of the price. Chu Feng did not know anything else, but he was certain that the news about the undead charm should be true. In his previous life, there was a foreign expert who claimed that he had nearly succeeded. However, due to a freak combination of factors, he had failed. Thus, Chu Feng was filled with confidence. Looking up at the 10 shining unique missions on the Divine Weapon Golden Ranking list, he simply waved his hand and accepted them all. He also bought all the relevant information. It was not expensive anyway, as these missions were targeted at all humans and anyone could receive them. The price of the information was not too ridiculous. The price of each piece of information was only 10,000 points. Of course, there was no guarantee. All the relevant information about the 10 divine artifacts had only cost him 930,000 points. Chu Feng smacked his lips. Why do I feel like I haven't paid for such a cheap thing in a long time? Chu Feng muttered to himself. Fortunately, there was no one else around. Otherwise, if anyone else heard this, they would probably want to beat Chu Feng to death. While everyone was still worrying about 10,000 to 20,000 points, someone was actually complaining that 1,000,000 points were too cheap. How inhumane. Next, Chu Feng happily opened the information he had just purchased. He found the part about the undead charm. But he had just read the beginning. It's estimated that the undead charm might be in the ruins of the 7th Stargate. Before Chu Feng could figure out what the ruins of the 7th Stargate meant, suddenly, hurried footsteps came from the dormitory door. Then there was a series of knocks on the door. The person seemed to be in a hurry. Who did it? Chu Feng could only temporarily give up on reading. He looked at the door. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside. It was Li Peng. He shouted through the door, "Boss! Quick! Bad news! Sister Sienner! Sister Sienner is in danger!" Chu Feng's expression immediately darkened. In a flash, he opened the door. He saw Li Peng, who was covered in sweat. He shouted, "What did you say? Explain yourself." Li Peng was panting as if he had just returned from a long journey. His eyes were bloodshot as he hurriedly said, "The prodigy battlefield is in chaos. Didn't Sister Sienna obtain a huge opportunity previously? With this opportunity, Sister Sienna actually planned to attempt to break through to the A rank, that's why she couldn't rush back that time." Chu Feng nodded. However, he was still frowning. It was a good thing that Sienna was going to break through to the A rank. Did something go wrong during the breakthrough? Before Chu Feng could ask, Li Peng took a deep breath and continued, "I only found out after I went there today. Sister Sienna is indeed a genius. She's actually going to succeed. But when breaking through to the A rank, there will be an unusual phenomenon. In this way, Sister Sienna's hiding place was exposed, therefore, Sister Sienna's cultivation place was captured by the spies of the demon race. Countless demon geniuses who had received the news began to attack Sister Sienna. There were even some powerful king-grade geniuses. Before I returned, I even heard that even the 3 strongest emperor-level geniuses of the demon race had begun to set off. They all planned to take advantage of Sister Sienna's breakthrough and kill her before she could resist. This matter caused an uproar among the demons. They called this siege a battle to kill immortals. And then? After Chu Feng heard Li Peng's description, a bone-chilling cold light suddenly flashed across his deep eyes. The surrounding temperature seemed to have suddenly reached a freezing point. It was so cold that Li Peng trembled and hurriedly said, Boss, don't be anxious. Although a large number of demon geniuses have gone to attack Sister Sienna, the human geniuses in the prodigy battlefield have also received the news and have gone to protect Sister Sienna, Xian Chengzi, Li Xinghua, Nia Qinglan, Jiao Xiuxiu, Bai Ziyuan. They had all rushed over. Before I returned, the human geniuses had already repelled several waves of attacks from the demon geniuses. However, the number of geniuses from the demon race far exceeds ours. Furthermore, there is still an endless stream of geniuses and experts rushing over. I even heard that the demon race's emperor-grade geniuses are also on their way. Therefore, we speculate that this will probably be an unprecedented battle between the geniuses of the human race and the demon race. It would be difficult for us to defend, that's why they sent me back to ask Boss to help. Boss, you're only a C-rank warrior. You're completely qualified to participate in the battle. Chapter 266, Despair. After Li Peng finished speaking, he carefully looked at the expressionless and silent Chu Feng. He felt as if the surrounding air had been sealed. He could not breathe. Suddenly, Chu Feng's slightly hoarse voice could be heard. "Now, take me there." Li Peng hurriedly nodded. "If we take the fastest armed helicopter, it will only take an hour. We should still be able to make it." As Li Peng spoke, he was about to contact the helicopter parked in the middle of the plaza. Chu Feng grabbed Li Peng's arm. He soared into the sky. The blazing wings of the sky appeared instantly and shook gently. Chu Feng's figure had practically transformed into a shadow. It caused sonic booms, extreme speed. Chu Feng did not hold back at all. 800 times the speed of sound. He instantly disappeared into the horizon. He watched as the countless lands beneath his feet swept past. Li Peng, who was being carried by Chu Feng, was dumbfounded. "Oh my god. Is this the speed that humans can achieve?" At this terrifying speed, it would take less than 10 minutes. On the other hand, the 4 northern islands, as the first area completely occupied by the demon race, had long become a paradise for demonic creatures. 4 islands, the prodigy battlefield and the peak battlefield occupied one each. The other 2 largest islands were enveloped by a mysterious domain, the demon god realm. According to the information stolen by humans, this domain was left behind by an invincible demon expert. It was indestructible. With the strength of humans, there was no hope of breaking it. At this moment, at the western edge of the prodigy battlefield, a group of imposing figures were standing there. There were demon kings with monstrous demonic flames, as well as human heavenly masters in ancient clothes. However, upon closer inspection, one could tell that all the human heavenly masters present were only incarnations. At this moment, both sides were looking at the intense battle inside the battlefield. Suddenly, a demon king with purple vertical pupils laughed evilly. "Huh, look. Another little fellow from your human race has died. TSK, what a miserable death. His internal organs have been crushed, damn. Sal is too wasteful. How can he step on such good ingredients with his feet? When he comes out, I have to educate him." The other demon kings around him burst into laughter. "Ha! Purple Eye King, I think you're craving it. Why don't we discuss with the humans and let you in to bring out the crushed blood? You can just promise not to kill anyone. Anyway, it would be a waste to throw the corpses away." Counselor Ares, don't you agree? Ha ha. Listening to the ridicule of the demon experts, on the other side, the expressions of the human experts were gloomy. They clenched their fists tightly, wishing they could immediately fight to the death with this group of cruel foreign races. The second counselor of the Human Alliance, Ares, was livid, anger burned in his eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Their incarnations had been stationed here for a long time to supervise these demon kings and not let them enter the prodigy battlefield at will. Otherwise, once a demon king sneaked in, it would be a destructive disaster for the human geniuses. However, they did not dare to be here in person. That would only fall into the demon's trap and give them a chance to capture the human heavenly master in one fell swoop. Therefore, they could only use their incarnations. However, the incarnation had a huge weakness. It was too weak, it was barely comparable to an A rank. If anything unexpected happened, they would not be able to react in time. Like now, Luciener's breakthrough to the A rank caused a phenomenon. If the human heavenly master could discover the abnormality before the demon race, they would have a chance to secretly bring Luciener out. Things would not have turned out like this. An unprecedented chaotic battle had suddenly erupted between the human geniuses and the demon geniuses. Furthermore, because there were too many demon geniuses, even if the human geniuses were stronger individually, an army of ants could kill an elephant. The human geniuses were at a complete disadvantage. If one was not careful, one would lose their life. He watched as these young people in their prime were brutally tortured and killed by those foreign races. Even their corpses were eaten. Ares' heart was bleeding, but he could do nothing. There were 8 demon kings here, and they were all real. They had no qualms. As for the humans, there were only 6 incarnations here. The rest were running around, chasing after the demonic creatures wandering around the world. They couldn't appear in 2 places at once. With the strength of the humans present, charging in to save the human geniuses was no different from daydreaming. Perhaps because he saw Ares' pain, the purple-eyed king smiled even more freely. Sigh. You little fellows are still young, right? What a pity. I'm afraid all of you will die here today. It's not that I want to criticize you, but why aren't you willing to live in peace with us demons? In that case, these little fellows wouldn't have to die, right? Hearing the purple-eyed king's sarcastic voice, a human heavenly master shouted angrily, "Do you want to live in peace? All you want is to invade our home. To enslave our people. Even if we die, we won't let you succeed. TSK, your courage is commendable. In that case, let's wait and see. When His Highness is free." Suddenly, the purple-eyed king seemed to have realized that he had said something he shouldn't have and changed the topic. Yo, Barton and Varshak have also arrived. Together with Sal, the 3 emperor-grade geniuses are all here. Together with the siege of nearly 100 king-grade geniuses, TSK, those little fellows of yours won't be able to last long. There was a commotion among the human heavenly masters. Someone could not help but take a step forward and glare at the demon kings. Yo, are you angry? Ha, it's useless. We're supervising each other here. We won't allow you to enter. You guys can slowly admire your so-called human geniuses. One by one, they will be destroyed by my demon race. Ha ha ha. The purple-eyed king laughed wildly. This was the perfect opportunity to kill all the human geniuses in one go. When His Highness returned from the Bermuda Triangle, he would definitely reward him. The purple-eyed king thought beautifully. At this moment, inside the genius battlefield, on a cliff, a group of human geniuses were gathered together with pale faces. They had just repelled the attack of the demon geniuses again. However, their losses were not small either. Several geniuses had died. At the front of the crowd, Shen Chengzi's green Taoist robe was already tattered and covered in saber scars and sword cuts. Beside him was Nia Qinglan, who was covered in dirt. Her face was pale, and she was clearly exhausted. After that, there was the immortal Emperor Li Xingguo in his previous life, the beast tamer Jiao Xiaoxiu, the 5 Elements Fist Emperor Bai Ziyuan, the Iron Fist King Ba Quan, and Chu Feng's biological sister, Chu Sairu, Joyce, Delia, and the other Western geniuses had also rushed over. Basically all the geniuses in the top 50 of the golden ranking lists were gathered here. It was an unprecedented lineup. However, everyone had a bitter expression on their faces. They were very strong, but their opponents were even stronger. The demon race had nearly 100 king-level geniuses with the combat power of the top 50 on the golden ranking list. There were also 3 emperor-grade geniuses who far surpassed king-grade geniuses. All of them were at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Those who could escape from grade A enemies were not inferior to Lu Xianer before she broke through. Even if Xin Qingzi and Nie Qinglan joined forces, they could only stop one. Furthermore, the demon race had a large number of ordinary cannon fodders. They did not seek to kill the enemy, but to harass the human geniuses. With such a great disparity in strength, how could they fight? Chapter 267, Expelling the Invaders. The human race should rise. Previously, when there was only one emperor-level genius, the human geniuses could manage to hold on, but just now, the last two emperor-grade geniuses of the demon race had also arrived. It was not difficult to imagine that the next wave of attacks from the demon race would be like a flood, unstoppable. What should we do? This was what everyone was thinking. Everyone fell silent. The difference in strength was too great. Behind everyone, on a greenish-gray boulder, Lu Xianer, who was in the middle of a breakthrough, slowly opened her eyes. Above her head, the mortal heavenly tribulation was gathering. This was a necessary step to break through to the A rank. It was supposed to be a good thing, but to the current Lu Xianer, this was not the time. Lu Xianer looked helpless. She did not expect that she would break through directly. She had originally planned to use the opportunity to experience that realm. However, who would have thought that by chance, he would actually break the shackles of the mortal world? He had no choice but to break through, and because of this, he caused a lot of trouble. Looking at the silent crowd, Lu Xianer could not help but feel guilty. A bitter smile appeared on her beautiful face. Her crisp voice like an oriole slowly sounded, "Everyone." Everyone was attracted by Lu Xianer's voice. Lu Xianer smiled lightly. "I will remember your kindness in saving me today. Thank you. You've all done enough for me. Now that the three princes have arrived, if you continue to resist, you will only increase the casualties. You should go. If this continues, we will all die. This time, I've implicated everyone. It's better for me to die alone than for you to be completely wiped out. If we all die, humanity will really have no hope. Of course, before I die, I will also try to take away those three princes. With my current transforming strength and the power of the heavenly tribulation, there is hope. At that time, I will do my best to open up an escape path for you and take the opportunity to escape." As Lu Xianer spoke, determination appeared on her beautiful face. Clearly, she had the intention to die. Lu Xianer had just finished speaking. Chu Feng was the first to step forward. "No. Mortal heavenly tribulation is so terrifying. If you fight the enemy while transcending the tribulation, you will almost definitely die. Absolutely no." Chu Feng looked at Lu Xianer with heartache. She knew her younger brother's feelings for Lu Xianer. She had long treated her as his sister-in-law. Because of the special bond, she did not want Lu Xianer to die just like that. She said solemnly, "Try your best to transcend the tribulation. We can still hold on." Chu Feng hurriedly turned around and looked at everyone, hoping that they could respond to dispel Lu Xianer's thoughts, but the crowd was silent. They were not afraid, however, they really did not have much confidence. Lu Xianer smiled freely after seeing that. "Sister Feng, I know that you feel sorry for me, but there's no better way now, right? This matter started because of me, so it ends because of me. I do not want to burden others. Alright, just do as I say. When the enemy attacks later, I will forcefully trigger the heavenly tribulation and rush into the demon camp to break through their encirclement. You guys can take the opportunity to escape." Lu Xianer's voice echoed in the empty mountains. Everyone lowered their heads in shame. Lu Xianer did not care. At this moment, she seemed to have let go of everything. Her heart was unprecedentedly clear. However, for some reason, that familiar figure suddenly appeared in her mind, the domineering figure who had risked everything to break through the assessment space to save her when she was injured by Lin Yi, the man who was still fearless and confident even when facing the Grand Supreme Elder, the man who was willing to take out 10 million points to ask a heavenly master to protect her, Chu Feng. Lu Xianer subconsciously muttered. The next moment, she suddenly woke up. She felt her face burning. Why did I think of him at a time like this? The two of them had only interacted for a short period of time. The two of them had not even interacted much. However, there was a sense of familiarity from the depths of her soul. It closed the distance between them. It was as if she would feel at ease with him around. There seemed to be no problem that he could not solve. Lu Xianer was even asking herself, during this period of time, she had spared no effort to improve herself. Was it because she did not want to be left behind by that man? As for why she had such thoughts, even she could not explain it. Their relationship did not seem to have reached that stage yet. Was she worried that she wouldn't be worthy of him? At the thought of this, Lu Xianer's face turned even redder. "Aren't you ashamed?" But when she thought of her current situation, she could not help but sigh again. "Chu Feng, will you come?" "Even if he comes, it's probably too late." Taking a deep breath, Lu Xianer's gaze became determined again, perhaps. This was called fate. She no longer hoped for anything. At this moment, she suddenly heard Xian Shengzi's voice. He broke the silence. Xian Shengzi stood with his hands behind his back. He stared at everyone with a sharp gaze and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, are we really going to abandon her and escape alone? You have to understand, we martial artists of the new era have never had the habit of abandoning our companions. If we abandon her today, we might be the ones that are abandoned tomorrow. After all, no one could not be abandoned. It's better to let someone else die. No one doesn't cherish their own life. But have you thought about the consequences? If you were surrounded by companions who could abandon you at any time, would you still trust them with your back? Would you still be willing to risk your life for others at all costs? Would you still trust anyone? Everyone, today, I don't care if you have any selfish motives or if you're afraid of death, but now, we must not retreat. I can't retreat, you can't retreat either. If we retreat, our hearts will dissipate. The vitality of humans would be gone. This price is terrifying. Do you understand? In this era, there is no need for everyone to be selfish. What is needed is selflessness. We were born in this era. This is something we must learn. Only by fighting to the death can we fight for humanity. Only by cutting off all means of retreat can one live against death. Xian Shengzi's words were deafening. Everyone could not help but look at him. Although this guy usually did not like to speak, he knew better than anyone else. Suddenly, a rough voice sounded, "Huh? Xian Shengzi, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you're the only one who understands? I joined the army when I was 18 years old and fought in wars for more than 10 years. Do you think you have the chance to teach me? Let me tell you, in battle, I have never abandoned any of my comrades, and I have never known what retreat is. Charge! Charge! Kill to stop the battle. To be honest, I hate it when you pretend to be sophisticated. If I can survive this time, I will definitely drag you down from the second place. We're both human beings. Who's afraid of who? Do you dare to accept the challenge? If you're a man, give me a straightforward answer." Li Xinghua said casually. Xian Shengzi couldn't help but look at him deeply. This guy must have said that on purpose. He was worried that everyone would not agree with him. If anyone jumped out to object, the hearts of those who had just gathered would probably dissipate again. This man was quite subtle. Now that this guy had said this, even if someone had other thoughts, they would not speak again. Thinking of this, Xian Shengzi looked at Li Xinghua with a smile. "Huh? Li Xinghua, I can't stand you being arrogant in front of me. Let me tell you, I accept. Wait until I beat you up until you kneel down and call me daddy." The usually refined Xian Shengzi could not help but curse. The two of them looked at each other and laughed out loud. His laughter seemed to be contagious. The surrounding people looked at their expressions and smiled knowingly, even if someone understood. They would not expose him. They were all smart people. Perhaps this was called comradeship. The warriors of the new era were all comrades, because everyone had a common goal. To expel the barbarians and the human race should prosper. Chapter 268, Fight to the Death. The group looked at each other and smiled. No one objected. Everyone knew that Xian Shengzi was right. Even if they escaped this time, what about the next time? The next time, did they have to abandon their companions every time? The moment they became alone, humans really had no hope. Behind everyone, Lu Xianer wanted to say something else. However, Chu Sairu glared at her. She swallowed the words she wanted to say. Perhaps, to the current human geniuses, this spirit of not abandoning or giving up was more important than life and death. Xian Shengzi smiled in relief. In that case, let's arrange our tactics now. The three princes are extraordinary. I'm not their match either. I can hold one off with Miss Qinglan. Xian Shengzi did not avoid anything. He was honest. Everyone knew that now was not the time to show off. Li Xinghua, Jiao Xiuxiu, Bai Ziyuan, if the three of you join forces, you should be able to stop one of them. Ba Quan, Joyce, Chu Sairu, Delia, the four of you. Do your best. It's a pity that Li Peng isn't here. Otherwise, your chances would be higher. Xian Shengzi hesitated. Actually, it was too difficult for these four people to resist an emperor-level genius. However, the power they could use was indeed too little. Even so, the top 10 experts on the golden ranking list would fight the three emperor-level geniuses. That meant that the remaining human geniuses would have to fight several king-level geniuses of similar strength at the same time. There were also a large number of demon cannon fodders around. It was too difficult. If one was not careful, one would die. The atmosphere was a little oppressive, but no one objected. This might be the best arrangement. Just then, suddenly, in a corner, a place that everyone subconsciously ignored, A black figure spoke timidly. I should be able to hold back an emperor-level genius. The moment this voice sounded, everyone was shocked. There was actually someone else here, terrifying. If this guy had the intention to sneak an attack on everyone just now, no one would have reacted in time. Everyone could not help but look at the young man in black in the shadows. Are you sure? Ing? Shen Shengzi looked at the young man and asked in a deep voice. If Chu Feng were here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. The shy young man in front of him was the king of the night in his previous life. Ing, a king who wandered in the shadows. At this moment, he was like an ordinary teenager next door. Being stared at by everyone, Ing actually shrank back shyly, but he still repeated firmly, I'm sure, trust me. Shen Shengzi pondered for a moment and looked at Ying's clear and pure eyes. In the end, he nodded and chose to believe it. He believed that in this situation, no one would show off, otherwise, someone would really die. That's great. Baquan, the four of you can be spared. If there's any danger, take the lead and find an opportunity to save them. Everyone, do you have any other questions? No. Alright. Let's fight. Everyone's fighting spirit soared. Even the demons below the cliff could sense it. In the demon race's temporary camp, 3 ferocious demons stood side by side. Looking coldly in the direction of the mountain peak and the humans, the 3 of them were the 3 famous princes of the demon race, Barton, Varshak, and Sal. Countless human geniuses had died tragically at their hands. This reputation was built on the bones of human geniuses. At this moment, Sal, a prince with dark purple skin and sharp spikes all over his body, sneered, foolish humans. Do they think they can fight us with just their numbers? Beside him, the slender Varshak let out a sharp laugh. TSK, just a bunch of brats who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I'll use their blood to forge the path to the Demon King realm. At the back, the burly Barton buzzed. Don't be careless. End the battle quickly. You must kill that woman before she breaks through. That woman is not to be trifled with. Hee, don't worry. With the 3 of us going all out, we can even fight an A rank. How can they withstand us? Sal was extremely confident. He suddenly roared at the sky, demons. Today, follow us and slaughter all the geniuses of the human race and destroy the hope of the human race. In the future, this Earth God Star will definitely be the world of our demon race. Charge! Then, Sal took the lead. He turned into a purple shadow and rushed towards the peak of the mountain. Varshak and Barton looked at each other, gave a long whistle, and quickly followed. Behind them were nearly 100 Demon King-level geniuses and a large number of ordinary cannon fodder. It was like a black cloud pressing down on the city. On the mountain peak, Xian Chengzi and the others had solemn expressions. They had already made up their minds to fight to the death. They also roared, fight! The human geniuses were all armed and ready for battle. Almost instantly, the 2 sides collided like Mars colliding with Earth. The sounds of battle and roars resounded through the world. In just an instant, blood dyed the sky. However, the remaining people did not have time to grieve. They erupted and faced the enemy. Everyone only had one thought left. Killing one was enough. Killing 2 would be profitable. According to the original arrangement, everyone had found their own opponents. The 3 princes were all stopped. But after a real battle, Xian Chengzi and the others truly felt the power of an emperor-level genius. Even though he had joined forces with Nia Qinglan, the 2 of them were still beaten back repeatedly without the slightest ability to fight back. On the other side, Sal sneered, foolish humans, everyone wasn't here just now. I just played with you guys for a while. Do you really think you're my match just because you joined forces? Die. Feeling the ferocious impact of the demonic power, Xian Chengzi's expression changed drastically. On the other side, Li Xinghua and the other 2 were in a similar situation. Their expressions changed drastically. How can this be? How can he be so strong? At this rate, I'm afraid we won't even be able to last 3 minutes. Once their side was breached, humans would instantly be defeated. At that time, no one would be able to stop the 3 princes. Humans would definitely lose. On the other hand, at Ying's battlefield, he actually managed to restrain Barton by himself. Ying suddenly cast a black sky curtain that enveloped him and Barton. No one knew what was happening inside, but they could hear Barton's angry roars from time to time. Ying was fine for the time being. But it was not enough. The strength of the enemy was beyond imagination. If this continued, humanity would definitely lose. Xian Chengzi's eyes widened as he roared, everyone, hold on. Believe in Chu Feng. He will definitely come and save us. Sal, who was suppressing the two of them, smiled disdainfully. It's useless, no matter who comes, as long as they are not Aranks, they would be courting death if they came. As for the prodigy battlefield, Aranks are not allowed to enter, so just accept your death. Sal sneered. He had had enough fun. He planned to end this battle. Destructive energy gathered in the purple palm. Xian Qingzi and Nie Qinglun tried their best to resist, but it was useless. The two of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with bitterness. It still didn't work. Forget it, forget it. They had already done their best. Behind him, Luciener, who was about to complete the tribulation, was extremely anxious. She was already planning to trigger the heavenly tribulation and go all out. Even if she would be killed, she could not watch her companions die. Just then, suddenly, something unexpected happened. In the distant horizon, thunderous sounds were coming. Chapter 269. Although there are millions of enemies, I'm going. Everyone looked over. In the distant horizon, two figures were rapidly approaching, almost instantly. They could see the outline clearly. Chu Feng. It's Chu Feng. Xian Chengzi was overjoyed. In the end, he still arrived. On the other side, Sal's expression darkened, but when he saw who it was, he suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Don't tell me that this is the last hope of you humans. He is actually just a mere C-rank warrior. Ha! Is there really no one left in the human race? Sal couldn't stop laughing. Tears streamed down his face. These humans must be crazy to treat a mere C-rank warrior as their savior. He could easily blow a large number of C-rank warriors to death. TSK, looks like you guys are very excited. Unfortunately, it is useless. After I kill you, I'll kill your savior. I'll let you sink into despair forever. TSK, hope. What a beautiful thing, but you humans are not worthy to have it. Sal had a cruel smile on his face. His purple palm was like a sharp machete. He raised his hand and slashed down. He was about to kill Xian Qingzi. Suddenly, at this moment, the world seemed to have suddenly fallen silent. Even the air seemed to have frozen. Roars, wails, the sounds of weapons clashing, all sounds suddenly disappeared. Everyone seemed to have become deaf and mute. Their shocked eyes met. The figure in the sky slashed gently with the black saber in his hand from 100 miles away. The next moment, everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. A dazzling golden saber beam pierced through the sky. It was as if it had come from the 9 heavens. It instantly crossed endless space. It descended onto the battlefield. It instantly suppressed everything. Wherever it passed, even the sky was torn apart inch by inch. It was a terrifying weight that even the world could not bear. When the saber slashed out, it was like a mountain pressing down, shattering the heavens and earth. The blade slashed across Sal's body. At that moment, the cruel smile remained on Sal's face. But when the saber beam slashed across, Sal's body seemed to have been suddenly run over by a boulder. It instantly shattered into countless tiny particles. A breeze blew past, and nothing was left behind. The power of one slash was earth-shattering. At that moment, the world fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing in unison. They stared blankly at the figure in the horizon. They were hundreds of miles apart. With just a saber beam, he had killed a prince of the demon race. Even if the top geniuses of the human race joined forces, they would not be a match for an emperor. Level genius. Under that saber beam, the prince did not even have the right to feel pain. He was instantly reduced to ashes. What kind of power was this? At that moment, the remaining geniuses of the demon race were all stunned. Could a C-rank warrior be so strong? Actually, it was not just them. Even the human prodigies could not help but widen their eyes. Many of them had not truly seen Chu Feng's strength. When they saw it today, they were dumbfounded. While everyone was stunned, carrying Li Peng, Chu Feng instantly arrived at the human side of the battlefield. He threw Li Peng to the ground. Chu Feng stood with his hands behind his back. He was not angry at all. He casually glanced at Sal's location. There was an indifferent sound. You're just an ant, yet you dared to be arrogant in front of me. Then, he looked up at the hundreds of demon geniuses in front of him. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. He growled, also, who gave you the guts to hurt my woman? Chu Feng's tone was bone-chilling. A dragon had a reverse scale. Anyone who touched it would die. Unfortunately, these guys had all committed the same crime. None of them would survive. Quick! Run! Varshak was the first to react. His face was pale with fear. He instantly abandoned his opponent and ran down the mountain like a madman. The scene just now had completely frightened him. Sal, whose strength was similar to his, was slashed into ashes by this man 100 miles away. And this man was only a C-rank. Varshak felt like he was dreaming. This C-rank warrior had super A-rank battle power. He was not even an ordinary A-rank. Otherwise, how could he kill an emperor-level genius from hundreds of miles away? He fled frantically, escaping the prodigy battlefield. Only by escaping to the Demon King's side would he have a chance of survival. As for his companions and fellow clansmen, at this time, he could not care less about others. It would be best if this man went after the others. That way, he would have a higher chance of escaping. He made up his mind. Varshak fled for his life. He even bumped into other demon geniuses along the way, no mercy at all. The other demon geniuses also reacted. With a boom, they fled in all directions. They ran down the mountain, afraid that they would fall behind. They were no longer as arrogant as before. As for Chu Feng, he merely watched all of this coldly. His indifferent voice seemed to have sounded in everyone's ears. None of you can escape. As he spoke, he slowly opened his arms. The domain power began to spread wildly. It instantly enveloped everyone. Then, Chu Feng moved. He seemed to have turned into a ray of light. As if he had teleported, he appeared in front of the fastest fleeing Varshak. No. Don't kill me. At this moment, Varshak felt extreme despair. His eyes were filled with fear. A cruel sneer appeared on Chu Feng's face. When you slaughtered my fellow humans, did you ever think that they were as afraid as you? But you still killed them. Therefore, go and apologize to your fellow humans who died tragically at your hands. As he spoke, the demon slayer in Chu Feng's hand slashed down without the slightest hesitation. Boom, it smashed the guy into a pulp. Thick blood energy spread out, but it was all absorbed by the demon slayer and stored. The saber nurturing technique was outstanding for the first time. Then, Chu Feng turned his gaze to the other demon geniuses. All the demon geniuses were terrified. Next, it's your turn. At that moment, Chu Feng was like a messenger of death from hell. A dazzling saber beam slashed across and took the lives of a group of demon geniuses, whether it was a king-grade genius or a so-called emperor-grade genius. They were all the same in Chu Feng's hands. No one could withstand even a single attack from Chu Feng. It was all absorbed by the demon slayer. Before countless demon geniuses died, their endless resentment gathered and floated in the sky for a long time, as if they were staring at Chu Feng. Even the sky was covered. It was pitch black. However, Chu Feng remained indifferent and fearless. This scene completely shocked the hearts of all the human geniuses. Lu Xianer's beautiful eyes shone brightly. He became so strong. She had thought that her improvement was already fast enough. However, compared to Chu Feng, she was like mud. The difference was too great. Although Shen Shengzi and the others had already seen Chu Feng slash a heavenly master, when they saw this again, their heart was still surging. This was a prodigy of our human race. This was the pride of our human race. Even when facing countless geniuses of the demon race, he still swept in all directions with his saber. A hero. Although there were 10 million enemies, he would still go forward. Bai Ziyuan roared excitedly. Boss Chu, invincible. The others also roared into the sky excitedly. Boss Chu is invincible. Hooray! The human race will definitely win. Chapter 270. There are no vengeful spirits under the demon slayer. At the western edge of the prodigy battlefield, a group of imposing figures stood in the air. The 8A-ranked demon kings stood on one side. Arrogant, when they saw the demon geniuses completely suppressing the human geniuses, all of them smiled brightly. They mocked the human heavenly masters in front of them. TSK, Ares, how does it feel to see the so-called hope of you humans die one by one with your own eyes? Are you upset? Angry? Ha ha. If you're angry, you can call your true bodies over and gather the other heavenly masters over to kill us to vent your anger. Why don't you dare? TSK, what a pity. A bunch of cowards. Listening to the mocking words of the 8 demon kings, Ares' chest was heaving. He was furious, but he couldn't say a word. He could only watch helplessly as his descendants risked their lives. He hated them. He hated these damned aliens. He hated himself for being trash. So what if he was a peak heavenly master? So what if he was the second counselor? He could not even protect his own juniors. Ares had let the human race down. The other heavenly masters could not help but clench their fists and grit their teeth with bloodshot eyes. They really wanted to summon their true body and rush forward to kill these bastards. Unfortunately, they could not. The human heavenly masters hiding in the dark were the greatest deterrents to the demon race. Seeing that his mockery had no effect, the Purple-Eye King could only sneer. Trash. A bunch of cowards. The human race is really a trash race. You are born to be slaves to the demon race, ha ha ha. The Purple-Eye King laughed wildly, but suddenly, a world-shattering bang interrupted the Purple-Eye King's laughter. Everyone subconsciously looked at the center of the battlefield. There, at some point in time, suddenly, a golden saber beam appeared. Wherever the saber beam passed, the world was shattering, the ground was trembling. The terrifying power made these ranked demon kings tremble even though they were thousands of miles away. The next moment, many ranks could only see that an indifferent young figure stood in the air with a cold expression. With a casual wave of his hand, he could easily take the lives of countless demon geniuses. They could not resist at all. Even the so-called emperor-grade geniuses were instantly reduced to dust. The Purple-Eye King was dumbfounded. What? Impossible. A rank battle power? A C-rank warrior. How can he have a rank battle power? The next moment, the Purple-Eye King suddenly reacted and became anxious. He roared furiously, "Quick! Save them!" If he allowed that young man to continue killing, all the geniuses of the demon race would be killed by him alone. At this moment, the many demon kings could no longer laugh. They were extremely flustered. They just wanted to rush into the battlefield to save them. As arrogant as they had been earlier, they were in a sorry state now. Seeing this, Ares and the others did not even have time to be happy before they saw the demons' actions. They stood in front of the demon kings. Why? You guys were the ones who set the rule that our ranks are not allowed to enter the genius battlefield. Are you planning to break the rule now? The Purple-Eye King was about to go crazy. Get lost. Now, with every minute of delay, countless demon geniuses would be killed. He was really anxious. It was you humans who sent an A rank in first. At this moment, it was Ares' turn to relax. He opened his mouth without the slightest anxiety. Don't tell me that you, a peak A-rank demon king, can't even tell the difference between an A-rank and a C-rank warrior? The Purple-Eye King was speechless. A ferocious glint flashed across his eyes. Don't say such useless things. Those bullshit rules are for you humans. Even if we violate them, what can you do? Come and kill us if you dare. Face reality. You guys are only alive because of the pity of the demon race. Trash. As he spoke, the auras of the 8 great demon kings erupted at the same time. They charged forward, they broke through the obstruction of the human heavenly masters, they flew anxiously towards the center of the battlefield. Behind him, Ares and the others just sneered. Just a while ago, they had stopped them for a while, and a large number of the demon geniuses had been slaughtered. There were probably only a few left. The heavenly masters were overjoyed. Good job, Chu Feng. This was called exactly give him a taste of his own medicine. Immediately after, the incarnations of the 6 heavenly masters also chased after them. At the same time, their aura suddenly erupted. It reminded Chu Feng that demon kings had charged over. He had to be careful. On the other side, Chu Feng was enjoying his killing. The demon slayer was almost dyed red with blood. He suddenly sensed surging auras approaching at high speed. He sneered, "Can't hold it in anymore?" Chu Feng knew very well the so-called rule that our ranks could not enter had no binding power on these demons. After killing so many demon geniuses, they could no longer sit still. The demon slayer casually slashed again. None of the demon geniuses who were affected were spared. At this moment, the Purple-Eye King's furious roar could be heard. Bastard! Stop it! The next moment, the Purple-Eye King and the others arrived. Looking at the mess on the ground, the Purple-Eye King was furious. This way, how would he explain when His Highness returned? The geniuses of the demon race were almost all dead. How could they stop the growth of the human geniuses? This concerned His Highness's great plan. It was not difficult to imagine how furious His Highness would be, at that time, as the person in charge. He would probably be in trouble, therefore, he could only think of ways to make up for it. For example, killing all the geniuses of humanity. A ferocious glint flashed in the Purple-Eye King's eyes. He stared fixedly at Chu Feng and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you're so ruthless. You actually killed the innocent like this. Don't blame us for killing your human genius." Hearing those words, Chu Feng merely raised his head lightly. He smiled brightly. He looked straight at the 8 great demon kings without any fear. He was calm. Innocent? Are you worthy of that name? You invaded our home and harmed hundreds of millions of ordinary humans. How dare you talk about innocence? Ridiculous, all of you deserve to die. There are no vengeful spirits under the demon slayer. The Purple-Eye King was furious. You're still quibbling. No matter what, it's a fact that you snuck into the prodigy battlefield with the strength of an A rank and bullied the weak. You killed geniuses of my demon race. Surrender obediently and wait for His Highness' judgment, otherwise, don't blame us for making this cliff your burial ground. Hearing those words, Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. He casually glanced at the 8 demon kings in front of him. He spoke softly, "Let this cliff become my burial ground." Just because you guys are a PK, 2 high-grade AS and 5 ordinary AS? I'm afraid it's not enough. Hee. You're so stubborn even at the brink of death. Do you think that those useless human heavenly masters can save you? In that case, don't even think about it. They're a bunch of trash who only dare to appear as incarnations. Ask them if they dare? At this moment, Ares and the others had just arrived. Hearing the Purple Eye King's words, he suddenly said in a deep voice, "Then you can try. For the future of humanity, we are willing to fight to the death." As he spoke, Ares and the others prepared to summon their true bodies. At this point, even if they knew that they would die, they had to fight. They could not let Chu Feng shoulder everything alone. But suddenly, Chu Feng smiled. He calmly stood in front of everyone, holding his sword. His voice was loud and clear. "Senior Ares, they're just a few clowns. There's no need for seniors to take action. I just need to trouble the seniors to protect Sienna and the others. As for these trash, I alone am enough to deal with them." Chapter 271, Unable to Block. Completely unable to block, Chu Feng's calm voice resounded through the ground. He looked quietly at the 8 demon kings in front of him, a total of 8 A ranks. There was even a PK rank and 2 high-level A ranks. Together, they were even more terrifying. There were no weaklings in the A rank. It was definitely not a lie, therefore, unless a true Ultimate A was here, even a peak expert like Ho Woody would probably die, and Ultimate A ranks were too rare. They were even more precious than a S-rank expert. Such an expert was 1 in a billion. If one was not a genius, if one was not a peerless genius, if one was not lucky, one would not be able to obtain it. Therefore, facing the 8 demon kings at the same time, even to Chu Feng, it was a considerable challenge. However, Chu Feng wanted to give it a try. After returning from the Blood Sea space, his strength was roughly between PK and Ultimate A. In terms of attack, he could reach the threshold of Ultimate A rank, but he was far inferior in other aspects. However, he had accidentally obtained a semi-divine grade magical armor and a king of sabers like the Demon Slayer. They greatly increased his strength. In terms of attack, he had truly stepped into the Ultimate A rank. The quasi-divine artifact, the magical armor, greatly increased Chu Feng's defense. There was also the realm heart to enhance his domain. Even if he was lacking in other aspects, as the saying went, strength alone could defeat all techniques. His attack, defense, and restraint were enough to make Chu Feng's threat level close to that of an Ultimate A rank. Thus, Chu Feng wanted to give it a try. Fighting 8 A ranks alone, this was an unbelievable thing in everyone's eyes. It was one thing for a C-rank warrior to have the combat power of an A rank, but he wanted to fight 8 A ranks alone. How was it possible? The Purple Eye King and the others looked as if they had heard a huge joke. All of them were laughing so hard that tears came out. Huh? You're really not joking, right? Chu Feng had a smile on his face. However, he was disinclined to answer. The Purple Eye King couldn't help but say, "Since you insist on courting death, don't blame us for bullying you with numbers." Beside him, an A-rank demon covered in armor and holding a heavy sword sneered, After living for so many years, this is the first time I've seen someone asking to get killed. Are all humans such idiots?" The Heavy Sword King was famous for his heavy sword. He even dared to fight a Pika head-on. Among the 8 demon kings present, in terms of strength, he was second only to the Purple Eye King. But just as he finished speaking, however, he suddenly felt as if he was being stared at by a cold gaze. His body tensed up. It made him feel uneasy. Chu Feng's indifferent eyes swept over the Great Sword King. He suddenly said softly, "I'll kill you first later." His tone was light. It was as if he was announcing an unimportant matter. However, this indifferent attitude made the 8 demon kings feel a chill run down their spines. "Stop pretending. You're courting death." The Heavy Sword King was the first to be unable to tolerate it. With the heavy sword in hand, he charged forward. Seeing this, the other 7 demon kings jumped up at the same time, worried that the Heavy Sword King would suffer. The 8 of them had clearly worked together for a long time and had a unique way of working together. They tacitly surrounded Chu Feng. The demonic might was vast and overwhelming. Strong winds blew everywhere. The world began to turn gloomy. The 8 demon kings stood in 8 directions like 8 cold vipers, waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Even the spectators could feel this invisible pressure. Ares' expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He knew very well that even with his Pika rank strength, he had no chance of winning. Chu Feng. Could he really do it? At the moment when all the humans present were worried for Chu Feng was calm and composed, as if he did not care at all. He pursed his lips and muttered, "This is considered a kind of willpower impact. It's just so lowly." After hanging out with number 4 for so long, Chu Feng would not even bother to use such a clumsy method to create pressure. The next moment, Chu Feng's body merely trembled. It seemed to contain a certain rhythm. Immediately after, the invisible pressure from the 8 demon kings disappeared without a trace, like snow melting. What's going on? Ares was shocked. Although his strength was not bad, after all, the inheritance on Earth had long been severed and his horizons were limited. Naturally, they could not understand Chu Feng's methods. On the other side, seeing that Chu Feng had easily escaped the soul-breaking formation that the 8 of them had painstakingly created, the Purple Eye King and the Heavy Sword King exchanged glances. Their eyes were also filled with shock. How could this be? In the past, as long as they used the soul-breaking formation, the enemy would already be in a state of confusion before they even fought. It would be considered not bad if they could unleash half of their strength, but today, why did it not work? This kid was unusual, then kill him directly. The Purple Eye King shouted. Since it could not affect Chu Feng, he could only choose to fight him head-on. Hearing the Purple Eye King's order, the 8 of them raised their weapons at the same time. Surging magic power overflowed. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. It was as if it wanted to drown Chu Feng. Naturally, Chu Feng would not sit around and wait for death. His gaze was fixed on the Heavy Sword King. He had said that he would kill him first, so he had to do it. The next moment, Chu Feng moved. With the Demon Slayer in hand, he arrived in front of the Heavy Sword King like a shadow. After one step, he ignored everyone else's attacks and only had eyes for the Heavy Sword King. The Purple Eye King was overjoyed. Good. This idiot actually exposed his back to us in order to kill the Heavy Sword King. As long as our attacks land on him, he will definitely die. Heavy Sword King, hold on. As long as you withstand his first wave of attacks, this kid will definitely die. The Purple-Eyed King roared. A dazzling purple light appeared in his hand, and the purple eye in the middle of his forehead began to glow. He no longer held back. The Heavy Sword King instantly understood the situation. He looked at Chu Feng mockingly. Kid, you're crazy. You're still too young and don't have much combat experience. You're too easily agitated. Be careful in your next life. As he spoke, he raised the heavy sword in his hand and planned to take Chu Feng's slash head-on. He was already good at fighting head-on, and strength was his forte. He was confident that no matter how strong the kid in front of him was, he would definitely not be able to kill him in one strike. When his companion's attacks arrived, it was time for this guy to die. It was a beautiful thought. Unfortunately, Chu Feng was no fool. The Blood Sea had given him countless bloody battles. He had fought battles that others might not even experience in 100 years. How rich was his combat experience? From the moment the battle began, the battlefield was already under Chu Feng's control. At this moment, looking at the smug expression on the Heavy Sword King's face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In that case, let me give you a piece of advice. In your next life, don't be too confident. You'll die. Just as he finished speaking, the Demon Slayer in Chu Feng's hand descended. It was as if a towering mountain had crashed down. The space seemed to be wailing. He was crushed, shattered inch by inch. Without facing it head-on, one would never know how terrifying the Demon Slayer was. At that moment, the Heavy Sword King, who was known for his strength and calmness, suddenly found it difficult to breathe. The Demon Slayer in front of him seemed to have become a huge mountain range in his eyes as it crushed over. Boom. The Demon Slayer instantly pressed down. The Heavy Sword King felt as if a mountain had smashed into his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened. Even his hands that were holding the sword were trembling. How? How can it be so heavy? I can't block it. I can't block it at all. Why? Why would you rather die with me? I can't accept this. Purple Eye King, this is all your fault. This is all your fault. Chapter 272, Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. The next moment, everyone heard a cracking sound. It was actually the Heavy Sword King's sword. It was broken. He fought head-on. His weapon was severed by the Demon Slayer. The blade slashed down. It was like a boulder weighing hundreds of millions of kilograms. It crushed down. Boom. At the last moment, the Heavy Sword King only had time to let out a sorrowful cry. He was smashed into meat paste until his death. The Heavy Sword King still did not know why Chu Feng would rather withstand the attacks of the other 7 demon kings and perish together with him. Was it because he had said that humans were stupid? The Heavy Sword King felt that he had died a wrongful death. Why did he encounter such a reckless lunatic? He could only blame his mouth. Even if the Purple Eye King and the others killed Chu Feng afterward, he would already be deader than dead. He couldn't be more regretful. Looking at the smashed Heavy Sword King, Chu Feng merely smiled indifferently and muttered, "Who told you that I wanted to die with you? From the beginning to the end, it was just your wishful thinking." His voice trailed off. A dazzling golden ball of light suddenly erupted from Chu Feng's body and enveloped his entire body. before the attacks of the other 7 demon kings landed. Chu Feng directly activated the magical armor. This was the first time this core armor, which was ranked as the first divine artifact, displayed its terrifying effect in front of the world. All attacks were weakened by 50%. In addition, Chu Feng had tempered his body in the blood sea and forged a terrifying body. An ordinary A rank attack could be ignored. The attack of a high-grade A could only slightly injure Chu Feng. It was not worth mentioning, only the Purple Eye King's attack would cause some damage to Chu Feng. However, that was all. At most, it would be light injuries. Boom, boom. Right at that moment, as the Purple Eye King laughed sinisterly, countless attacks of different colors smashed into Chu Feng's back. All of them hit without any fancy moves. As for Chu Feng, even if he wanted to dodge, it was too late. He could only endure it all. A violent explosion raised a cloud of dust. No one knew what would happen to Chu Feng, who was in the middle of the explosion. Ares couldn't help but sigh. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but everything turned into a sigh. Chu Feng was still too rash. It was not a wise move to fight head-on. If he was struck by the combined attacks of 7 great A demon kings, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured, let alone have the strength to fight again. Taking a deep breath, Ares secretly gestured to the heavenly masters behind him. If Chu Feng was defeated, they would be needed. Even if they could not defeat them, they had to fight with their true bodies and save the future hope of these humans. In fact, Ares had already contacted Houwudi and asked him to rush over with his men. Before the demons could react, if he fought a blitzkrieg battle, he might be able to reap some benefits. Behind Ares, the human geniuses were also worried. However, a voice in their hearts kept telling them, Chu Feng would not lose. How could the man who had created countless miracles fall so easily? They did not believe it. Bai Ziyuan and the other young people had an inexplicable faith in Chu Feng that even they could not explain. Perhaps they had personally witnessed Chu Feng creating so many miracles. Just as everyone was looking forward to it, the dust gradually settled. In the middle, a golden light flashed. Then, there was a sudden cough. Ahem. Damn. I miscalculated. Why does it hurt so much? Under everyone's gaze, Chu Feng complained non-stop as if nothing had happened. He slowly walked out of the dust fog. It was as if he was not injured at all. He resisted the attacks of 7 A ranks without being injured. How was it possible? Everyone was dumbfounded. Was this guy made of iron? Even if he was made of black iron, he should have shattered into pieces after being attacked by 7 A ranks. Ares and the others were dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape, and they could not say a word. He suddenly smiled bitterly. He suddenly understood Houwudi's helplessness when facing Chu Feng. After being with this guy for a long time, his heart could not take it. The Purple Eye King and the other A-ranked demon kings were stunned. They subconsciously looked at their hands. Just now, they didn't miss, right? But why? Was he fine? Was this guy still human? Only Bai Ziyuan and the others suddenly cheered. Ha! Boss, invincible. From the beginning to the end, they believed that Chu Feng would definitely create a miracle. This time would be no exception. As expected, Chu Feng did not disappoint them. Lu Xiener, who was undergoing tribulation, heaved a sigh of relief. This man had always exceeded her expectations. Chu Feng himself did not feel much. There was only pain left. He had indeed suffered some injuries, but they had been mostly healed by Chu Feng's powerful recovery ability. However, the pain was so real, it did not weaken at all. Chu Feng could not help but curse at the magical armor. What kind of lousy divine artifact was this? Was it so difficult to add an additional function to block pain? The user experience was extremely poor. Thinking of the magical armor, Chu Feng was unable to contain himself from checking the remaining energy in the magical armor. He was shocked when he saw it. That attack just now had actually consumed half of the energy reserves in the magical armor. In other words, Chu Feng had just lost 10 million points. Damn. I can't play anymore. One game costs 10 million points. Who can afford it? Chu Feng's heart ached. He just wanted to test the effect of the magical armor. The effect he had experienced now was indeed heaven-defying, but the speed at which he spent money was also very heaven-defying. Chu Feng felt that he was the only one who could afford that. If it had been someone else wearing this magical armor, they would have gone bankrupt in just a few uses. At the thought of this, Chu Feng did not wish to be targeted again. This was a loss of money. At that moment, Chu Feng made up his mind. In the future, if he could resolve things with a saber, he would try not to sell his body. He was serious. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Chu Feng suddenly raised the demon slayer in his hand. Clothes fluttered without wind. Countless illusory saber shadows filled the entire world. At this moment, the world seemed to have become a domain of sabers. Chu Feng was the center of the world. A vast saber aura soared into the sky, the phantom of A. True Dragon appeared faintly on the Demon Slayer and floated behind Chu Feng. It roared at the sky, it fully displayed the might of a true dragon, the 6th level of the 9-wave saber technique. With the enhancement of the dragon soul, it had completely surpassed the limit of A. At that moment, the world changed, the mountains and rivers shook violently, the expressions of the Purple Eye King and the others changed drastically. They looked at Chu Feng in fear, and their voices began to tremble. This. Impossible. Ultimate A rank. How can he be an ultimate A rank? Monster. Humans. Humans in the Age of Doom can actually produce a PK rank. Crazy. Run. Let's split up. Send a distress call to His Highness. At this moment, the Purple Eye King no longer had any intention of resisting. Fear filled their eyes. As for Chu Feng, he merely said indifferently. A cold glint appeared in his eyes. Why are you running? Since you're here, don't be in a hurry to leave. Chapter 273, Pika Death. The 7 of them were like headless flies, they fled frantically. As for Chu Feng, he merely sneered. The heavenly water domain spread out, realm heart amplification. Instantly, the entire world seemed to have turned into a vast ocean. As for the Purple Eye King and the others, they were like a small boat in the sea that could capsize at any time. He did not plan to give these demons any chance to escape. Instantly, Chu Feng moved. Light pursuit realm. Chu Feng's figure seemed to fill the sky. In just an instant, he had caught up to a demon king. He was just an ordinary A rank. The moment he saw Chu Feng, his face turned pale. He was so terrified that he wanted to beg for mercy. However, Chu Feng simply did not give him the chance. The demon slayer smashed down. Thunderbolt, boom. Chu Feng could not even be bothered to look at the outcome. If struck by the demon slayer head-on, an ordinary A rank would definitely not be able to escape. Then, he charged towards a demon king beside him with his saber. The direction in which the two of them fled was not far away. Chu Feng easily caught up to him. You can't kill me. You talk too much. Even if you're the demon emperor's father, it's useless. Chu Feng sneered. With a boom, he was smashed into meat paste. The demon slayer frantically absorbed the vigorous blood energy of the two great demon kings. A sinister red light flashed across the blade, as if blood was flowing inside. In an instant, he had killed 2 A ranks. To Chu Feng, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. But at this moment, the other 5 demon kings had already fled in different directions. Among them, the Purple Eye King fled the fastest and was about to disappear from sight. If Chu Feng wanted to chase after them, he could at most kill 1 more. Chu Feng was naturally unwilling to accept this outcome. It was not easy to catch 8 stragglers. How could he let them escape so easily? In that case, I'll let you guys appear. Chu Feng muttered to himself. A bunch of super balls suddenly appeared in his hand. He threw them without hesitation. White lights flashed. In the sky, 4 towering figures suddenly appeared. Ancient Ancestral Dragon, Nightmare Ingesting Beast King, Corpse Dragon King, Skeleton King. Chu Feng had 4 grade A pet beasts. Immediately after, 3 more shadows appeared, 3 bloodline clones. A total of 7 figures floated in the sky. They were all true A ranks. A surging pressure covered the world. The next moment, Chu Feng ordered indifferently, split up and chase them. Don't let any of them go. Leave the one in purple skin to me. Then, Chu Feng took the lead. He chased after the Purple Eye King as if he had teleported. He wanted to kill that fellow with his own hands. At the same time, the ancient ancestral dragon roared happily. Its dazzling golden armor reflected the sunlight, making it look extremely noble. It had been holding it in for too long. It was extremely excited to be released by its master. It locked onto the only high-graded demon king and rushed out. In terms of speed, it was not much slower. Then Chu Feng, immediately after, the Nightmare Ingesting Beast King, Corpse Dragon King, Skeleton King, and the 3 bloodline clones all displayed their abilities. They quickly chased after the other A-rank demon kings. Whether in terms of quantity or quality, the A-ranks under Chu Feng far surpassed the 5 demon kings. The outcome was already destined. The whistling sounds disappeared. The world returned to calm. However, the people who stayed behind, regardless of whether they were human geniuses or older heavenly masters, were stunned on the spot. They looked at the intense battles erupting in the sky. They were speechless. Their eyes widened as they looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with indescribable shock. Chu Feng. He actually has more trump cards? Oh my god. Unbelievable. In just over a month, Chu Feng's own strength has improved at lightning speed. Even his pet beast has surpassed a rank. How is this possible? Damn! His pet beasts are stronger than us now. How can we still live? What? What did he do? Everyone went crazy. This was simply a miracle. He alone had the combat power of 8A ranks. Among them, Chu Feng himself was a top-notch expert comparable to an A rank. Just Chu Feng alone was comparable to the entire human race. How could everyone not be shocked? In the distance, Chu Feng had already caught up to the Purple Eye King. The speaker-ranked Demon King, who had just been insufferably arrogant, was now in an extremely sorry state. He was completely suppressed by Chu Feng. There was no room for retaliation. A PK rank was like a weak child before Chu Feng. He could not escape or win. He felt extremely aggrieved. This scene made Ares have mixed feelings. Did this mean that it would be the same if Chu Feng were to hit him? Times had really changed. Ah! Damn humans! In the sky, the Purple Eye King was furious. His injuries were getting worse. Every time the Demon Slayer attacked, he would vomit blood. If this continued, he would be crushed to death by Chu Feng in a few moves. He knew that there was no hope of escape. The Purple Eye King was in despair. A hint of madness suddenly appeared in his eyes. He stared fixedly at Chu Feng and roared hysterically, "Kid! You forced me! You forced me! Since I'm going to die anyway, I'll bring all the geniuses of your human race to die. Ha ha ha! The self-destruction of a PK rank, hee hee, those brats will instantly turn to dust. It's worth it to have them buried with me." As he spoke, the Purple Eye King had completely burned himself. He planned to use the most brutal method, self-destruction, to take revenge on Chu Feng and all the humans. Instantly the Purple Eye King's strength soared. He took Chu Feng's slash head-on. He was sent flying. He desperately approached the human prodigies. This scene made Ares and the others furious. "Quick! Stop him! Even if all our incarnations explode, we have to protect the children." The 6 heavenly master phantoms were extremely nervous. At this moment, the frenzied Purple Eye King was too strong. They were not absolutely confident in defending against him. If the Purple Eye King broke through the defense line, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, behind the Purple Eye King, 2 dazzling milky white lights suddenly shot out from Chu Feng's eyes. Almost instantly, they entered the Purple Eye King's mind. Immediately, the Purple Eye King screamed. His wails were extremely sharp. His momentum was forcefully stopped. He hugged his head and rolled around in pain. It was as if he was experiencing great pain. Battle soul transformation. Willpower attack. The Purple Eye King was focused on self-destruction. In his madness, his guard against Chu Feng had been lowered to the extreme. It was easily pierced through by Chu Feng's powerful will. Then, Chu Feng, who was chasing after him, pierced through his body. Then, he slashed his wrist. Whoosh! The Purple Eye King's body was sliced in half. Purple blood rained down from the sky. It slowly floated down. With the Demon Slayer in hand, Chu Feng looked coldly at the blood rain that filled the sky. Self-destruct? You're thinking too much. In front of me, you don't even have the chance to self-destruct. Chapter 274, Unprecedented Point Reward. In everyone's eyes, he was an invincible PK rank, but he died so easily, he could not struggle at all. He did not even have the chance to self-destruct. One had to know that the peak combat power of humans was only in that level. No one spoke. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone's gazes were focused on Chu Feng. Their eyes were filled with amazement. This was a legend. In the shadows in the corner, a young man looked at Chu Feng with admiration. His slightly shy face was filled with excitement. "My idol is getting stronger. Master! I must acknowledge my idol as my master." Ever since the day of the Huaxiao Warrior University's assessment, Chu Feng had become his faith. He dreamed that one day, he would be able to suppress all geniuses like Chu Feng. In fact, he had also done it. Other than Chu Feng, he was not inferior to anyone else. He was a peerless genius who had been underestimated by everyone. He was also the only one who could hold back a prince of the demon race by himself. Furthermore, he was not at a disadvantage. However, this genius was focused on attracting Chu Feng's attention. He wanted to become Chu Feng's disciple. However, the young man was too shy to take the first step. Just as he was struggling, suddenly, another series of explosions came from the distant horizon. It was the ending of the other battlefields. With Chu Feng's 4 grade A pet beasts and his 3 bloodline clones joining forces, the other 4 grade A demon kings were no match for him at all. They all died. With the return of the ancient ancestral dragon and the others, this battle was officially over. At this point, all 8A ranked demon kings who had charged into the battlefield had died. No one could escape. The ancient ancestral dragon and the other behemoths floated in the sky. They blocked the sun, magnificent. However, they were all quietly following behind Chu Feng, extremely obediently. They were not as brutal as when they tore apart the A-rank demon kings. The 8 extraordinary A-ranks shocked everyone. However, Chu Feng merely waved his hand indifferently. He recalled the 4 pet beasts into the super balls. The 3 bloodline clones also returned to the silver moon bracelet. Chu Feng did not have the time to say anything to the crowd. He quickly arrived at the place where the 4 demon kings had died. There was still a large amount of vital energy left in the world. These were all good things that could not be wasted. The demon slayer absorbed rapidly. In a day, he absorbed a large amount of the blood energy of the demon geniuses and monopolized the blood energy of the 8 A-rank demon kings. The blade became redder and redder, and it looked like it was about to turn purple. It was as if there was an unparalleled power brewing in the blade. The art of saber nurturing was something that could shock the world with a single cry. Just when Chu Feng was feeling happy, suddenly, the reward for killing the demons appeared in his mind. Chu Feng was slightly excited. Today's killing was really satisfying. To him, every demon race A rank was equivalent to killing someone 3 ranks higher. The points reward would definitely be extremely generous. As for the pet beasts, their kills would all be credited on their master, Chu Feng. Pet beasts were originally a part of a warrior's strength. As he waited anxiously, the notification for the golden ranking lists sounded. Ding. Normal killing of peak A rank purple-eyed demon. Reward, 3.2 million points, additional 50% points for killing demons, a total of 1.6 million points, successful cross-rank killing of someone 3 ranks higher. Additional reward 10,000%. Total reward, 480 million points. Ding. Normal killing of high-grade A-rank giant demon. Reward, 2 million points, additional 50% points for killing demons, a total of 1 million points, successful cross-rank killing of someone 3 ranks higher. Additional reward 10,000%. Total reward, 300 million points. There were continuous sounds of rewards arriving. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's eyes were about to pop out. He could not help but swallow, gasp. This reward is too f***ing generous. Even Chu Feng himself felt that it was a bit abnormal. Every reward was calculated in units of hundreds of millions, with the lever of the 100 time points reward. Every point produced a qualitative change. Suppressing his excitement, Chu Feng silently calculated. He did not know, but he was shocked. 1.58 billion. Killing 8 great A demon kings gave him a total of 1.58 billion points. When he saw this number, Chu Feng was stunned. His heart was trembling violently. This was unprecedented. It was beyond imagination. Chu Feng felt that regardless of his previous life or current life, he might be the richest human. The desolate god ancient painting, which was known as the sky-high price, only required 2.5 billion points after multiple discounts that Chu Feng could enjoy. The battle today had truly allowed Chu Feng to see the possibility of success. If he could obtain the desolate god ancient painting and find a way to control the entire ancient realm of the desolate god, Chu Feng was extremely excited just thinking about it. He forced himself to calm down. Chu Feng hurriedly returned to the crowd. Lu Xiener's heavenly tribulation had also reached the most critical moment. Passing a mortal heavenly tribulation could only depend on the warrior himself. This was the first true transformation in a warrior's life. If he survived, he would transform, his life level would increase. Even his lifespan would increase to 1,000 years. He would definitely be an immortal on land. Chu Feng looked at Lu Xiener worriedly. Fortunately, Lu Xiener's foundation was also extremely solid. Even when facing the heavenly tribulation, she was not at a disadvantage. She was even bold enough to initiate the heavenly tribulation to temper her body. From the looks of it, breaking through to the A rank was a done deal. Speaking of which, the first true A rank on the human side was actually Lu Xiener. Chu Feng was only a C rank. Lin Yi had an old monster living in his body. He didn't count. Only Lu Xiener was the first true A rank in the new era. Lu Xiener's breakthrough had also officially announced that a new era had begun for humans. The glory of this new era would be created by young people. A gratified smile appeared on Chu Feng's face, while humans were celebrating. On the other side, at the Bermuda Triangle, which was the legendary place of death, at this moment, dark clouds covered the sky. Nearly 40 great A demon kings stood in the air. The monstrous demonic might cause the surroundings to almost form a forbidden zone. Their leader was an abnormally short demon king covered in a black robe. At that moment, the black-robed demon king subconsciously looked in the direction of the prodigy battlefield. Under the black robe was an abnormally old face. He frowned and said in a hoarse voice, "Why do I suddenly feel uneasy? The energy fluctuations on the prodigy battlefield are abnormal." "Qian Fan, did Purple Eye contact you?" Beside him, Mo Qianfan, who was standing respectfully, hurriedly responded, reporting to the clan elder, "I did not receive any news." As he spoke, Mo Qianfan took out a voice transmission stone from his storage ring and planned to confirm it again, but suddenly, Mo Qianfan's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed, "How? How is this possible? What is it? Tell me." The black-robed old man shouted and vaguely felt that something was amiss. Mo Qianfan's eyes widened as he whispered in disbelief, "Purple Eye King. Heavy Sword King. Their soul marks have all dissipated. The soul marks of the 8 demon kings who stayed behind have all dissipated. Dead? All dead? How is that possible?" Chapter 275, Legacy of the 7th Stargate. What did you say? They're all dead? The black-robed demon king exclaimed. He grabbed Mo Qianfan in his hand, his eyes were filled with anger. The Pika rank Mo Qianfan was like a mud ball in the hands of this short black-robed demon king. What terrifying strength, of course. It was also because Mo Qianfan did not dare to resist. Behind him, Mara looked at his master worriedly. He was afraid that his master would be squeezed to death by the angry elder. If Chu Feng were here, he would probably be surprised to discover that Mara's strength had increased again in such a short period of time. He was already a high-level A rank. It had only been a month since he broke through to the A rank. The speed of his improvement was not inferior to that of the top geniuses of humanity. One had to know that in the past, Mara was only a top genius of the Earth demon race. At most, he could be considered a king-grade genius. He was even inferior to the princes that Chu Feng had killed. But this guy could break through consecutively. First, he broke through to the A rank, and now, he had reached the high-grade A rank. No. One would believe that there was no reason. The atmosphere among the demons was somewhat oppressive. The black-robed old man was furious. The power that dissipated was terrifying. Even the surging waves were instantly flattened. After a long time, he slowly calmed down. He said in a deep voice, "It has been nearly 3 days since His Highness entered the 7th Stargate. The situation is still unclear. I need to stay here too and cannot leave. How about this? Mo Qianfan, Earth Dragon King, you two lead 30 demon kings and go ahead to investigate the truth. If you find anything, don't act rashly and report immediately. Everything will be discussed when His Highness returns." A ferocious glint appeared in the black-robed old man's eyes as he said sinisterly, "No matter who it is, whoever dares to kill our 8 grade A ranks must pay a painful price." Understood. Mo Qianfan and the Earth Dragon King received their orders at the same time. They exchanged glances. They heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the elder was considerate and did not let them go back alone. That power could kill 8 A ranks at the same time, even including a peak A rank. That power was definitely beyond imagination. They were no match for him. Now, the two of them, who were at the peak of a rank, and the 30 A rank demon kings, could almost sweep through the current Earth God planet. Their safety was guaranteed. They led the demon kings and left. On the spot, only the gloomy black-robed old man and the 6 demon king-level experts were left. They waited for the return of their crown prince. The black-robed old man's eyes were filled with eagerness. Legend has it that the Stargate treasure from the ancient times contains endless secrets. It was said that in ancient times, the demon race and the human race had only opened a few Stargate relics, but we had already created the 2 top races in ancient times. Now, the Stargate heritage is finally going to open again. I wonder if His Highness has enough star domain essence in his hands and how far he has progressed. The black-robed old man had mixed feelings. The legacy of the Stargate was too important. Just as the demon race sent people back to the prodigy battlefield to investigate, on the other side, Luciener's heavenly tribulation had reached its final stage. The weather changed and lightning roared. It was as if the world had been destroyed. As for Luciener, she was sitting alone on a huge rock on the mountain peak. Lightning circulated around her body, but she remained unmoved. As the last bolt of lightning struck, a portion of the entire mountain had been shaved off. Luciener was still unharmed. She was worthy of being the number 1 on the golden ranking lists. The next moment, a vast aura suddenly rose. Luciener suddenly opened her beautiful eyes. Clothes fluttered without wind. Immortal spiritual energy floated above her slender body. She was like an angel from the sky, extraordinary and stunning. Everyone present could not help but cast stunned gazes. So beautiful. At this moment, Luciener was indescribably beautiful. Chu Feng was even more stunned. Luciener's appearance from her previous life slowly overlapped before his eyes. In the end, they completely became one. Memories surged like a torrent. Chu Feng subconsciously muttered, "This is the feeling. It's her." She's back. She's still so beautiful. It was completely unconscious. Chu Feng subconsciously walked towards Lucien. The crowd could not help but make way for him. Chu Feng walked up to Lucien. He looked at her emotionally. He remained silent. At that moment, Lucien, who had just broken through to the A rank and was like an angel, felt that a hint of shyness like that of a mortal girl appeared on her beautiful face. Her heart was pounding. She did not know what Chu Feng was going to do. If he really wants to do something out of line, what should I do? Luciana was at a loss. She did not look like an A rank at all. She was like a girl next door who had just fallen in love. She looked at Chu Feng. For some reason, she could not bring herself to reject him, even if it was in front of so many people. Suddenly, behind her, a dissatisfied shout could be heard. FCK. Li Xinghua, don't you know your own physique? You're as strong as an ox. You're almost squeezing me to death. Don't you know to stand back? You're blocking me from watching the show. Li Peng was squeezed in the middle of the crowd. He was tiptoeing with a displeased expression. He was looking forward to what would happen next. However, he was completely blocked by Li Xinghua. He cursed subconsciously. After cursing, he instantly realized something and hurriedly covered his mouth. But this sound instantly woke Chu Feng up. He was just a little carried away just now. Otherwise, it would not have happened in front of so many people. He planned to do something to Lu Xiener. This kind of thing had to happen when there was no one around. Thus, Chu Feng grabbed Lu Xiener's hand with a speed comparable to an ultimate A rank and left. Of course, before he left, he glanced at Li Peng meaningfully. Chu Feng remembered this fellow who had no judgment and ruined the atmosphere at the critical moment. It was not only Chu Feng. The moment Chu Feng left, Li Peng felt like he was surrounded. It was as if he was surrounded by wolves, from Xian Xingzi, who was ranked second on the golden ranking list, to the one who was ranked 50th. A group of people surrounded Li Peng. They gazed at Li Peng as if they wanted to eat him up. Li Peng's hair stood on end as he stammered, Don't. Let's talk things out. But before he could finish speaking, someone shouted, Beat him up. Immediately, everyone swarmed forward. It would not be too much to kill such a fellow who ruined everyone's mood. Poor Li Peng had become everyone's target just because he had said something wrong. Unfortunately, no one pitied him. Who asked him to have such a foul mouth? Li Peng was beaten up badly. He looked pleadingly at Aries and the other seniors for help. However, he realized sadly that the gazes of Aries and the others were exactly the same as those who were beating him up. If not for their status, these old fellows would have personally joined the beating. Li Peng cried out in despair, Oh my God! Is there any justice in this world? The only response he received was a fist with brass knuckles. Chapter 276. His name is Chu Feng. Chu Feng left with Lu Xiener without looking back. Behind him, the group of human geniuses also began to retreat. Before the demon army arrived, they all retreated. As for the prodigy battlefield, there would not be one in the future. Almost all the top geniuses of the demon race had been killed by Chu Feng. There was no need for the prodigy battlefield. Even if humans still wanted to keep this battlefield, the demon race would not agree. The few remaining demon geniuses were completely unable to stop the rise of the new human strength. They returned to Huaxiao Warrior University. Everyone was still excited. He had directly destroyed a battlefield. He had killed 8 great demon kings. Almost all the top geniuses of the demon race. This was an unprecedented victory. The humans and demons fought for a long time. All along, whether it was the peak battlefield or the prodigy battlefield, humans had always been at an absolute disadvantage. They were so suppressed that they could not raise their head. This time, they could finally hold their head high, and the creator of all this was that man called Chu Feng. The news of Chu Feng and the others' victorious return quickly spread. He killed 8 A ranks alone and wiped out all the demon geniuses. This news spread throughout the entire human society at an extremely fast speed. All the humans who received the news went crazy, excited, madness. Humans had been suffering for a long time. Too many people's loved ones had died tragically under the hooves of the demons. This heavy blood feud suffocated the humans. The current humans urgently needed a great victory to boost their morale, to tell everyone that humans were not completely defenseless. Humans did not give up. We humans also have invincible experts. At this moment, all the humans remembered a name, Chu Feng. Countless people from all over the world surged towards the capital. They all wanted to admire this great hero of humanity. At the same time, as Chu Feng revealed his strength, he once again occupied the first place on the golden ranking list, even though Lu Xiener had already broken through to the A rank. She was still completely suppressed by Chu Feng. At that moment, the name Chu Feng had become the spiritual faith of all mankind. when Chu Feng returned to the headquarters of the Human Alliance, all the higher-ups of the human race greeted him collectively. Ares had already told everyone in detail what had happened. Howudi stood at the front of the crowd, his eyes met Chu Feng's. There was a long silence. This guy had just finished tormenting the 3 sacred lands and immediately ran to kill the 8 ranked demon kings. There was even a PK. What a freak. Now, even he was definitely not this kid's match. Hearing the outside world shouting Chu Feng's name, Howudi felt helpless. As the first counselor, he was really boring. Thus, the first thing he said after seeing Chu Feng was, Howudi said directly, from now on, you are the first counselor of the Human Alliance. I will step aside. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng could not be bothered with him. He turned around and left. What first counselor? Wasn't he just a butler? What was the point of doing that? Chu Feng was too lazy to work. Whoever wants to do it can do it, but not me too. Furthermore, Chu Feng was focused on building a demon hunting team in this life. He could gather all the geniuses in the world. He was in no mood to be the first counselor. He didn't want to let others say that he was abusing his power for personal gain. It was not worth it. He simply walked away until the celebration party at night. He reluctantly showed his face. After the celebration party ended, in the Summit of Humanity, Chu Feng participated. This meeting only discussed one topic: how should humans deal with the revenge of the demon race? No one wanted to be lucky. With the strength of the demon race, they would definitely know what had happened. The demon race had suffered such a huge loss this time. It had ruined the demon Lord's plan to suppress the rise of humanity. It was obvious, the demon race would never tolerate this. What humans would face next might be the destructive revenge of the demon race, however. This time, humans no longer needed to compromise in terms of a rank combat power, including Mount Longhu and Panglai, Chu Feng's pet beasts, and his 3 clones. There were a total of 31. The Kunlun Sacred Land had once said that they would participate in the battle, but they had not arrived yet. Of course, Chu Feng had never had any expectations of them. It was best if they did not come. If they did, they might cause trouble. He had originally planned to deal with the demons first before dealing with Kunlun. Even so, the strength of human ranks was twice that of before Chu Feng returned. It was not far from the demon race. It was fully equipped for a head-on battle. Therefore, there were not many other voices in this meeting. Everyone had the same attitude: fight, gather all the forces and fight the demons to the death, finish it in one go. If they won this battle, humanity would obtain a truly unhindered development opportunity. If they lost, the outcome would be obvious. They would wait for the end of humanity together. However, everyone had been aggrieved for too long. No one wanted to continue struggling. This was a decisive battle that would truly determine the fate of humanity. For this meeting had passed many detailed pre-battle preparations, including the pre-war mobilization of all humans. All citizens were soldiers. All citizens were to fight, including purchasing all kinds of resources that were beneficial to war at all costs, including establishing Chu Feng as the spiritual leader of all mankind. Leading all mankind in resistance. At this stage, humans needed faith. Chu Feng was undoubtedly the most suitable person. At the same time, just as humans were starting to make various preparations, at the Bermuda Triangle, a huge dark vortex suddenly appeared. A vast aura of time came from the depths of the vortex. The black-robed old man was overjoyed. It's His Highness. Is His Highness coming out? I wonder if I've successfully activated the legacy of the 7th Stargate. Just as the black-robed old man was pondering, suddenly, a young man in black armor jumped out of the vortex. The young man had a perfect figure. He also had a handsome and evil appearance. Even with human aesthetics, he was also an undisputed handsome man, the direct descendant of the demon emperor, the demon crown prince Xian Yi. However, at this moment, the aura of this demon prince was fluctuating slightly as he looked indignantly at the surging vortex behind him. Seeing this, the black-robed old man hurriedly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, how did it go? He suddenly snorted coldly, and the surrounding world shook. Humph. I'm just a step away from completely opening this Stargate heritage. But the star domain essence is still not enough. What a pity. Xian Yi was filled with regret. He regretted not having made sufficient preparations. He regretted not killing more humans. As a result, all his efforts were in vain at the last moment. When the black-robed old man heard this, a trace of disappointment appeared in his old eyes. Xian Yi said in a deep voice, fortunately, the star domain essence is not too lacking. As long as I kill more humans, especially human geniuses, I'll be able to gather it quickly. Next time, it should be enough. Inform the soldiers of my demon race that from now on, increase the intensity of the killing in the prodigy battlefield. All of you, go and kill the true top-notch geniuses of the human race. Killing one of them is better than killing hundreds of millions of ordinary humans. When the black-robed old man heard this, his expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. Your Highness, I'm afraid the prodigy battlefield won't do. A cold glint appeared in Xianye's eyes. The black-robed old man could only say in a deep voice, today, in the genius battlefield, all the geniuses of our race had been killed. The 3 princes and more than 120 king-grade geniuses were all killed. The Purple-Eye King and the other 8A ranks had all died when they went to help. All of this was done by one person. An extremely powerful aura suddenly erupted from Xianye's body. A sinister voice sounded, who did it? The black-robed old man took a deep breath. According to the investigation, his name is Chu Feng. Chapter 277, Disguise. Just as the black-robed old man finished speaking, the entire space seemed to have fallen silent. The surface of the sea instantly became like a mirror without any ripples. Only the slender Prince Xianyi stood quietly. His face was expressionless. It felt like the eve of a storm. The surrounding erranked demon kings couldn't help but shudder. It was as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. After a long while, Xianyi slowly spoke. There was no fluctuation in his tone. He only said softly, tell me everything about this Chu Feng. The black-robed old man hurriedly told Xianyi everything he had found out without any exaggeration. After listening to the black-robed old man's narration, Xianyi fell silent again. He muttered to himself, a C-rank warrior, comparable to an A rank. Haha, interesting. Interesting. The black-robed old man said worriedly, Your Highness, you don't have to worry. This is just the news spread by the humans. I made a guess based on the situation on the battlefield. After all, a C-rank warrior that's comparable to an A rank, even in ancient times, would be a peerless genius who suppressed the geniuses of all races, like the Heaven Ascension God Lord, the Earth God Planet, which is in the Age of Doom, has no hope of accomplishing this. As for Your Highness, you are a true genius. To be able to reach the ultimate of a rank at the peak of a rank, your future is limitless. Xianyi took a deep breath and waved his hand. Elder, there's no need for you to say anything. I have my own judgment. Regardless of whether he is that ancient monster or not, he is already a huge threat to our demon race. We must kill him at all costs before he completely grows up. If we don't kill him, our demon race will not be able to continue. If I can obtain the treasure in the legacy of the 7th Stargate, no matter how monstrous he is, he will definitely not be able to escape from my hands. Therefore, the most important thing is to open the legacy of the 7th Stargate as soon as possible. How about this? Inform everyone to kill with all their might. Don't have any scruples. Gather the essence of the star domain in the shortest time possible. If any humans dare to resist, kill them directly. At the same time, give the humans an ultimatum. Tell them that they have really angered me this time. 3 days later, when the peak battlefield opens, the human race must hand over the murderer. At the same time, they must send 5 human heavenly masters to be buried with the Purple-Eyed King and the others. This is to show their sincerity. If they don't obey, we will slaughter the entire city and leave no one alive. The black-robed old man was shocked. Such a condition. It's impossible for the human race to accept, right? It was no wonder that the black-robed old man was so surprised. Only a fool would agree to such a condition. What was the difference between this and surrendering? Xianyi sneered and smiled calmly. It's fine. I didn't expect them to accept. It's just a stalling tactic. I gave them 3 days to make the humans think that we won't do anything in these 3 days. This way, even if they have the determination to fight to the death with us demons, they will only act 3 days later when the peak battlefield opens. This is human nature. Furthermore, they need time to prepare. Therefore, I need all of you to gather the essence of the star domain within 2 days, no matter what method you use, no matter how many people you kill. After that, I will first enter the legacy of the 7th Stargate and obtain the precious treasure that I have dreamed of. When the peak battlefield opens on the 3rd day, I will come out early. At that time, no matter how monstrous that so-called Chu Feng is, he will definitely not be a match for me. At that time, I alone will be enough to sweep through the entire human race. Not to mention, there's also you, a peak A rank. We will kill all the human heavenly masters and human geniuses. At that time, the human race will completely prostrate at the feet of the great demon race. The entire Earth God planet will also become the backyard of our demon race. At that time, we can slowly explore the treasures on the Earth God star. Our demon race will definitely become the only winner in this great era. Xianyi was heroic and confident. He suddenly chuckled. By the way, I've read many human classics. they seem to call this strategy disguising. It seems to be the art of war that humans are most proud of. In that case, I'll use their ancestors' teaching to defeat them. This is the most hilarious thing. Ha ha ha. The black-robed old man listened to Xianye's laughter. He subconsciously trembled. This prince was really vicious, however, when the great era descended. The demon race needed such a leader. All right, do as I say. It's time for the sky to change. Xianye casually waved his hand. He looked into the distance. He stood with his hands behind his back. It was as if he could already see the scene of the demons winning a complete victory and ruling over the Earth God planet. Just as Xianye was plotting, Chu Feng did not stay idle. He was also engaged in various pre-battle preparations. He called all the young people who were closer to him together. There were more than 10 of them: Lu Xianer, Xian Chengzi, Nie Qinglan, Li Xinghua, Zhao Xiaoxiu, Bai Ziyuan, Ba Quan, Li Peng, Li Ye, Chu Sairu. They were all top geniuses on the golden ranking lists. The essence of the new generation of humans, Chu Feng had only one goal in gathering this group of people. That was to establish a brand new demon hunting team. This team would play a decisive role in all future wars with the demon race. Wherever there was a difficult bone to chew, their figures would appear. At the critical moment, it could play the role of stabilizing the world. It could be considered a strengthened version of the demon hunting team formed by Chu Feng and the others in his previous life. But just as everyone sat down and the meeting had yet to begin, suddenly, someone knocked on the door again. Puzzled, Chu Feng opened the door. Ying was standing timidly at the door. Seeing that it was his idol, Chu Feng, who had personally opened the door, he began to stutter. Chu Feng only found out later, this young man next door who was easily shy was actually the famous king of the night in his previous life. To be honest, Chu Feng was extremely surprised at first, but after that, he became indifferent. At his current stage, he no longer needed to care too much about other geniuses. He himself was a peerless genius that no one could compare to. However, now that he saw Shadow, a thought flashed across his mind. Could this little fellow be? However, before Chu Feng could say anything, Ying mustered his courage and said, Boss Chu Feng. I want to join you. Can I? Unable to contain himself, Chu Feng grinned. Do you know what we're going to do? Just shout that you want to join? Shadow widened his eyes and hurriedly said, No matter what you want to do, I want to join. I admire you so much. My greatest wish in life is to acknowledge you as my master. As he spoke, he actually knelt down with a plop. Chu Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Get up first. We'll talk about acknowledging a master later. I don't have time to teach you now. If you're willing, you can join my demon hunting team first. I'm willing, Ying hurriedly said. Afraid that Chu Feng would go back on his word, he actually rushed into the conference room and closed the door. Just like that, a top genius who had never fallen out of the top 3 on the golden ranking list in his previous life cried and joined Chu Feng's demon hunting team. It was effortless. Chu Feng had another great general under him. Then, the meeting officially began. A drop of dark red blood suddenly appeared in Chu Feng's palm. This is called the Devouring Bloodline. Chapter 278, Who cares what will happen after I die? In the room, right after Chu Feng had said those words, everyone could not help but look at the drop of blood in Chu Feng's hand. The Devouring Bloodline, the offspring of the Destruction Bloodline. In his previous life, the heaven-devouring great sage had relied on this to rise. With just this drop of blood, it allowed the heaven-devouring great sage to leap from an unknown small fry to an ultimate expert in an extremely short period of time. In fact, if he had more time, he could use the power of his bloodline to break through to the S rank. This was the power of the ancient bloodline. However, no one knew where the heaven-devouring great sage was in this life. As far as Chu Feng knew, that guy seemed to have suddenly risen after humans discovered the ancient realm of the desolate god. Chu Feng did not even know if he was dead or alive. His name was not on the golden ranking lists either. The moment the devouring bloodline appeared, it fatally distorted the surrounding space. Everyone could feel that it contained a powerful force. Looking at everyone's puzzled gazes, Chu Feng explained slowly, the final battle between us humans and the demon race is about to begin. Although the strength of humans has undergone a tremendous change during this period of time, and there are a total of 31A ranks, but to be honest, compared to the demon race, there is still a huge gap. They still have more than 40A rank demon kings. Once the final battle arrives, the difference between these 10+ ranks might be the last straw that crushes the camel. This battle will determine the fate of the entire human race. I will not allow any accidents to happen. Therefore, before the final battle, I want to increase the overall strength of humanity again. the strength of the older generation of heavenly masters has basically been fixed. There's basically no hope of improving in a short period of time, but all of you are the top geniuses of humanity with limitless potential. As long as some A ranks appear among you again, the peak combat power of humanity will truly be comparable to that of the demon race. Hearing what Chu Feng said, exclamations could be heard in the room. Help someone advance to the A rank. How was this possible? The world of mortals was not just for show, ordinary treasures were useless, suppressing everyone's surprise. Before anyone could ask, Chu Feng raised the devouring bloodline suspended in his palm so that the crowd could see it more clearly. There was a murmur. The devouring bloodline in my hand is one of the methods. All of you are already close to the A rank. As long as you swallow it, it could almost allow you to break through to the A rank in an instant. Furthermore, it can give you the ability to devour everything. The power obtained from devouring will be converted into the purest energy molecules for your use. Your future potential is limitless. Right after Chu Feng had said those words, everyone was in an uproar. Was this small drop of blood so abnormal? However, no one would doubt Chu Feng's words, because this guy was a living example. Boss. Me. I want it. Li Peng was the first to stand up. He smiled and said anxiously, Boss. I'm your dear younger brother. Among these people, I can't compare to sister-in-law Siener. After all, the two of you are sleeping in the same bed. No matter what, we can't compare. Other than that, who can be closer to you than me? Of course, if boss wants to change your taste occasionally, it's not like I can't sacrifice myself. Before Li Peng could finish speaking, Lu Siener glared at Li Peng angrily. Chu Feng was even more straightforward. He slapped Li Peng to the ground. This guy would be beaten to death sooner or later because of his foul mouth. He was really compatible with the blondie. It was hard to imagine how other people would hate the two of them would be if they stood together one day. Chu Feng could not be bothered with him. He looked at the crowd and said indifferently, just now, I only talked about the benefits of the devouring bloodline, but I have to tell you the truth about its weakness. In this world, nothing can be gained without effort. If you want to take a shortcut, you have to pay a price. It's the same for the devouring bloodline. If you swallow this drop of devouring bloodline, you will be restricted by me in the future. Unless you die, it cannot be removed. However, I have to make it clear. This is not a slave contract. There is no master-slave relationship. You will not lose your soul independence. Furthermore, I can promise in front of all humans that I will not force you to do anything. There is only one condition: you are not to betray humans. I won't force you to make a choice. Of course, I only have 3 drops of the devouring bloodline now. The choice is yours. Right after Chu Feng spoke, everyone fell silent. Everyone could not help but lower their heads, as if they were pondering and weighing the pros and cons. Chu Feng stood there very calmly. He knew very well that this condition was indeed a little harsh. No genius was willing to hand over their future. He asked himself, Chu Feng was definitely unwilling. However, Chu Feng had no choice. This was one of the characteristics of the Child of Destruction bloodline. He could not change it, even if none of the geniuses before him were willing to accept it. Chu Feng understood. He had a second plan. Thus, Chu Feng was able to remain calm the entire time. Actually, what Chu Feng did not notice was that Lu Siener, who was beside him, did not hesitate at all. Her gaze was extremely determined. To other geniuses, it might be unacceptable for them to be restricted by Chu Feng in the future. However, to Lu Siener, this restriction was similar to nothing. She was already unable to part with Chu Feng in the future. Seeing that no one responded, Lu Siener was afraid that Chu Feng would be embarrassed, so she decided to support him. However, Li Peng suddenly spoke again. Damn, boss, can you give it to me now? It looks like these cowards don't dare to take it anymore. I don't mind. Anyway, I've already made up my mind. I'll follow you for the rest of my life. There's no difference whether there's any restriction or not. Li Peng stood up casually with a relieved smile. Clearly, the truth might not be as easy as he said, but no matter what, he had already made his choice. For a top-notch genius, making such a decision was not easy, but just as Li Peng finished speaking, suddenly, Li Xingguo's deep voice sounded. He first glared at Li Peng. Little brat, who are you calling a coward? Then, he looked at Chu Feng. Give me a drop too. I don't care about any restrictions. After this battle, I might not even be able to survive. Why should I care? In the final battle, without the strength of an A rank, no matter how talented someone is, they are useless. They are just cannon fodder. I'm a genius. Even if I die, I'll die gloriously. I won't be cannon fodder. Besides, I said that I would beat that old silver coin Xianqingzi. Isn't this a chance to overtake him? Let's do it. If I die, there will be nothing to worry about. After I die, who cares what will happen? Besides, I won't lose out by following a peerless genius like you. Chapter 279, another privilege on the golden ranking lists. Li Xinghua finished speaking. Almost instantly, everyone else raised their hands. Bai Ziyuan, Baquan, Zhao Xiuxiu, Chu Sairu, Leah. Chu Sairu had similar thoughts as Lu Xiener. She was unable to sever her blood relationship with Chu Feng. In the end, even Xian Chengzi and Nia Qinglan slowly raised their hands. This caused Chu Feng to look at them in a different light. He knew Xian Chengzi very well. Like him, he was extremely proud and would always be confident in himself. He actually chose to accept the devouring bloodline. Seeing the surprise in Chu Feng's eyes, Xian Chengzi smiled bitterly and explained, "Don't look at me. I was indeed unwilling. I don't like the feeling of being controlled. However, I feel that this war is too important to humans. Humans cannot afford to lose. Compared to the survival of humanity, my personal future is really not worth mentioning. If humanity dies, what's the point of keeping my so-called future? Furthermore, compared to the others, I'm closer to grade A. The chances of success will be higher if I fuse with the devouring bloodline." Before Xian Chengzi could finish speaking, Li Xinghua became anxious. Damn. Just now, all of you pretended to be mute and didn't speak. Now that I want it, you guys are starting to snatch it again. What? The food is not delicious without competition? Xian Chengzi, stop pretending to be righteous. I think you're just afraid of being surpassed by me. Why do you have to make it sound so righteous? Bah. What the hell? Xian Chengzi was speechless. He really did not have anything to say to such a simple-minded and muscular warrior. Also, why did this guy not like him? He did not seem to have offended him. This scene made everyone laugh. Seeing this, Chu Feng smiled inwardly. He said directly, "Alright, I've thought about it. I have to maximize the effect of these 3 drops of devouring bloodline. Sienna is already in A rank, so she doesn't need it for now. Also, forget about Xian Chengzi and Nia Qinglan." Before Chu Feng could finish speaking, Nia Qinglan suddenly said, "Humph, Chu Feng, are you looking down on me?" Chu Feng glanced at Nia Qinglan speechlessly. Other than having a good figure, this woman was like a fool. She even looked down on others every day. She was extremely proud. Chu Feng continued angrily, "The two of you are already very close to grade A. There's no need to use the devouring bloodline to break through the bottleneck. It's purely a waste. I have other treasures to help you advance later. It's best if the candidate for the devouring bloodline is still a distance away from grade A. They can take the opportunity to break through directly, so I think." Before Chu Feng could say anything, Zhao Xiuxiu, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly stood up and looked at Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, count me in." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. "You're a beast tamer." In other words, even if he broke through to the A rank, he would not be able to unleash his strength without a pet beast. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiuxiu took out an extremely huge dragon egg from his storage space. "This is an A rank egg that I accidentally obtained. Although it's only a drake, it's already an A rank once it hatches. It's also extremely powerful. Unfortunately, I have to wait until I reach a rank before I can successfully contract and hatch it. Therefore, once I suddenly reach a rank, there will be 2 A ranks. It's a bargain." Chu Feng's eyes lit up. This guy was indeed the heavenly venerate beast tamer from his previous life. His luck was indeed heaven-defying. He could even get an A rank dragon egg, but this was not the end. Zhao Xiaoxiu continued, "Furthermore, I also obtained a reward privilege from the golden ranking lists by chance. It can only take effect when I am an A rank. I wonder if it will be useful to everyone." Chu Feng raised an eyebrow. This guy was heaven-defying. With him taking almost all the benefits ahead, this guy could still get special privileges? What? Li Peng asked curiously. Zhao Xiuxiu said directly, "Purchasing all pet beast balls is half price and is not limited by the number of purchases. Trading is allowed. TSK, what's the use?" Li Peng pursed his lips, clearly feeling that it had nothing to do with him. Zhao Xiuxiu nodded. Clearly, he also felt that this privilege seemed to be only useful for warriors like him who walked the path of beast taming. To others, it was useless. However, when Chu Feng heard what Zhao Xiuxiu said, he suddenly exclaimed, in a flash, he arrived in front of Jiao Xiuxiu and stared at him. "Are you saying that you're not restricted from buying all the pet beast balls?" Jiao Xiuxiu was shocked, but he still nodded. Chu Feng hurriedly said, "In other words, the Master Ball is also not restricted by purchase? It can also be traded?" "Probably, but Master Balls are too expensive. I've never bought one before." To geniuses like them, 1,000,000 points was indeed not a small number. Chu Feng's breathing quickened. Master Ball, it could definitely enslave an A-rank pet beast ball. As long as he kept the other party in the Master Ball, he would definitely be able to enslave it. It could be said to be a divine artifact of humanity. Unfortunately, the golden ranking lists limited purchases. Perhaps it was because there were very few of them, therefore, there were too many purchase restrictions. On humans, firstly, only warriors of grade A and above were qualified to buy it. Furthermore, they could only buy one and were not allowed to trade. The second was that every time one bought a Master Ball, the price of the second one would be multiplied by 10 times. The third one would be multiplied by another 10 times. And it was not allowed to trade. Chu Feng did not know if there was a price limit, but just these few requirements had stopped too many experts who wanted to buy the Master Ball in his previous life. This included Chu Feng in this life. He was only a C rank and was not even qualified to fulfill the first requirement. Why were so many people so desperate for the Master Ball? It was because the Master Ball did not only have those functions on the golden ranking lists. Perhaps some people would simply think that since the Master Ball was just a type of pet beast ball, it could only be used to subdue pet beasts. That would be a huge mistake. All the pet beast balls were essentially an extremely high-end enslavement contract. It was unknown which human mighty figure had created this. They had refined this enslavement contract into a small ball, and it did not need to consume the soul power of a warrior. This was unique to humans, a treasure that countless races coveted. As an extremely high-end pet beast ball, the Master Ball was actually the same in other words, the Master Ball could not only be used to enslave pet beasts, it could also be used to enslave the enemy. Even an A-rank expert would be directly controlled after being sucked into the Master Ball. Chu Feng estimated that with the invincible attribute of the Master Ball, even an A-rank would not be able to escape. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to be able to absorb an A-rank expert into the Master Ball. However, grade A experts were not fools. They would instinctively be wary of danger. They were also fast and could completely dodge it. Therefore, such things usually only existed in theory. Despite all its flaws, to Chu Feng, the Master Ball was still a treasure that could reverse the situation of the human battle. If he had a few Master Balls and enslaved the other party's top-notch experts for humans to use at the critical moment, the impact would be huge. Chapter 280, Collective Transformation. Chu Feng looked at Jiao Xiuxiu as if he had picked up a treasure. This guy would definitely be pushed to the A rank. Although it seemed like a useless privilege, its value was actually immeasurable. These guys might not be able to sense anything yet. That was because they had not truly seen how terrifying the Master Ball was. Gradually, their pockets became full and they would taste the sweetness of the Master Ball. If nothing went wrong, Jiao Xiuxiu would become a hot commodity. He must be given a share of the devouring bloodline. It was better to tie such a talent to his chariot as soon as possible. Of course, although Jiao Xiuxiu's pet beast ball was powerful, it was still far from being comparable to Chu Feng's 50% discount privilege. That would be a true bug on the golden ranking lists. After making up his mind, Chu Feng continued, "In that case, these 3 drops of devouring bloodline will be given to Jiao Xiuxiu, Li Xinghua, and Li Peng." Hearing this, Bai Ziyuan and the others became anxious. This was an opportunity to break through to the A rank. Chu Feng smiled lightly. "Don't worry about what you didn't get. There will be more in the future. Later, I will provide you with some resources. You will also have a chance to break through to the A rank." Of course, the 3 people with the devouring bloodline would definitely obtain far more benefits than the others. This was for sure. After all, the effect of the devouring bloodline was obvious. Chu Feng believed that when these guys saw that Li Peng and the other 2's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, leaving them far behind, they couldn't help it. Sooner or later, these guys would be on his side. As he spoke, he flicked his finger and sent 3 drops of the devouring bloodline into the hands of Li Peng and the other 2. Under everyone's gaze, the 3 of them swallowed it without hesitation. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. Then, the 3 of them suddenly grunted at the same time. Their faces flushed. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock and joy. What a powerful force! Not daring to delay, the 3 of them sat on the ground. They focused on refining the devouring bloodline in their body. The auras of the 3 of them began to rise rapidly. It was as if they were riding a rocket. A surging airwave surrounded him. In less than 15 minutes, they had all reached the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Xian Shengzi smiled bitterly. I was surpassed just like that. Such a small drop of bloodline is actually so terrifying. No one paid attention to Xian Shengzi's sigh. Everyone's eyes were focused on Li Pang and the other two. The three of them suddenly looked ferocious. Their aura began to boil violently. Everyone looked at Chu Feng in surprise. Chu Feng remained calm. He forced his voice into a line and sent it into the ears of Li Pang and the other two. Concentrate and channel the power of the bloodline in one go to break through the shackles of the A rank. Also, all of you, go outside and break through. Otherwise, when the heavenly tribulation comes, this house will collapse. After Chu Feng finished saying those words, the three of them rushed out of the conference room almost at the same time. Immediately after, everyone in the room saw a violent gust of wind outside, and dark clouds covered the sky. After that, suddenly, a series of violent explosions could be heard. Everyone saw lightning as thick as an arm crashing down. However, it was completely swallowed by the devouring power emitted by Li Pang and the other two. The efficiency of this transformation far exceeded the scene when Lu Xianer broke through. A full hour passed, the rumbling gradually subsided, the dark clouds in the sky dissipated. Li Pang and the other two floated in midair in high spirits. Fly, an exclusive A rank symbol. Below them was a large crowd. They were all attracted by the heavenly tribulation phenomenon. After watching Li Pang and the other two successfully transcend the tribulation and stand tall in the sky, they could not help but roar crazily. Oh my god! What am I seeing? Junior Eagle King and the others. A rank? Damn! What a monster! After Lu Xianer, humanity has 3 more ranks. They're all so young. Listening to the cheers of the crowd below, Li Pang and the other two kept a low profile. They knew all too well how they had broken through. After swallowing the devouring bloodline, they broke through the last shackle without much effort. In the end, it was because the devouring bloodline was too powerful. Immediately after, the three of them descended from the sky and returned to the conference room in a flash. The moment they stepped in, they kept a low profile and quietly found a seat. The others could not help but look at him enviously. They were already A ranks? It was too simple. How he regretted it. Why didn't I fight for it just now? Even Xian Shengzi could not help but have such thoughts. This kind of example was too mind-blowing. Chu Feng looked up. He could vaguely sense the connection between him and the three of them. It was as if he could control the devouring bloodline in their bodies with just a thought. He even felt that he could easily remove it. This should be the so-called restraining method. However, Chu Feng did not care. As long as these guys did not betray humanity, he would not use these means. He glanced at the crowd. He realized that everyone was looking at him eagerly. Chu Feng pursed his lips speechlessly. The devouring bloodline is really gone. I have another way to help you improve. However, this will depend on your talent. What way? Bai Ziyuan hurriedly said, seeing Li Pang, who was much weaker than him previously, suddenly become an A rank made him drool. Chu Feng smacked his lips. His heart suddenly ached, but he still steeled his heart. He took out an extremely dazzling droplet-shaped liquid from his personal storage space. The moment the water droplet appeared, Chu Feng used the heavenly water realm to completely isolate this space from the outside world to prevent the energy from dissipating. The next moment, everyone felt the air in the entire conference room suddenly become sticky. In just an instant, the surrounding energy was so dense that it was almost liquefied. They took a casual breath. They felt as if their entire body was through. The hidden injuries on their body also healed instantly. It was as if they had undergone a metamorphosis. Everyone looked at the small drop of water in Chu Feng's hand in disbelief. Their eyes were filled with shock. One had to know that this was only a little bit of its aura. What's, Chu Feng said directly, this thing is called the Star Domain Essence. It's a true cultivation treasure. It contains an extremely magical energy. Even an ordinary person who has never cultivated before can instantly break through to the A rank after consuming a drop. Furthermore, there are no side effects. Chu Feng's explanation caused everyone to go crazy. Oh my god! There was actually such a terrifying thing in this world. Chu Feng continued. Later, I will melt this drop of star domain essence into the heavenly water domain. For the next day, you will use it to cultivate. The energy contained in it is theoretically enough for all of you to break through the A rank. Of course, whether or not you break through to the A rank will depend on yourselves. This is your last chance. I hope you won't let me down. Chapter 281, All A ranks. Outstanding youngsters. Chu Feng's tone was very calm, but it contained deep expectations. Actually, Chu Feng did not possess much star domain essence. Back then, number 2 had sealed a drop in his body. Later on, he made a bet with number 1 and won 10 drops. That was all. After that, Chu Feng needed to make preparations for his breakthrough to the A rank. He could imagine how terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be when he broke through to the A rank with his strength. The more the star domain essence, the merrier. But today, Chu Feng still took out a drop, not for anything else, just because Chu Feng felt that it was worth it. If these dozen or so people could break through to the A rank, the peak combat power of humans would not be inferior to the demons in terms of numbers. In the final battle, the chances of humans winning would also greatly increase. Hearing Chu Feng's words, the crowd all looked at Chu Feng. Everyone knew the value of such a top-grade treasure was terrifying. However, Chu Feng still resolutely took it out. They owed him a huge favor. Chu Feng, if I'm still alive after this battle, I won't dare to disobey your orders in the future. Xian Shengzi took a deep breath. It was equivalent to making a promise. These geniuses were all very proud. No one was willing to owe others a favor. A favor was the hardest to repay. The others also promised one after another. Their gratitude to Chu Feng had reached its peak. Chu Feng yelled with a smile. Alright, cut the crap. Hurry up and cultivate. Xiener, the 4 of you can cultivate together. If it's not enough, I'll continue to supplement you. Before the decisive battle, do your best to improve yourself. As he spoke, Chu Feng crushed the drop of star domain essence. Surging in majestic magical energy instantly filled the entire heavenly water domain. No one dared to slack off at all and began to cultivate with all their might. During this period of time, Chu Feng would take out a large number of spiritual fruits from the dark gold treasure chest from time to time and throw them all in. He had done everything he could. The rest was up to these guys. This day, Huaxia warrior University was destined to not be peaceful. While everyone was still excited about the 3 geniuses breaking through to the A rank at the same time, suddenly, the world changed color again. Another person appeared in the plaza. It was Shen Chengzi. Then, another person appeared. Nie Qinglan followed closely behind. The 2 of them transcended the tribulation at the same time. The entire sky was terrifyingly dark. It was as if it would be shattered by lightning in the next moment. This was not the end. As time passed, from time to time, someone would rush to the plaza to welcome the heavenly tribulation and break through to the A rank. It was like throwing dumplings, one after another. The students from Huaxia Warrior University also went from the initial shock to fear, to numbness. In the end, when they saw someone transcending the tribulation again, they had even become indifferent. Hey, look, someone is transcending the tribulation again. Oh, then let's hide further away. Don't get struck by lightning. Thus, a day later, the day was bright and sunny. There were a total of 12 people in Chu Feng's group. They all looked young, like teenagers next door. Their faces were filled with a bright smile. However, unlike ordinary youths, these 12 young people had all come in the air. They quietly walked airborne to the front of the headquarters of the Human Alliance. Standing in the sky, grade A, 12A ranks. The next moment, Chu Feng smiled lightly and waved his hand. Suddenly, behind him, everyone openly released their rank auras. A surging aura rolled over like a tsunami. The 12 of them laughed at the same time. Their laughter spread in all directions. Their might was unparalleled. Their aura suppressed the sky. It was as if they were making a solemn announcement to the world. From now on, humans would officially begin a new era. An era that belonged to young people. Those little fellows who had been carefully protected by the older generation had finally grown up. Their wings gradually filled up, and the young eagle flapped their wings. They would also take over the heavy responsibility of the new era from their seniors. Protect a territory and protect its peace. The demon hunting team was finally formed. They would be used as an indestructible blade to stab into the hearts of the demons. A new chapter was slowly rising. Inside the Alliance headquarters, Ho Wudi and the other elders stood up solemnly. They looked out of the window at the proud figures. They could not help but tear up. After such a long wait, their effort was not in vain. There was really hope for humans. All their humiliation and compromise had been for this moment. If the youth was prosperous, the country would be prosperous. If the youth was strong, the country would be strong. Now, everything was worth it. Everyone looked at the figure at the front. He was a slightly thin but smiling fellow, Chu Feng. How could they not know about these little fellows yesterday? They all knew that the creator of all this was still the ordinary young man in front of them. From the moment he returned, legends had never stopped. He had defeated the 3 sacred lands alone. He had saved them from thousands of miles away and slaughtered all the geniuses of the demon race. His blade had killed 8 demon kings. Today, a new chapter of humanity had begun because of him. Along the way, this ordinary young man had created too many legends. Chu Feng is truly the fortune of the human race. Ho Wuti took a deep breath and muttered softly. His deep eyes filled with relief. Then, he couldn't help but chuckle. This kid is really arrogant. Is he trying to take us old guys down a notch? Brothers, can you tolerate this? When Ares heard this, he smiled and glanced at Ho Wuti. TSK, TSK. If you can't stand it, go and beat them yourself. Don't drag us down with you. If you dare to go up and beat up these brats now, I'll obey you in the future. Behind him, Quaid mocked him without giving him any face. Ares, aren't you making things difficult for old Ho? Do you think he doesn't want to? The problem is that he can't defeat them. Chu Feng can defeat the three of them alone. Ha ha ha. Ho Wuti was speechless for a moment. He was speechless. It was rare to see Boss Ho look defeated. All of a sudden, this group of old folks, whose average age was over 300 years old, were all smiling like children. On the other hand, Chu Feng and the others stood in the sky and looked at the group of old children below with disdain. Li Ping pursed his lips. Childish. Beside him, Li Xingguan nodded in agreement. Not mature at all. Chu Feng grinned. All right, let's go down first. Seeing Chu Feng and the others walking over, the group of old fellows retracted their smiles and tried their best to appear respectable. However, Chu Feng and the others were simply not buying it. He simply said, Is there anything new today? Speaking of business, Ho Wuti also became serious. He suddenly took out a gilded battle invitation. He handed it to Chu Feng. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, This is the ultimatum that the crown prince from the demon race gave us. Take a look. 3 days later, hand over the culprit and 5 heavenly masters will be buried with him. Otherwise, the city will be slaughtered. Hearing those words, Chu Feng could no longer be bothered to look at the battle invitation. A glint of a blade flashed across his eyes. The letter of challenge in his hand instantly shattered into pieces. Chu Feng was still calm. He merely uttered a single word, kill. Chapter 282, High-Grade Master Ball. Hearing Chu Feng's reply, Ho Wuti and the others were not surprised, because when they saw this ultimatum, they had the same thought. The demons were going too far, they could only fight to the end. Furthermore, they had already discussed it in a meeting. They agreed to fight the demons. Ho Wuti said in a deep voice, Since you agree, let's fight in the peak battlefield 3 days later. Hearing Ho Wuti's words, Chu Feng frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, When did this battle invitation arrive? Ho Wuti was puzzled as to why Chu Feng was concerned about this, but he still said, It was sent over yesterday, so there are still 2 days before the final battle. Chu Feng suddenly muttered to himself, Why? What do you mean why? Ho Wuti looked at Chu Feng curiously. No one knew what he was talking about. Chu Feng ignored him and continued speaking, This shouldn't be happening. The prince should know that there's no way we can agree to his conditions. The final outcome would definitely be a decisive battle. They forced us to fight to the death, to the demon race. Victory is not within their grasp. Then why did he say that, just playing with us? Or was it because he was too free? But from the way that prince did things, he probably wouldn't be so boring. Then what was his goal? Right after Chu Feng said those words, Ho Wuti also sensed that something was amiss. Then you mean? Chu Feng said directly, I don't know. I just feel that something is wrong. It's just a feeling. I don't like to be led by the enemy. Furthermore, the humans now are no longer the same as before. We have more than 40 A ranks. Why should we listen to them? The initiative should be in our hands. After a pause, Chu Feng suddenly said decisively, Tonight, late at night, launch an all-out attack. Behind Ho Wuti, Ares couldn't help but say, But the war mobilization hasn't been completed yet. There are still a lot of supplies to prepare. Chu Feng did not hesitate. If there are fewer resources, so be it. We don't have time to prepare. The same goes for the enemy. This bit of time was not enough for them to gather the low-grade demonic creatures scattered all over the world. To us ordinary soldiers, this is a good thing. As for war mobilization, I'll do it. It'll be broadcast live on satellite at noon today. Those who are willing to fight for humanity will go even without us saying anything. If they are unwilling, they would not listen no matter what. All we have to do is to inform the entire human race. Quaid said in a muffled voice, Does that mean that the demon race will know that we are going to attack in advance? Chu Feng asked, Can we hide it? The low-grade demonic creatures all over the world are their spies. Such a large-scale mobilization of the army could not be hidden. This time, we don't need any schemes. We'll crush them with an army openly. I don't care what schemes that so-called Your Highness has, the current situation is, our strength is not inferior to theirs. If we want to fight, he has to fight. Otherwise, they could only wait for death. There's no time like the present. They probably didn't expect that we would dare to fight our way over today, that's it. Everyone, get ready. At that moment, Chu Feng was filled with killing intent. He was extremely decisive. He did not give anyone a chance to retort. At such a critical moment that determined fate, he could not delay for too long. The opportunity was fleeting. Fortunately, Chu Feng's performance during this period of time had completely conquered the upper echelons of humanity. No one objected. This order was quickly pushed forward. Chu Feng pulled Zhao Xiuxiu and walked directly into the conference room. Behind him, a group of young people followed closely. Chu Feng did not waste his breath. He opened his personal information panel. In the trading area, he transferred 60 million points to Zhao Xiuxiu. This frightened Zhao Xiuxiu. To him, this was undoubtedly a huge sum of money. He looked at Chu Feng while trembling. Big Brother Chu, why did you transfer 60 million points to me? These words shocked the surrounding people. Chu Feng was simply too generous. He casually threw out 60 million points without even blinking. Only then did Chu Feng say, I want you to buy 3 master balls for me. The original price is 1 million, 10 million, and 100 million respectively. Your half-price privilege is 55.5 million. The last 4.5 million will be your commission. SSS, the series of saliva sounds could be heard. It was just a matter of purchase, but Zhao Xiuxiu could earn more than 4 million. My goodness, boss was too rich. Zhao Xiuxiu was even more stunned by the pie falling from the sky. He hurriedly said, boss, actually, there's no need. I don't have any losses. Chu Feng shook his head. In his previous life, borrowing this privilege had cost money. This was also a rule. This was because most warriors were unwilling to owe favors. After all, points were easy to earn, but favors were difficult to repay. Therefore, those guys with special privileges in his previous life were all extremely rich. For example, if Chu Feng was willing to lend him his 50% discount privilege, the entire human race would probably have to work for him. Of course, Chu Feng did not lack points. The speed at which he earned points was even more terrifying than the entire human race combined. Seeing Chu Feng's determined attitude, Zhao Xiuxiu seemed to have suddenly thought of something and shouted, by the way, boss, I remember that after I broke through to the A rank, the golden ranking list gave me another notification. It said that I have the qualifications to buy a high-grade master ball. Of course, I'm limited to buying one for life. It said that that thing can subdue S rank or even more. It's just that the price is a little expensive. 200 million and there's no discount. Anyway, I don't know what I can use. Boss, if you need it, I'll give this qualification to you. Hearing those words, Chu Feng's eyes widened. Damn it, the legendary high-grade master ball actually existed, guaranteed to tame an S rank, or even higher existences. There was no way to know the exact effect. After all, no one had ever used it. Even so, it was enough to defy the heavens. No wonder even Zhao Xiuxiu, who had the privilege of purchase, could only buy one for life. If you give this qualification to me, what will you do in the future? Chu Feng frowned again. A pet beast ball of this grade was no less than a divine artifact to a beast tamer. Zhao Xiuxiu smiled indifferently. Boss, when I took your devouring bloodline and the essence of the star domain, I didn't ask so many questions. Now, I've taken more than 4 million points from you for nothing. I am not someone who doesn't repay kindness. If you consider yourself my boss, cut the crap. Chu Feng smiled. Before he could speak, Zhao Xiuxiu muttered, and as far as I know, it's not impossible to obtain high-grade master balls in the future. It seems that as long as there are any soul gems in master balls, there's a chance of synthesizing high-grade master balls. Since I can't buy them, I'll create them myself. Chapter 283, Better to die standing than to live kneeling. Zhao Xiuxiu talked casually, however, everyone fell silent. It would be a waste if this guy did not become an alchemist. Even Chu Feng did not know about this secret. Even in his previous life, only Zhao Xiuxiu knew. Now that he had said it out loud in front of everyone, it was obvious that he had truly acknowledged his companion's soul gem. Chu Feng felt that the name was familiar. However, he was unable to recall what it was. However, since it could allow the master ball to transform, it was obvious that it was an extremely precious item. There was no need to consider it for the time being. Boss, quickly transfer the money. 200 million. I've never seen so much money in my life. Also, don't transfer more this time. I'm afraid that if I have too much balance, I'll be robbed by those guys behind me. Jiao Xiuxiu urged Chu Feng jokingly. Chu Feng took a deep breath. Jiao Xiuxiu had given him a huge surprise this time. An extremely precious purchase qualification was given to him just like that. There was also the method to synthesize a high-grade master ball, which was even more precious. Although he had helped him a lot, he still had to accept this favor. He did not hesitate. He transferred 200 million points directly. In the upcoming decisive battle, he might need to use such a top-grade treasure. Now was not the time to be polite. In a short period of time, Chu Feng had spent 260 million points. Even Chu Feng sighed with emotion. When he was poor, spending tens of thousands of points made his heart ache. Now that he was spending hundreds of millions, he did not feel anything at all. Soon, Jiao Xiuxiu handed 3 pitch-black master balls and a completely golden high-grade master ball to Chu Feng. He looked at the 4 balls in front of him. Chu Feng could not help but feel excited. Each of them was priceless. In this battle, as long as he made good use of it, it could be considered a super trump card. Chu Feng did not waste the remaining time. He pulled the group of young people behind him and found a deserted place to hide. It was said to be the final special training. No one knew what these young people had done in their final moments. It was not until noon that Chu Feng arrived at the Alliance headquarters alone. Someone asked where the others had gone. Chu Feng simply gave a random excuse. The satellite live broadcast platform had already prepared it for him. Chu Feng did not dawdle. He stood on the platform. He actually had nothing to say. As he had said before, if a person was willing to fight for humanity, he would go regardless of the difficulties. If he was unwilling, it was useless to say anything. Chu Feng did not wish to ask too much from ordinary people. After greeting them, he only took out a row of image-retaining balls. On them was the bloody battles between humans and demons that Chu Feng had gathered during this period of time. The sun was high in the sky, and the wind was howling. All of them had young but determined faces. Even though they were facing an army of demons several times their own number, they were still fearless and fought to the death. They were young, had great potential, and their spiritual energy cultivation progressed quickly. With the older generation experts restrained, this group of young people had become the last guardians of countless ordinary people. They were clearly in their prime and they were just teenagers. But because of this alien invasion, they bid farewell to their family and left their homeland. They fought everywhere and shed blood on the battlefield. In the end, they were buried in a foreign land forever. As the battle continued, scenes of people risking their lives played out every day. This was an accusation of blood and tears. All the humans in front of the satellite television fell silent. Their eyes were filled with tears. They were furious. In a dilapidated refugee camp, the people gathered here were all homeless because of the demonic invasion. In the refugee camp, drunk middle-aged men could be seen everywhere. They were disheveled and their eyes were lifeless. Their loved ones were dead. There was no hope of survival. They were like walking corpses every day. They lived on alcohol. The satellite television that had been turned off for a long time suddenly turned on today. Chu Feng's indifferent voice could be heard. What followed was the scene of the human youth fighting against the foreign races. A middle-aged man with a hangover subconsciously opened his hazy eyes and looked up in a daze. On the screen, a young man, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was fighting hundreds of abyssal demonic creatures alone. He was not strong enough. In this desperate situation, he suddenly let out an indignant roar and resolutely chose to self-destruct, blowing up the only intersection. As the camera zoomed out, the middle-aged man saw that behind the young man was a group of ordinary people fleeing for their lives. There were women, children, and old men. Their faces were filled with fear as they trembled. However, because of the young man's sacrifice, the demonic creature's pursuit was destroyed. These people had been saved, and this was just an insignificant episode in the countless scenes. Watching the scene, the middle-aged man's eyes welled up. The scene of his lucky escape that day seemed to have appeared in his mind. That day, a group of ordinary people were chased by demonic creatures until they had no way to escape. At this moment, another young man stood in front of them. The young man claimed to be from Huaxiao Warrior University and had a warm smile on his face. Since the situation was urgent, he let them escape first while he was in charge of bringing up the rear, and then nothing. From afar, the middle-aged man could only see the young man slowly falling into a pool of blood. Even in death, the young man's eyes were still looking in the direction of their escape. Memories flooded back. The middle-aged man recalled his dead family, parents, wife, children. They were all dead. The middle-aged man clenched his fists tightly. At some point, 2 traces of tears had appeared on his face. He suddenly roared indignantly. Damn it! Damn alien races! Give me back my family! Give me back that young man's life! FCK! Ah! The middle-aged man became crazy and vented his anger. At this moment, no one mocked him. More and more people stood up and looked at the satellite television in midair. Everyone fell silent. They could empathize, it was everything they had experienced. Suddenly, a voice from somewhere broke the silence. Sigh. They're all children. They also have parents, families, and their loved ones are also waiting for them to come home. But in order to save us useless people, they sacrificed themselves and could never return. Watching them fight while we lie comfortably in the back, I feel suffocated. Let a bunch of little kids stand in front of us? Are we still humans? It is time for the final battle. I finally have an answer for my life. I might not be capable, but I have a life. I could just go and be cannon fodder for those children. My family has all been killed by those bastards. I have nothing to worry about. I'm not afraid of death. Is anyone willing to go with me? Just as this voice fell, suddenly, the crowd became agitated. Countless voices sounded. Count me in. I don't want to live anymore. It's worth it to be useful before I die. Ha ha. I'll go too. I miss my daughter. She'll be lonely over there. And me. The same scene was playing out all over the world. There was no moment when all of humanity was so united. At this moment, humans really needed a victory, even if it was a bloody victory. Even if less than 10% of humanity remained after this battle, they had to fight to their heart's content. They would rather die standing than live on his knees. The unyielding humans from all over the world rushed to the front line like a mighty torrent following the voices on television. On the other side, the demon lord, who had been monitoring this scene, panicked. He roared in anger. What's going on? Humans. What happened to humans? Chapter 284, People from Kunlun, an army pressing on the border. For the first time, Lin Yi panicked. Seeing the human stance, it was as if they could launch an all-out attack at any moment. Where did humans get their confidence from? In Lin Yi's understanding, although humans had become stronger, they were inferior to the demons in terms of numbers and quality of top experts. He had deliberately given them sufficient time to prepare. It had only been a day. Why did humans make a move? And they did not hide it at all. It was as if they were not worried that he would know in advance. This made Lin Yi anxious. The star domain essence had not been gathered yet. Furthermore, in order to confuse humans, Lin Yi had deliberately not rallied the army of demonic creatures. It was too late to gather all the low-grade demonic creatures in a short period of time. One had to know that those low-grade demonic creatures did not have the powerful mental willpower of humans to spontaneously gather. They acted on instinct. The demons could only barely control them. Lin Yi was extremely frustrated. He roared at his subordinates, "Quick! Gather the essence of the star domain as soon as possible. Also, gather all the low-grade demonic creatures. Go!" While the demonic creatures were panicking, at the headquarters of the Human Alliance, after Chu Feng learned of the reactions from all over the world, a relieved smile appeared on his face. Good job, humans. Within the Alliance, all the Heavenly Master Realm experts had been sent out to protect the humans rushing to the front line. Now, everything was ready except for the best opportunity. Chu Feng quietly closed his eyes to rest. Tonight, there would definitely be an unprecedented battle. His opponent was very likely that mysterious demon lord. Furthermore, from the information that Ho Wudi and the others had given him, there seemed to be an extraordinary existence within the demon race. However, that fellow had been covered in a black robe. He had never made a move. Humans knew very little about him. They only knew that the black-robed demon king was abnormally short and funny. When the intelligence report described the black-robed expert, it even mentioned that it's as if a person has been cut into two from the middle. It's extremely strange. Those words caught Chu Feng's attention. He suddenly remembered in his previous life. There had been a clan called the Half-Spirit Demon Clan. This clan was very strange. They could split their entire body into two, but they would not die. Furthermore, when cutting, they could also control the strength of each body. In fact, these two halves of the body could cultivate independently. It was equivalent to two lives. Therefore, the half-spirit demons were quite difficult to deal with. In his previous life, humans had suffered quite a bit. Fortunately, this clan was pitifully small and would not be easily encountered. However, this short demon king caused Chu Feng to overthink. He became more vigilant. The tense time passed in a flash, when Chu Feng came out of seclusion. At the headquarters of the Human Alliance, dozens of ranks were ready to attack. Lu Xiener and the others had also come out of seclusion. Standing at the front of the crowd, Ho Wudi glanced at the group of young people in confusion. For some reason, he felt that the aura of these little fellows had changed after their seclusion. Needless to say, it was definitely related to Chu Feng. As for what it was, Ho Wuti couldn't be bothered to ask. At that moment, Chu Feng walked out. Seeing that everyone had gathered like soldiers waiting for their leader to inspect them, Chu Feng grinned. Unknowingly, he had become the leader of humanity. As for Ho Wuti's position, first counselor, he had long ceased to hold power. Now, he was dedicated to being a butler. He looked around at everyone. Chu Feng knew that a portion of them had already rushed to the front line to protect the human army. In that case, there was no need to delay. But just as everyone was about to set off, suddenly, an ear-piercing sound came from the horizon. The next moment, 6 figures arrived in the air. It was actually the people from Kunlun. Led by the Kunlun Grand Supreme Elder, behind him was the Loki Lin senator from his aura. Alone, he was already a high-level A rank. His improvement speed was fast. Behind them were 4 Kunlun elders, all of whom were Heavenly Master Realm experts. However, to Chu Feng, the 4 of them seemed to have abnormal spiritual auras. Their eyes were a little dazed. Of course, one would not be able to tell if one did not look carefully. Chu Feng had to use some means to sense it. Are they controlled? Chu Feng was puzzled. It was not surprising. With the old monster living in Lin Sen's body, it should not be a problem for him to slowly infiltrate and control a few heavenly masters. However, at this moment, it showed the difference between ordinary control methods and human pet beast balls. The pet beast ball could completely preserve the soul and strength of the controlled person. At that moment, the Grand Supreme Elder had already greeted Ho Wuti. Fellow Daoist Wuti, the people of Kunlun heard that the humans are going to fight a decisive battle with the demons. We rushed over and finally made it. We promised little friend Chu Feng back then. We can't go back on our word. The Grand Supreme Elder said casually. Chu Feng frowned. These guys had suddenly rushed over at this time. They probably had other motives. Chu Feng did not believe that old monsters like Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Sen would take the rise and fall of humans to heart. He wondered what plan they had. However, since they were already here, Chu Feng was unable to chase them away. Otherwise, it would be obvious to Lin Sen that his identity had been seen through. If that old monster suddenly went berserk, Chu Feng would not be able to do anything for the time being. He thought about it for a while and then suddenly, he spoke to Ho Wuti telepathically. An ancient voice transmission technique was used to prevent Lin Sen from eavesdropping. Senior Ho, let them stay, but they have to form a team alone. Let the others be on guard against these guys from Kunlun. There's something strange. Chu Feng merely mentioned it. He believed that Ho Wuti would understand what he meant. As expected, Ho Wuti was like an old fox. Without batting an eyelid, he feigned a smile and arranged for Kunlun and the others to march. At that moment, Chu Feng and Lin Sen's gazes suddenly met. Both of them looked away at the same time. They did not stop. Lin Sen lowered his head. No one knew what he was thinking. As for Chu Feng, he followed the group and soared into the sky as if nothing had happened. A group of ranks charged towards the battlefield. There was no concealment at all. He told the demons openly, "We, humans, are here." At the front line of the peak battlefield, a storm was already brewing. The armies of humans and demons gathered at the same time and stood on both sides of the battlefield. However, this time, the demon army was much smaller. There were too many low-grade demons scattered all over the world. They could not gather them in time and the number barely exceeded 100 million. On the other hand, because of Chu Feng's mobilization, the number of troops gathered in the end actually exceeded 100 million. It was a sea of people. This way, whether it was the number of ordinary troops or the peak strength, humans and demons were truly evenly matched. This was unprecedented. As a result, all humans were filled with anticipation for this war. Their battle intent surged. This emotion completely erupted the moment Chu Feng arrived at the battlefield. Almost hundreds of millions of people roared at the sky at the same time. Kill! 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 Chapter 285, the final battle begins. Seeing Chu Feng's arrival, the human heavenly masters who had arrived early also soared into the sky. They nodded slightly at Chu Feng, then, they quietly floated behind Chu Feng. In the sky, half of the human A ranks occupied half of the world. Their surging aura shook the world. Even the night seemed to be trembling. On the ground, countless humans were flushed with excitement when they saw so many human experts floating in the air. We humans are actually so powerful. There are more than 40 A ranks. Ha ha ha. There's hope for this battle. Ha ha. Humans are awesome. Kill these bastards. The crowd surged with excitement. Among them, there were quite a number of people who came to the front line because they were unwilling to continue living in a daze. They did not have much hope that humans would win. But now, these people suddenly changed their minds. Humans really had a chance of winning. The battle to die had become a battle to protect the country. The difference was too great. While the humans were celebrating, in the demon camp, His Highness, Lin Yi, had a gloomy expression. Who can tell me where humans suddenly produced so many ranks? No one dared to reply. The oppressive atmosphere spread among the demon kings. Suddenly, the black-robed short demon king sighed. Your Highness, we have all underestimated humans. Now that things have come to this, we can only fight. I just checked. Although humans have become much stronger, the advantage is still on our side. Our demon king experts are not inferior to them. Moreover, in terms of quality, a considerable portion of humans are only newly advanced to ranks. They are still inferior to us. Furthermore, as long as we win this battle, the future humans will no longer have the ability to fight back. The Earth God Star will forever belong to us demons. Lin Yi took a deep breath. After a long while, he said slowly, Elder, you are right. We have to rely on you for this battle, Venerable Yen Tuo. When the black-robed short demon king heard this, he slowly raised his head and revealed a cold gaze beneath his black robe. He chuckled, TSK, Your Highness, you're being too polite. When I decided to let this half-spirit body follow Your Highness to the Earth God Star, I completely stood on your side. It's just a pity that because of the existence of the Great Sealing Formation, the strength of this half-spirit body of mine can't exceed the limit of a rank. Otherwise, what can a group of rank brats do? Fortunately, Your Highness and I are both ultimate ranks, and there is only one human. This means that humans would have to pay a huge price to hold back one of us. Furthermore, His Highness had Chu Feng, the Earth Dragon King, the Demon King Z, and the Yin Bone King, 4 PK ranks. In terms of true top-notch combat power, we have a huge advantage. As long as we disintegrate the high-end combat power of the other party, no matter how many ranks there are left, they are not worth mentioning. Hearing this, Lin Yi's expression improved slightly. Thank you, Venerable. As he spoke, he suddenly shouted, Convey my orders. Gather the army immediately and fight. Chu Feng and the other 3 hurriedly responded and left. Soon, the mighty demon army came out in full strength. Behind them was a golden semicircular domain. This was also the last defense of the demon race, the indestructible demon god domain. As long as they saw that the situation was not good and escaped into the demon god domain, they would be absolutely safe. Actually, Chu Feng had a backup plan. The defense mechanism of the ancestral stones of the 3 sacred lands was similar to that of the demon god domain. However, no one wanted to come this far. That represented a complete defeat. The many demon kings of the demon race also soared into the sky, with Lin Yi as the leader and Yen Tuo as the support. Behind him, many great demon kings stood in the air. They also released their rank aura openly. In this half of the world, a cold wind blew, and demonic flames surged into the sky. The roars and growls of countless demonic creatures made one's hair stand on end. The humans and demons looked at each other from afar. The battle seemed to be about to begin. Just then, suddenly, a cold laughter resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Lin Yi, who was dressed in black armor, took a step forward. He stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Chu Feng, the leader of the human camp. His gaze was complicated. He sighed softly. Chu Feng, right? This is actually the first time we've met. However, your name is well known to me. To have a C-rank body comparable to an A rank is truly an unheard of miracle. It is quite a pity. Before you appeared, the human race was like meat on my chopping board. I never took people like Ho Woody seriously, but everything has changed since you appeared. For some reason, under your lead, the human race seemed to have a soul. There were endless A ranks, and the demons kept losing. If I had known this would happen, I would have killed the humans as soon as possible. What a pity. Hearing those words, Chu Feng smiled lightly and stood with his hands behind his back. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. I can't bear your highness's praise. I think that the failure of the demon race is destined. Since ancient times, the invaders have never had a good ending. Don't you agree, your highness? Chu Feng opposed him. Just as he finished speaking, the temperature in the world seemed to have dropped a few grades. Lin Yi suddenly laughed out loud. In the words of you humans, the winner takes all. To tell you the truth, humans are hopeless. When the great era arrives, no race would let the human race off. Without the corresponding strength, you've occupied a treasure land like the Earth God Star. This is the original sin. Humans are destined to be an abandoned race, but Brother Chu, you're different. Your talent is really too monstrous. I really admire you very much. Why don't you submit to me and we'll address each other as brothers? With our combined forces, won't the Earth Abyss Star and Earth God Star be ours in the future? Why should you lose your life for an unworthy human race? Before Xian Yi could finish his sentence, Chu Feng suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that tears came out. Ha, what a joke! Xian Yi, are you an idiot? How can you say such things? You be starred, you've ruined the great rivers and mountains of humanity. You've wantonly slaughtered hundreds of millions of humans. Countless people have lost their families because of you, and their hatred is as deep as the sea. Now, you're saying that we're brothers? Ridiculous. I only have one sentence for you. I would rather die than live in dishonor. Cut the crap. I'm still waiting to use your dog head to pay tribute to my dead fellow humans. After Chu Feng finished saying those words, he pointed the Demon Slayer forward. This saber is called the Demon Slayer. It's specially prepared to send you off. Boom! Right after Chu Feng had said those words, Xian Yi could no longer maintain the hypocritical smile on his face. There was a snort, a vast aura erupted, a sinister voice that seemed to have come from hell sounded. I gave you face, but you don't want it. In that case, go to hell. All demons, listen up. Kill. In the human camp, Chu Feng also sneered, then let's see who will win. Everyone, kill. A great battle erupted instantly. Chapter 286, wishing the human race victory. In an instant, both sides were daggers drawn, nearly 100 ranks erupted with their pressure at the same time, and the world seemed to be about to shatter. Chu Feng swept his gaze across all the ranks of the demon race. His heart sank. As expected, the peak power of the demon race was still magnificent. Ultimate, 2 people, PK, 4 people. There were more than 10 high-grade A ranks, the rest were all ordinary A ranks. On the human side, he was the only one who had reached the ultimate A rank. There were a total of 6 PK ranks. Ho Wudi, Ares, Grand Supreme Elder, Madame Yi, Yu Qingzi, and his pet ancestral dragon were all considered experts of this level. However, because Madame Yi and Yu Qingzi were old and weak, their strength had decreased. They could barely maintain their peak state. The number of high-grade A ranks was not far from the demon race. This was all thanks to Lu Xianer, Li Xinghua, Jiao Xiuxiu, and Li Peng. With the help of the star domain essence, they broke through again and became high-level A ranks. This finally tied the numbers. Therefore, the most important thing now was that additional ultimate A, no one could restrain him. After sensing the aura of the black-robed dwarf demon king, Chu Feng had already confirmed his identity. It was indeed a half-spirit demon, that was a rather troublesome race. This also meant that this ultimate A would be even more difficult to deal with. Chu Feng frowned. He glanced at everyone on his side. He was thinking about how to restrain the black-robed old man. Otherwise, an unrestrained ultimate A would be too terrifying. He could easily kill humans until they collapsed, if one wanted to restrict an A rank. There was no need to summon those who were weak. No matter how many there were, it was useless. At the very least, they had to be a peak A rank. Chu Feng instantly came up with a plan. Senior Ho Wudi, Senior Ares, that half-spirit clan's ultimate A demon king can only be taken care of by the 2 of you. I hope that the 2 of you can restrain him. This concerns the outcome of the entire war. Chu Feng looked at the 2 of them solemnly. This mission was extremely difficult. One had to know that any peak A rank was at least comparable to 3 to 4 peak A ranks working together. Now, only Ho Wudi and Ares were asked to resist him. He had no choice. Madame He and Yu Qingzi were too weak. They could still fight against an ordinary peak A rank. If they were to face this ultimate A, they would probably collapse instantly. Who knew what the Grand Supreme Elder was thinking? He could not interfere with such a crucial mission. As for the ancestral dragon, its strength was similar to Ares. However, the humans still needed someone to hold back the 4 demon kings. This was the only way the humans could fight. The goal was to drag them down. They would stall until he defeated the demon lord, or, if Luciana led the high-grade A battlefield to victory, they could besiege these peak A ranks. Only then could humanity obtain the final victory. Chu Feng instantly considered everything. He sent a voice transmission with his divine will. He informed everyone, including the people from Kunlun. At this moment, he could not let Lin Xin and the Grand Supreme Elder become suspicious. Actually, Chu Feng had some trump cards that he had yet to reveal. Otherwise, humans would not have had such a difficult time. But the uncertainty of this battle was too great. On one hand, Chu Feng wanted to guard against the sudden burst of power from the demon race. On the other hand, he was also wary of the Grand Supreme Elder and Lin Xin. Their motives were unclear. Chu Feng only knew that the current Lin Xin was actually an old monster from ancient times. However, Chu Feng was unable to determine if Lin Xin was related to the demon race. Perhaps he still had a grudge with the demon race. Would he make a move in this battle? None of this was certain. Thus, Chu Feng habitually had a backup plan. At the last moment, Chu Feng instructed the two of them worriedly, "Seniors, your enemy will be abnormally powerful. You don't have to beat him. But you must resist him." Ho Wudi and Ares exchanged glances. Battle intent surged in their eyes as they smiled faintly. "Don't worry, kid. Don't look down on us. Before you came back, humans relied on us. We always have some trump cards. This time, with you on the stage, we will definitely sing a good show for you." Chu Feng laughed upon hearing that. "Then I wish the human race victory." Just as he finished speaking, the next moment, almost simultaneously, all the human experts erupted. They each found their own opponents: Ho Wudi and Ares against the half-spirit demon Venerable, Yu Qingzi against Imo Qianfan, Celestial Maiden He versus the Yin Bone King, Grand Supreme versus Demon King Zi, the Ancestral Dragon against the War Beast King. These top experts fought at the same time. The moment they came up, it would be a life and death battle. Everyone knew that this would be a battle that would determine their fate. Instantly, on the peak battlefield, the world shook violently, the roar was deafening, overturning mountains and seas. The sun and moon lost their luster. At the same time, on the ground, the human army had already engaged the demonic army in close combat. The ground was instantly dyed red with blood, the battle instantly became intense. On both sides, only Chu Feng and Lin Yi were looking at each other from afar. They were both accumulating their strength. The two of them were extremely solemn. One was the direct descendant of the Abyssal royalty, a peerless genius at the ultimate of a rank. The other was even more abnormal. A mere C-rank warrior had the heaven-defying combat power of an ultimate A rank. At that moment, the two of them were as calm as water. The noisy roars and sounds of weapons clashing did not seem to affect the two of them. Their gazes were only for each other. They both wanted to kill each other quickly. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Suddenly, Lin Yi moved. He held a pitch-black sword that emitted a demonic glow. With a casual wave of his hand, space was torn apart. He burst out laughing. "Huh, Chu Feng? Take my sword first. Let me see if you are qualified to be my opponent." Black Fiend Demon Sword. It was a killing move. The black sword in Lin Yi's hand suddenly transformed into countless shadows. They blocked the sun. The black sword rain that filled the sky attacked like a violent storm. He did not give Chu Feng any room to dodge. The power contained in these sword rain could easily severely injure a PK. And this was just Lin Yi's tentative attack. Opposite him, Chu Feng was expressionless. However, the moment Lin Yi made his move, Chu Feng also moved. Unexpectedly, he put away the demon slayer. There was no telling what he wanted to do. Until the next moment, Chu Feng did not hesitate at all. His eyes narrowed. Boom. The sound of waves seemed to have sounded all around. Suddenly, a hazy ripple-shaped realm enveloped the entire world. The sky and ground were filled with thick and huge water droplets. Not only did it envelop Lin Yi, but it also enveloped the army of humans and demons fighting fiercely on the ground. Even the other ranks who were fighting fiercely were no exception. At that moment, as Chu Feng expanded with all his might, the entire battlefield was under his control. The drops of heavy water that weighed hundreds of millions of kilograms were like towering mountains that lay above everyone's heads. He seemed to have sensed something. Lin Yi's eyes suddenly widened in fear as he roared, "Chu Feng! You! What are you going to do? I'm warning you, if you dare to do that, I will definitely not spare you." Hearing Lin Yi's powerless threat, Chu Feng merely smiled disdainfully. There was a murmur. "Threatening me? You don't seem to have seen the truth yet. This is a battle between races. The enemy deserves to die." Chapter 287, Heavenly Might. Purgatory. Damaging the demon race in the world, with Chu Feng as the center, it was as if endless waves had appeared. Everyone saw it. In Chu Feng's palm, a simple and ancient transparent ball floated quietly. The small ball emitted an imperceptible green light. It was as if there was no deterrence at all. However, wherever the green light reached, the entire heavenly water domain seemed to have eaten a perfect tonic. Suddenly, it shone brightly. It was blinding. The amount of heavy water suddenly doubled. Like dense dark green raindrops, they floated above everyone's heads. At that moment, Lin Yi was still roaring wildly, "Chu Feng! How dare you? I will definitely not spare you." The black sword in his hand stabbed towards Chu Feng like a madman. Right now, Chu Feng was using all his strength to control the heavenly water realm. He simply did not have the strength to resist his attack. He had already guessed what Chu Feng was going to do. Thus, he desperately wanted to stop Chu Feng. "Chu Feng, you are actually crazy enough to use your domain power to kill all the demons. If you dare to do this, you will also be killed by me." We'll each take a step back. I'll take back my sword move, and you'll take back your domain power. How about that? Hearing those words, Chu Feng put on an even bigger smile. Are you afraid? But the more afraid the enemy is, the more it proves that my actions are correct. Lin Yi was about to go crazy. Chu Feng, you're bullying the weak. Do you not care about the face of the strong? Do you know how many sins you'll commit? Chu Feng grinned. He revealed a row of neat white teeth. Every method is allowed in a war. As long as I kill one more demon, the pressure on us human soldiers will decrease. For the lives of human soldiers, so-called face was nothing. I never care. If I become infamous for 10,000 years and I can exchange it for the destruction of the abyss and the extinction of the demon race, I think I'll be happy to do it. As for killing, Your Highness Lin Yi, do you have the right to tell me this? Facing such a stubborn fellow, Lin Yi really had no choice. They were equally ruthless. Alright. Since you insist on doing this, don't blame me for killing you directly, it's just some demons dying. It's worth it to exchange for your life. As long as you die, the human race will be leaderless. In the end, victory will still belong to us demons. Chu Feng merely grinned. However, he could not be bothered with Lin Yi. As you wish. This made Lin Yi go crazy. Furthermore, Chu Feng seemed to really not care about his life. He was still indifferent to his attack. He was as steady as a mountain. The next moment, Chu Feng took a deep breath. Suddenly, veins popped out all over his body and his eyes widened. He used all his strength to activate the heavenly water domain. This was the first time in history that he had overloaded the heavenly water domain. His palms suddenly pressed down. It was as if there was an inexplicable pull. The dark green heavy water in the sky crashed down. With the howling wind, like powerful cannonballs, they smashed down. Boom, boom. The ground shook, dust and smoke rose. The ground caved in where it had hit. At the same time, loud crackling sounds could be heard. In front of such a powerful move, everyone felt so small. Chu Feng controlled it with difficulty. He tried his best to blast towards the place where the demons were gathered. At that moment, the entire battlefield seemed to have become a bombing zone. The demons had nowhere to hide. The only way to escape was to blend into the human army. This would make Chu Feng hesitate. But the human army fought with legions. These scattered demons that had charged in would soon be ganged up on and attacked. They would not survive for more than a breath. In an instant, the entire peak battlefield was like purgatory. Like the messenger of death, Chu Feng frantically harvested the lives of countless low-grade demons. There was even a large amount of excess heavy water. Chu Feng charged toward the battlefield of ordinary A ranks. Even a peak A rank had to treat the heavy water seriously. How could a group of ordinary A rank demon kings withstand it? One touch and they would die. One brush and they would be injured. This way, it greatly reduced the pressure on the human heavenly masters. There were even some heavenly masters who seized the opportunity and suddenly attacked while their opponents were injured. For a moment, the demons suffered heavy casualties. It was simply because there was no corresponding method to contend against Chu Feng's high-grade domain. At that moment, Chu Feng suddenly remembered. When he followed number 9 to cultivate, number 9 had once told him very solemnly, the heavenly water domain has never been just a means to restrain an opponent. Your understanding of it is still too one-sided. The so-called domain is mainly about dominating. At that time, Chu Feng did not understand, but at this moment, Chu Feng suddenly came to a realization. The domain should not be used as what he had used previously. Although domains did have a restraining effect, they could also become a sharp blade to kill, especially when it came to area of effect attacks. The destructive power of a domain was something that no other move could compare to. Especially with the help of a domain-type treasure like the Realm Heart, this attack reached its peak. He took a deep breath. Chu Feng felt exhausted. However, the results were astonishing. After the crazy bombardment just now, on the ground, many of the disgusting bugs had died. Tens of millions of low-grade demonic creatures were reduced to ashes in an instant. This was not even counting the demonic creatures that the human army had seized the opportunity to kill. In total, the demon race had lost nearly half of their forces. As for humans, there were only a few casualties. In this way, humans had basically won the battle on the ground, unfortunately, because the power this time was too scattered. On the ordinary A-rank battlefield, only 5 ordinary A-rank demon kings had been instantly killed. The other 5 or 6 demon kings were killed by their respective opponents. In an instant, in the battlefield of ordinary A-ranks, humans also had the absolute advantage. There were even more than 10 ordinary heavenly masters who had freed up their hands and rushed directly to the battlefield of the high-grade A-ranks. They were reinforcements. Although there was a difference between an ordinary A and a high-grade A, it was not huge. They could make up for it with numbers. As such, In the battlefield of high-grade A ranks, humans were actually slowly gaining the upper hand, and all of this was because Chu Feng had disregarded his own life and unleashed a domain with all his might. Now, the effects had all been achieved. However, Xianya's sword of death, which was filled with endless anger, was already approaching Chu Feng's heart. The pitch-black tip of the sword emitted a cold sword glow. Like a poisonous snake, it chose its prey. It was as if it would completely destroy Chu Feng's life in the next moment. Xianya's eyes were filled with hatred. This time, the losses of the demon race were too heavy. If he was not careful, he would lose everything. Xianya's hatred for Chu Feng had reached its peak. He roared crazily, "Bastard! You asked for this. Go to hell!" At that moment, Chu Feng just launched the attack and the new strength had yet to be replenished. Controlling the entire sky-water domain had nearly exhausted Chu Feng's energy. Now, it seemed like there was no other way but to wait for death. However, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 288, Peak Battlefield, the key to victory. Just as Xianya's all-out sword was about to pierce through Chu Feng's heart, suddenly, a vast aura suddenly erupted from Chu Feng's body. A blinding golden light erupted from within. It almost illuminated the entire night sky. Whoosh, clang. Holding the Black Fiend demon sword, Xianya's eyes suddenly widened. It did not sound like a sword piercing through a body. Instead, his Black Fiend demon sword seemed to have pierced through an extremely hard armor. No matter how crazily Xianya erupted, he could not pierce through it. Only a portion of the force was transmitted to Chu Feng through the armor. The shock caused Chu Feng to vomit large mouthfuls of blood. His face was extremely pale. However, this was simply not enough to take Chu Feng's life. It was just an injury. At that moment, Xianya's eyes widened in shock. He looked at Chu Feng in disbelief and suddenly shouted indignantly, "What? What is this? Is it armor? But how can there be such tough armor? Even the Black Fiend demon sword that father gave me can't pierce through it?" Chu Feng merely sneered. "What Black Fiend demon sword? No matter how awesome it is, can it compare to my magical armor?" This was the top divine artifact on the human golden ranking list. Although it was only a component, it was still indestructible. All damage was reduced by 50%, ignore rank. On top of that, Chu Feng had a powerful physical body. That was how he managed to withstand the attack of an ultimate A rank without dying. It was also because of the existence of the magical armor that from the beginning, Chu Feng had made this decision. Using his own body as bait to create an opportunity to slaughter all the demons, this would reduce the pressure on the other battlefields. His opponent did not know about the existence of the magical armor. They would definitely think that humans would suffer a loss in such an exchange. After all, Chu Feng was an existence akin to the faith of humans. Without Chu Feng, humans would definitely lose. Chu Feng dared to do this. It was all because of the power of the magical armor. Otherwise, he would have really been killed by Xianyi just now. Although the sword earlier had not pierced through his body, the force had still injured Chu Feng greatly. An ultimate A rank attack was not so easy to receive. Moreover, Xianya's all-out attack had almost completely exhausted the energy in the magical armor. This caused Chu Feng's heart to ache. This slash had cost him 20 million points, not to mention, he was also seriously injured. Chu Feng hurriedly spent another 20 million points to replenish the energy of the magical armor. However, this would still take some time. At this moment, Xianyi struck out wildly again. He could not accept it. The demon race had paid such a heavy price. And this damn fellow was still alive and vigorous under his sword. This made Xianyi feel an indescribable sense of defeat. As a peerless genius of the demon race, he had never suffered such humiliation. He could not help but slash wildly. "Even if I can't stab you to death, I can shock you to death." Seeing this, Chu Feng's eyes widened. What the heck? Was there no end to this? The current magical armor had not been fully charged. It did not have the effect of weakening attacks by 50%. Toughness was probably the only characteristic left. Chu Feng did not dare to let Xianya's sword land on him again. He could not help but dodge frantically. The light pursuit realm was unleashed to its limits. Chu Feng's figure seemed to fill the sky. His speed was so fast that even an ordinary A rank could not see him clearly. It was that terrifying. However, even so, Xianyi was still able to easily keep up with Chu Feng's speed. It might even be better. This was the power of an A rank. There were almost no shortcomings. After all, Chu Feng was only a C rank. His defense and attacks had reached the limit of A rank. However, he was still lacking in other aspects. Perhaps Chu Feng could easily toy with them when facing a peak A rank. However, facing the same ultimate grade A, Chu Feng's weakness was slowly revealed. Xianyi also saw through Chu Feng's flaw. He could not help but sneer. Chu Feng, your speed is inferior to mine. Even if you run, I can exhaust you to death." Chu Feng suddenly snorted upon hearing those words. He flipped his wrist. The demon slayer instantly appeared in his hand. He snorted coldly, "Go ahead and try." His voice was still echoing. The two of them had already exchanged hundreds of moves in the sky. Shadows filled the sky. Boom, boom. The entire world echoed with the sound of weapons clashing. A terrifying sound wave spread in all directions, even though they were hundreds of miles away. The ground still cracked. The people on the ground also felt that they could not stand steadily. Shock was written all over their faces. It was obvious how terrifying an ultimate A rank was, but what shocked everyone was, after hundreds of exchanges, Chu Feng was actually completely unharmed. In terms of attack, he was really not afraid of Lin Yi. His attack was also extremely powerful. Coupled with the terrifying weight of the demon slayer, he could even gain a slight advantage. Not only that, but the injuries caused by Lin Yi were also slowly recovering. A terrifying recovery ability. The only thing Chu Feng needed to do was to be careful of Lin Yi's terrifying speed. If he failed to resist Lin Yi's attack, the consequences would be disastrous. Fortunately, after this period of battle, the magical armor had been fully charged. Thus, Chu Feng was extremely confident. In a clash, he was fearless. Even Lin Yi could not break through his defense. As long as Chu Feng did not make a mistake, he was almost invincible. Lin Yi could also tell the current situation. He was really unable to do anything to Chu Feng. If this continued, the demon race would really be in danger. There was no hope for the battlefield on the ground. The battlefield of ordinary A ranks was also at a complete disadvantage. If this continued, the battlefield of high-level A ranks would not be good. Therefore, Lin Yi desperately wanted to find a way to break out of this situation. This can't go on. The only fortunate thing was that the foundation of the demon race was still there. The demons still had the absolute advantage in the two top-notch battlefields, PK and Ultimate A, as expected of a powerful S-rank existence. The half-spirit demon Venerable had rich combat experience. Even though he only had half of his spiritual body now, he was still extremely powerful and completely suppressed Ho Wudi and Ares. The two of them could barely withstand it. It was very dangerous. If they were not careful, the two of them would die. At the peak of the battlefield, the situation of humans was not optimistic. It was mainly because Madame He and Yuqingzi's strength had indeed decreased greatly. Among peak A ranks, they could only be considered at the bottom. As for the four peak A ranks of the demon race, they were all extremely powerful. The two of them were facing the Yin Bone King and Imo Qianfan respectively. They were gradually losing strength. Under Imo Qianfan and the Yin Bone King's frenzied attacks, they were already in danger. Their situation was not much better than Ho Wudi and Ares's. They were also in danger. The Grand Supreme Elder's situation was much better. He fought back and forth with the Demon King Z, however, he didn't seem to be trying his best. It was as if he was just stalling. The only normal one was the Ancestral Dragon, who was fighting the Earth Dragon King. The two strength-type contestants fought to a standstill. Whoever relaxed first would lose. At this point, Lin Yi's mind suddenly became active. He understood. The peak battlefield might be the key to breaking the dilemma. As long as Imo Qianfan and the Yin Bone King could kill their opponents as quickly as possible, then they could free up their hands to help the half-spirit demon Venerable. Then they could kill Ho Wudi and Ares. In that case, humans would no longer have the strength to resist in this war. Even if they lost in all other battlefields, as long as their peak combat power was still there, the final victor would still be the demons. Chu Feng seemed to have seen this too. His originally relaxed eyes gradually became heavy. The situation was not good again. Chapter 289, Critical Situation, Master Ball. What Lin Yi could see was clearly obvious to Chu Feng, but he had no choice. The situation he had created now was already at the limits of what humans could do. According to Chu Feng's original plan, they would devour the demons step by step. They would take down the ground battlefield in the ordinary A-rank battlefield first, then they win the high-grade A battlefield. It would mean that humans would have more than 10 high-level A ranks to help in the peak battlefield. In the end, like dominoes, they helped each other and obtained the final victory, but the key to this plan was that they had to hold on to the top two battlefields. Ho Wudi and his partner could not collapse. Yuqingzi and Madame He could not collapse either. They had to hold on until reinforcements arrived, otherwise, all their efforts would have been in vain. But now, it seemed that although human beings had advantage in the high-grade A battlefield, it would still take a long time to completely take it down. The high-grade A-ranked demon kings led by Mara were also going all out under the endless pressure. For some reason, Mara, who was not even in A rank back then and was once defeated by Chu Feng, was able to rise up and grow at an astonishing speed. Even compared to the top geniuses of humanity with the help of the golden ranking lists, he was not inferior. There was something strange about him. Now that he was fighting Lu Xin'e head-on, he was actually not at a disadvantage at all. In a short period of time, the battlefield of high-grade ranks could not be settled. On the other hand, Madame He and Yu Qingzi were about to collapse. He could tell. The two white-haired seniors were also coughing up blood with all their might. However, the enemy had exceeded their limits. They were at a complete disadvantage. Without external help, defeat was only a matter of time. Seeing this, Chu Feng became anxious. He looked around. Right now, he was the only one who could help the two elders. However, on his side, Xian Yi was eyeing him covetously. If he dared to move, he would definitely face Xian Yi's torrential attacks. Just as Chu Feng was anxiously pondering, suddenly, Yu Qingzi's exclamation could be heard not far away. After a loud bang, the demon-subduing golden pestle he had used his entire life had actually been severed by Mo Qianfan's demonic blade. The demonic saber's killing intent did not decrease. Mo Qianfan's fatal slash was about to cut Yu Qingzi in half. The battle between experts only lasted for an instant. At this moment, the others had no time to save him. Only Chu Feng could do something at the critical moment. Chu Feng could not be bothered to defend against Xian Yi's all-out attack. Boom! With the push from Xian Yi's sword, Chu Feng appeared before Yu Qingzi in a flash, as if he had teleported. He had narrowly blocked Mo Qianfan's slash. He had saved Yu Qingzi's life. However, at that moment, Chu Feng was also in a frighteningly bad situation. His face was extremely pale. He vomited blood profusely, although he relied on the effect of the magical armor to withstand another attack from an ultimate A-rank expert. This time, Chu Feng was even more seriously injured. However, Chu Feng had no choice but to do this if he did not help. Once Yu Qingzi died and Mo Qianfan had the time to make a move, the advantage humans had previously created would instantly disappear. But this way, Chu Feng had no choice but to withstand Xian Yi's attack. Although he had the weakening effect of the magical armor, half of its power had still struck his body. After accumulating time and time again, even if Chu Feng's constitution was extremely powerful and his recovery ability was astonishing, his injuries would only worsen in the end. Even the magical armor could not save his life. A dilemma. Xian Yi also saw the predicament of humans. He laughed wildly. He suddenly shouted, "Ha! Mo Qianfan, well done. Continue working hard. Yin Bone King. Work harder too. Kill all these old fellows for me. Chu Feng, can't you save them? I want to see how many times you can save them. How many times can your body withstand my attacks?" Hearing Xian Yi's smug laughter, Chu Feng was expressionless and did not say anything. He spent another 20 million points to replenish the magical armor. This battle was too dependent on the magical armor. His points were being consumed like flowing water. Fortunately, Chu Feng's previous savings was astonishing. Otherwise, he would have long been bankrupt. Xian Yi did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He charged over crazily again. Chu Feng could only accept the challenge. The two of them were locked in battle. But in reality, neither of them could win. The key to this battle was still the peak battlefield. Before long, the magical armor was fully charged. But at this moment, fortunately, it was at this moment, Madame He had also encountered a fatal crisis. Chu Feng had no choice but to use the same trick again. He went to the rescue for a second time. His injuries were getting worse. This wouldn't do. He couldn't do this any longer. Chu Feng knew very well. He felt like he was dancing on a blade, even if he was just a little unlucky. If anyone were to encounter danger before the magical armor was fully charged, to him, that would be a hopeless situation if he was not careful. He would die. If he did not save them, humanity would definitely lose. If he saved them, there was a high chance that he would die. He had no choice. He had to think of a way to solve the problem. Now, the problem had returned to Chu Feng. While fighting crazily with Xian Yi, many ideas flashed through Chu Feng's mind. Without a doubt, the best way to break out of this situation was to kill Mo Qianfan or the Yin Bone King. This way, not only could he resolve the crisis on Yu Qingzi and Madame He, it would allow the two of them to free up their hands to help Ho Wudi and Ares. However, it was too difficult to instantly kill a PK. Even to Chu Feng, it was an almost impossible mission. Furthermore, Xian Yi was like a cold poisonous snake, waiting for an opportunity to strike. What should I do? How can I break out of this situation? Chu Feng's brain was working frantically. One plan after another was rejected. They could not reverse the situation. Suddenly, Chu Feng seemed to have thought of something and was pleasantly surprised. That's right. Why must I kill these peak demon kings? If I can use them, wouldn't it be even more perfect? Master Ball. At that moment, Chu Feng's mind was filled with the image of the Master Ball. If used properly, the Master Ball can have a miraculous effect. Chu Feng was excited. Master Ball. It was said that it could definitely subdue a top-notch A-rank pet beasts. If he could set up a trap and subdue a peak A-rank demon king, not only could he resolve the crisis, but he would also have another great general. This decrease and increase had a huge impact. This was the power of the Master Ball. If he could subdue 2 Pika-ranked demon kings, the humans would basically win this battle. And he had 3 Master Balls. Chu Feng flipped his palm and an ancient small ball appeared in his palm. It was completely black like a small black hole, even the sunlight was devoured. He calmed himself down. Chu Feng knew very well it was not that easy to enslave a PK. When warriors reached a certain level, their perception of danger was beyond imagination. The only way was to make it impossible for the other party to escape. Only then could the effects of the Master Ball be unleashed. Therefore, he needed to plan properly. Chapter 290, Senior. That's really unnecessary. Chu Feng's sharp eyes kept moving around the 4 Pika-ranked demon kings. The best choices were actually Mo Qianfan and the Yin Bone King, Yu Qingzi, and Madame He were almost unable to breathe because of them. They were the key to the entire battle. However, before Chu Feng could decide who to choose as his first prey, suddenly, on Madame He's side, the Yin Bone King suddenly erupted. He slashed wildly with the bone saber of an unknown creature. A cold wind blew. Madame He was forced to retreat. Her body was also covered in deep wounds, and blood was constantly gushing out. His already old body could not withstand such an attack. Madame He was about to collapse. Chu Feng's gaze turned cold. He stared fixedly at the Yin Bone King. Since you're courting death, I'll choose you. After making his decision, Chu Feng no longer hesitated. He was like a ferocious tiger lying in the grass, waiting for an opportunity to hunt. He was focused and calm as water, searching for the best opportunity. Even though Madame He was vomiting blood and was about to collapse, Chu Feng was unmoved. He might only have one chance. He could not be careless. When the Yin Bone King felt that victory was within his grasp, a superb aura suddenly erupted from his skinny body. Just as he was about to give Madame He the final blow, time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Suddenly, Chu Feng glared angrily. He shouted, "Now!" With that, he ignored Xianye's fatal strike. Relying on the magical armor, Chu Feng once again chose to risk his life. He held the Demon Slayer tightly in his hand. He instantly slashed at the Yin Bone King. From the looks of it, it was just an ordinary slash. In terms of power, it could only be considered a Pika rank. It was no different from every time Chu Feng saved her. He had only used a portion of his strength. After all, behind Chu Feng was Xin Yi, in order to guard against Xianye's attack. Chu Feng could only use most of his strength to defend his body to reduce the impact damage from the shock. This way, he could still persist tenaciously until now. After resisting the attacks of an ultimate A rank, the Demon Slayer was dark and ancient. The material was extremely special, and all the energy was contained within. No one could tell. At this moment, the interior of the Demon Slayer was experiencing a surging energy impact. This time, Chu Feng had used his full strength. Even the power used for defense had been poured into the Demon Slayer. If Xianyi seized the opportunity and overdrew all his strength to give Chu Feng a fatal blow, there was a high chance that Chu Feng would not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, Xianyi still had not realized the seriousness of the matter. He simply thought that Madame He was about to collapse and Chu Feng had no choice but to endure his attacks to save her like before. Once he forced the Yin Bone King back, he would stop. Even if he overdrawn his strength, it would not be of much use. Instead, it might allow Chu Feng to take advantage of the situation. The gains would not make up for the losses. As such, Xianyi was not anxious at all. In his mind, as long as he could cause damage to Chu Feng repeatedly, sooner or later, Chu Feng would not be able to hold on. Furthermore, it would not be long. With such thoughts, Xianyi merely sneered and followed behind Chu Feng. He struck again and again. As for Chu Feng, in order to not let Xianyi see his fatigue, he forcefully suppressed the mouthful of blood in his throat. He suddenly roared, "Senior He, go all out. Stop the Yin Bone King at all costs." The moment he slashed out, Chu Feng still needed Madame He's cooperation. This was the only way to set up a sure kill situation for the Yin Bone King. He did not explain anything. There was no time. Chu Feng only hoped that Madame He would understand what he meant. At the critical moment, the choice seemed to have been handed over to Madame He, who was almost 1,000 years old. If Madame He chose to go all out, without a doubt, since she did not have much lifespan left to begin with, it was not impossible for her to die immediately. Not everyone had the courage to sacrifice their lives. Chu Feng was feeling uneasy. He was worried that Madame He would hesitate. Once she hesitated and missed the good opportunity, everything would be over. However, Madame He did not disappoint Chu Feng. The moment she heard Chu Feng's voice, Madame He had already made her decision. No hesitation. He did not even give himself any leeway. Madame He actually burned all her soul power. This was a sign of self-destruction. If she could not stop in time, Celestial Maiden, he would really self-destruct. Women were not inferior to men. A mortal body would grow old one day. However, The conviction engraved in the depths of one's soul would never disappear. Everything was for humanity. Madame He, who had burned all her strength, instantly reached her peak. Her strength had returned to its former peak. With a wave of his hand, she forced the Yin Bone King to go back. There was a cold smile on Madame He's old face. You're just a demon brat. When I was in my prime, you were still in the stomach of some stard. At this moment, Celestial Maiden He's aura was like an abyss, suppressing the Yin Bone King until he could not even raise his head. She looked at Chu Feng, who had instantly arrived before her. A relieved smile appeared on her face again. Little fellow, I'll leave the rest to you. I've fulfilled your request. I've lived for so long and have lived long enough. Before I die, I can still contribute to humanity. Awesome. With that, Madam He looked at Yu Qingzi, who was fighting, and suddenly shouted, Yu Qingzi, you trash. You were too cowardly when you were young. You didn't dare to say that you had a crush on me. You made me wait for you all my life and wasted so much of my youth. You've starred, what a pity, there's no chance. I have to go first. Looks like we're not destined to be together in this life. If I have the chance in my next life, I must try dating you. Ha ha. Madam He knew that she did not have long to live, therefore she finally dared to speak her mind. She was too old, the burning process was almost irreversible. Even if she stopped now, the sudden loss of life was enough to kill her on the spot. With some freedom and regret, Celestial Maiden He planned to face death calmly. Not far away, Yu Qingzi's eyes were blurry, but he was helpless. It was as if there was a huge rock in his heart, and he could not say a word. He could only fight Mo Qianfan with all his might. It was as if he was venting the indignation in his heart, while all the humans were mourning for the senior expert who was willing to give her life for humanity. Chu Feng suddenly let out a strange cry. Why are you suddenly saying last words? Old Master He. There's no need for that. I have a way to save you. As he spoke, Chu Feng suddenly flicked his finger. A drop of transparent spiritual body that looked like a small person entered Madame He's mouth. In an instant, more than half of Celestial Maiden He's life force had been restored, and this was only the beginning. The spirit of life, the super advanced version of the life essence, 10 million for one drop, it could be considered a life-saving divine medicine. Knowing that he was coming to fight a decisive battle with the demon race. With Chu Feng's character of no matter how poor he is, he must be generous with safety equipment. How could he not make some preparations? In reality, all the life-saving treasures on the golden ranking list had basically been plundered by Chu Feng like bandits entering a village. Anyway, he had enough points, he was willful. This way, Celestial Maiden He's life was saved. At the very least, she would not die in a short period of time. But this was a little awkward. Knowing that she was going to die, Madame He mustered her courage and said those words that were almost a confession. But now, she was not dying. What do you think we should do? At that moment, even the air seemed to be filled with awkwardness. Madame He looked at Chu Feng as if she wanted to eat him alive. Chapter 291, Enslaving a PK. The terror of the Master Ball. There was no moment when Celestial Maiden He wanted to die so badly. She really wanted to die. However, that brat Chu Feng just had to stop her. Of course, the war between humans and demons was not over yet. No matter how ashamed she would never commit suicide. Humans still needed a PK rank like her. Therefore, Madame He could only accept this reality reluctantly. As for the originator of all this, Chu Feng, he pretended not to see it. He slashed wildly at the completely suppressed Yin Bone King. The heavenly water domain was unleashed at full force. It completely enveloped the Yin Bone King. The next moment, the space in the realm became smaller and smaller, until the Yin Bone King had almost no room to dodge. In the small area, he could barely withstand the bombardment of the heavy water in the sky water domain. At this moment, the Demon Slayer, which had been infused with all of Chu Feng's strength, had arrived before the Yin Bone King. Until this moment, Chu Feng finally revealed his true intentions. A vast aura erupted from the Demon Slayer. The sudden tremendous power caused Xianye's expression to change drastically. Looking at Chu Feng's back, he seemed to have understood something. He shouted in shock, Chu Feng. You! How dare you? Are you really not afraid that I'd see through you and kill you with one slash? At this moment, Xianye felt an indescribable sense of regret. He had never expected this. Chu Feng actually dared to stake everything on one throw and expose his back to him without any warning. The guy had pretended to be strong in front of him, but he was so stupid that he really could not tell anything. How he regretted it. He had wasted an excellent opportunity. Xianye wished he could kill himself. He, who prided himself as a peerless genius of the demon race, was repeatedly Humiliated by Chu Feng, Lin Yi began to doubt himself. Was this guy really not afraid of death? He even dared to bet on this. As for Chu Feng, he simply could not be bothered with Lin Yi, who was lamenting behind him. What a hindsight! What was the use of talking so much? Anyway, it was already too late. Chu Feng's full strength slash hit the Yin Bone King without any fancy moves. The powerful explosive force caused the bones in the Yin Bone King's body to shatter. In order to survive, the Yin Bone King had gone completely crazy. He defended himself without holding back. At this moment, the Yin Bone King did not even have a trace of extra strength. He only hoped that he could withstand Chu Feng's attack. That way, when His Highness Lin Yi arrived, there would still be a chance. However, to the Yin Bone King's surprise, when Chu Feng saw him defending with all his might, he had actually deviated that extremely domineering slash on purpose. It did not hit the Yin Bone King directly. What was he going to do? This thought flashed across the Yin Bone King's mind. At that moment, no one knew why Chu Feng would do that. It was clearly the best opportunity for him to kill the Yin Bone King. He gave up just like that. Even Lin Yi was confused. However, regardless of what Chu Feng was thinking, in the end, the Yin Bone King did not die. Lin Yi could not help but laugh wildly. Ah ha ha. Chu Feng, I really don't know what to say about you. Idiot. Such a good opportunity has been wasted by you. You can't be an undercover agent for my demon race, right? Ha ha ha. Lin Yi could not suppress the excitement in his heart. Everyone looked at Chu Feng. Chu Feng's expression did not waver in the slightest. There was still a faint smile on his face. Your Highness Lin Yi, I think you're the stupid one. Watch carefully. As he spoke, a black light suddenly streaked across Chu Feng's hand. The black light arrived in front of the Yin Bone King in an instant. At this moment, because the Yin Bone King was defending with all his might, his old strength had been exhausted, and he had not recovered. In addition, he was in Chu Feng's heavenly water domain. He could not even move. He could only let the black light stick to his body. What is this? At the last moment, a trace of doubt flashed across the Yin Bone King's eyes. He only saw a small black ball. It was as if there was no damage at all, but at the next moment, the Yin Bone King felt the world spin. Then he was gone. He was swallowed by the little black ball. In the outside world, everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Why did a living person suddenly disappear? On the spot, there was only a small pitch black ball that was shaking violently. What was that? Everyone was confused. Because master balls were too rare, there were few demons in the abyss who had seen the master ball. Therefore, even Lin Yi was stunned. His wild laughter sounded like it was stuck. His mouth was agape and his eyes were filled with confusion. Where was the Yin Bone King? On the other hand, the half-spirit venerable beside him suddenly thought of something. He cried out in fear. Could this be the human master ball recorded in ancient books? The master ball that made all the alien races tremble in fear in ancient times? The 100% success rate of enslavement made the master ball the nightmare of almost all races. However, the one in front of him seemed to be different from the one described in the ancient book. It seemed to be smaller, and it was only pure black. The half-spirit venerable was also confused. However, this form had the same effect as the human master ball. At this moment, the voice of the half-spirit venerable almost stopped all the killing. If this seemingly ordinary ball was really the legendary master ball, then the demon race would be in big trouble. The Yin Bone King might very well. Lin Yi had also thought of this. His eyes were filled with fear and anger. At that moment, the black ball kept shaking violently. It was so conspicuous under the silent sky. It made everyone's heart palpitate. Suddenly, the black ball stopped shaking. It automatically flew into Chu Feng's hand. It was only when he was holding the master ball that Chu Feng finally heaved a long sigh of relief. It worked. It had to be said that Chu Feng had truly taken a risk this time. There was too much luck involved. If anything went wrong, Chu Feng would die without a burial ground. Fortunately, he won the bet in the end. All his efforts had not been in vain. The human crisis had been resolved. The Yin Bone King had been enslaved. The ones who should be worried were the demons. As she pondered over this, before the gazes of everyone, Chu Feng suddenly flicked the master ball in his hand. Then, a light flashed. The Yin Bone King reappeared in front of everyone. There was a moment of confusion in his eyes, but at the next moment, without any hesitation, the Yin Bone King knelt down respectfully toward Chu Feng. A Pika rank expert knelt in front of Chu Feng. The impact of this scene was too great. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Yi's heart trembled. The worst had happened. The demon race was in danger. Chu Feng clicked his tongue. Your Highness Lin Yi. Looks like your subordinates are the undercover agents of us humans. Hee hee. Chapter 292, Tricking. The dawn of victory. At that moment, everyone was silent, only Chu Feng's faint laughter echoed. Everyone knew this had nothing to do with spies or agents. Chu Feng was deliberately mocking Xian Yi. However, Xian Yi was in no mood to respond. Seeing his loyal subordinate obediently following behind Chu Feng, Xian Yi felt as if he had eaten a sht, unbearable, in this way. On the human side, there were two more PK ranks. Celestial Maiden He and the Yin Bone King could totally free up their hands to help the others. For example, help Yu Qingzi kill Mo Qianfan, help the Ancestral Dragon kill the Earth Dragon King. These could all be done. As long as they released a few more PK ranks, there would be really no hope for the demon race. Xian Yi was extremely frustrated. After thinking about it, there was only one way to make up for it, and the next moment, Xian Yi suddenly shouted at the half-spirit venerable, Elder Yen Tuo, "Please stop Madam He and the Yin Bone King. You must not let them disturb the others." Currently, on the demon race's side, only Yen Tuo, the half-spirit venerable, was still at ease. With his battle prowess of an ultimate A rank and his battle experience of a venerable, if not for the fact that Ho Wudi and Ares cooperated well and had endless trump cards, he would have long killed them. But with the addition of the two Pika ranks, Madam He and the Yin Bone King, if the four Pika ranks joined forces, then even he would not be able to win quickly. It was more likely that neither parties could do anything to the other. It would be a stalemate. After all, there were no weaklings among Pika ranks. This way, the situation seemed to have returned to normal. Both sides returned to the same starting line. In fact, humans had a certain advantage. After all, on the battlefield of high-level A ranks, humans had already suppressed the demons. But before the decisive battle, the demons clearly had the absolute advantage. This made Xian Yi feel extremely defeated. But this was already the best solution he could think of. He could only wait as he fought and think of another way. The battle erupted again. However, this time, everyone restrained themselves, because no one could see the hope of victory. Whether it was humans or demons, they could not defeat the other party in one go. Under the circumstances, if they acted rashly, they would be courting death. But there was only one exception. Celestial Maiden He, this senior, was desperately attacking the half-spirit demon venerable. She seemed to have vented all her embarrassment and anger on this half-spirit demon venerable. That was really fatal. Yu Qingzi, who was at the side, was terrified. He was the real party involved. Celestial Maiden He's confession was directed at him. Now, Yu Qingzi was afraid that Madam He would target him and kill him. Although he was still happy, as for his opponent, Mo Qianfan did not dare to push him too hard. This was because the humans could send Celestial Maiden He or the Yin Bone King to save Yu Qingzi at any time. Although it was difficult for 3 PK ranks to fight the half-spirit venerable, they would not lose, but he would be unlucky. 2 against 1. Mo Qianfan could not take it either. He decided to slack off. He would wait and see what other plans His Highness had. Anyway, he would not stand out. He subconsciously glanced at his disciple Mara in the high-grade A battlefield. At this moment, Mara was locked in a battle with Lu Xiener. For now, his life was not in danger. Only then did Mo Qianfan heave a sigh of relief. An inexplicable expression flashed across his eyes. Mara was really too important to him. Of course, Mo Qianfan's series of actions were done very secretly. No one noticed. The war continued. Time passed minute by minute. On the other hand, humans had already won a complete victory on the ground battlefield. Almost all the remaining low-grade demonic creatures had been killed. There were not many casualties. Unlike what was predicted at the beginning, most of them survived. If they could survive, naturally, no one would seek death. All the human soldiers could not help but look up at the sky. That was the battlefield that would determine their fate. It could even determine the fate of the entire human race. Chu Feng was still fighting with Xian Yi. At that moment, Xian Yi's expression was ashen. Without saying a word, he attacked Chu Feng's vital points. The speed of his sword was terrifying. Even Chu Feng was unable to keep up. From time to time, he would be stabbed by Xian Yi. Fortunately, the defense of the magical battle armor was full body. There was not much difference wherever Xian Yi fought. Chu Feng had already swallowed a drop of life spirit to recover from his previous injuries. Now, he was happy to delay with Xian Yi. Furthermore, Chu Feng had been planning this the entire time. He wanted to find an opportunity to enslave another PK-ranked demon king. In fact, Chu Feng was even bold enough to consider whether it was possible to enslave that half-spirit venerable, and even the demon lord Xian Yi before him. If it really succeeded, it would be fun. The enemy's boss had become his pet beast. There would be no need to fight this battle. The human race would win, perhaps because they were worried that Chu Feng would not play by the rules. The short venerable and Xian Yi were both extremely careful. Even the slightest anomaly would immediately let them distance themselves from Chu Feng. They did not want to make any mistake. Being enslaved was worse than death. Seeing this, Chu Feng could only purse his lips helplessly. He could only curse them for being cowards, but there was nothing he could do. Chu Feng was currently unable to capture an ultimate A-rank Demon King. He could only settle for the next best thing. He turned his gaze back to the remaining 3 peak A-rank Demon Kings. Mo Qianfan, Demon King Z, the Earth Dragon King, they all looked the same. After all, as long as Chu Feng seized another opportunity, he would enslave another peak A-rank Demon King. The victory of this war would definitely belong to humanity. Of course, Chu Feng was not careless at all, not to mention that Lin Yi and the other Demon Kings were still eyeing him covetously. Within humanity, there were also the 2 uncertain factors, Lin Xin and the Grand Supreme Elder, whether it was when the demons had the advantage or when humans had the advantage, it was as if it had nothing to do with them. They didn't do anything unusual. Chu Feng saw that Lin Xin was just fighting a high-level A-rank demon. He looked like he was struggling. Of course, this was just a disguise. Chu Feng had never trusted the people of Kunlun. Since they were not moving, Chu Feng would not take the initiative to do anything. He still had many trump cards in his hand, just in case. He began to carry out his plan step by step. As Chu Feng and Lin Yi fought, from time to time, he would harass Mo Qianfan and the other 2 peak A-rank Demon Kings. He would use the Sky Water domain every time. It was as if he wanted to enslave them with the Master Ball. It was both real and fake. Lin Yi was exhausted. The reason for that was because he did not know when Chu Feng would be real, thus, he could only do his best to stop Chu Feng every time. This way, Lin Yi's strength and energy were infinitely consumed. On the other hand, Chu Feng was extremely relaxed. If he was interested, he would harass them, but without exception, they were all just for show. However, no one knew if Chu Feng would take it seriously the next time. Lin Yi could not afford to take this risk. He could only let Chu Feng toy with him. Suddenly, Chu Feng's eyes narrowed. Chapter 293, Offhand Saber. Scheme. The next moment, everyone saw Chu Feng's figure suddenly flash again. He quickly approached the Earth Dragon King. The heavenly water domain spread out. He was instantly restrained. The Earth Dragon King's body suddenly froze for a moment. The ancestral dragon, who was fighting him, roared and took the opportunity to attack crazily. The Earth Dragon King retreated repeatedly. Coincidentally, it was in Chu Feng's direction. Chu Feng was rapidly charging over. The demon slayer in his hand slashed over with unparalleled might. A small black ball appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the Earth Dragon King was terrified. He was so frightened that his attack was delayed for a moment. No one knew whether Chu Feng was serious or pretending, but he did not dare to take the risk. If he lost the bet, he would never be able to reincarnate. He could not help but roar, "Your Highness! Save me!" Lin Yi's expression was extremely gloomy. He knew very well that Chu Feng might be deliberately mystifying things again, but he had to take it seriously. Otherwise, if Chu Feng were to enslave another Pika-ranked Demon King, the demon race would really be finished. He could only go all out again and slash at Chu Feng's Demon Slayer. A violent tornado swept up from the pitch-black tip of the Black Fiend Demon Sword, making one's heart palpitate. Clearly, Lin Yi, who had suffered once, was extremely cautious. Every move was executed with all his might. Even if it would consume a lot of his energy, he would definitely not give Chu Feng another chance. However, just before Lin Yi's Black Fiend Demon Sword was about to collide with the Demon Slayer, Chu Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed. He actually threw the Demon Slayer out forcefully. Offhand Saber, target. The Earth Dragon King. This move was completely beyond Lin Yi's expectations, because in everyone's impression, no matter how powerful a weapon was, it would not be of much use without the support of a warrior's strength. In Chu Feng's case, after the saber left his hand, with just a trace of spiritual energy left in the Demon Slayer, it might be effective to kill the weak, but it was impossible to kill a peak Demon King. And in this way, he had lost his saber. This meant that he only had this one chance. Even if he could control the Demon Slayer to return, a battle between experts could change rapidly. This short period of time was enough for his opponent to kill him 1,000 times. No one knew why Chu Feng would do such an incomparably stupid thing. Lin Yi wanted to laugh wildly. Originally, the demons did not have any advantage. He did not expect Chu Feng to send it back. As long as he could take the opportunity to kill Chu Feng, no matter how great the loss was, it would be worth it. Thinking of this, Lin Yi looked at Chu Feng and sneered. "Huh, Chu Feng, you're still too young. You have too little combat experience. You can even do such a stupid thing." When Chu Feng heard this, his expression did not change at all. However, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. "Your Highness Lin Yi, if you continue talking nonsense, your subordinates will die." Lin Yi's heart suddenly trembled. He suddenly turned around. The next moment, he saw a scene that he could not believe. The demon slayer that left Chu Feng's hand suddenly accelerated again. It was like a mountain peak that crushed the surrounding space. The sharp blade pierced through the air with a hissing sound. Not only did its power not decrease, it even became stronger. Without a doubt, this was still an attack belonging to an A rank. Whether it was speed or power, it was not inferior to what Chu Feng had personally executed. It was impossible for the Earth Dragon King to block it alone. If he was struck, he would definitely die. Xian Yi shook his head in disbelief. Chu Feng merely chuckled. Your Highness, my saber is different. Demon Slayer, an incomplete divine saber, an existence that was called the King of Sabers just by its material. The extreme weight made it enough to crush space even without the infusion of any energy. Actually, with Chu Feng's current strength, he was still unable to fully unleash the terrifying weight of the Demon Slayer. Otherwise, this battle would not have been so difficult. Chu Feng merely stood there quietly. He watched as the Demon Slayer slashed at the Earth Dragon King with the might to slay demons. However, Xian Yi could not remain calm. He had to save the Earth Dragon King. The reason for that was because even if Chu Feng did not have a blade in his hand, he would not be able to kill Chu Feng in just 1 or 2 moves. Not to mention, this guy had a large number of healing sacred herbs. At that time, the Earth Dragon King would have already been killed by Chu Feng's slash. Once the Earth Dragon King died, the stalemate would also be broken. The demons would also be in danger. Xian Yi felt extremely helpless. He had been guarding against Chu Feng enslaving his subordinates again. Unexpectedly, Chu Feng was only using it as a disguise. His true goal was to kill the Earth Dragon King, not to enslave, but to kill the enemy. This was something no one had expected. Enslavement was clearly the most cost-effective. However, Chu Feng did the opposite. Xian Yi felt extremely aggrieved. From the beginning of the war, he had been manipulated by Chu Feng. Step by step, he walked into the trap set by Chu Feng. Every time he thought that he had seen through Chu Feng's scheme, it was just another scheme. He was the son of the Demon Emperor, one of the peerless geniuses of the Abyss. How could he be played by a fellow from a small place? No. Chu Feng, I will definitely not let you succeed. Xian Yi's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have turned into a bloody person, the forbidden demonic technique. The Blood Fiend art, a true desperate move. At this moment, Xian Yi could not care less. He had to save the Beast King. After using the Blood Fiend art, Xian Yi instantly practically transformed into a blood shadow. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly caught up to Chu Feng's Demon Slayer. He stood in front of the Earth Dragon King. The Black Fiend demon sword seemed to have been stained with blood. There was red in the black. He stabbed out. It was as if the world had been torn apart. He stabbed at the Demon Slayer. At the same time, Xian Yi suddenly laughed sinisterly, looking a little crazy. TSK. Chu Feng, you miscalculated. You were still careless. You shouldn't have reminded me just now. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to use the Blood Fiend art in time. You have underestimated me. If it weren't for Chu Feng's final reminder, Xian Yi would have probably still immersed in pride. He would have been unable to discover the difference in Chu Feng's Demon Slayer immediately. The Earth Dragon King would definitely die, unfortunately. There were no ifs, therefore, Xian Yi could not stop laughing. Ha, Chu Feng, do you regret it very much now? Unfortunately. It's too late. Ha ha ha. At that moment, everyone's gazes were focused on Chu Feng. They wanted to find a trace of regret in Chu Feng's expression. Unfortunately, they were all disappointed. The smile on Chu Feng's face was still extremely brilliant. He suddenly turned around. He retreated rapidly. He muttered, "Phew. After so much effort, I've finally shaken off this annoying fellow." After using the forbidden technique, you shouldn't be able to use it again in a short period of time. The expression in Chu Feng's eyes became even brighter. He grinned, and I don't think I've ever said that I want to kill the Earth Dragon King. Chapter 294, Surprising Change. All the demons are shocked. What? Chu Feng's muttering was actually very soft. Unfortunately, everyone present was an expert. Chu Feng did not deliberately hide it. Everyone heard it clearly. Xian Yi cried out in shock. His smug laughter stopped abruptly. He stared fixedly at Chu Feng. What? What do you mean? Chu Feng smiled lightly as he rapidly advanced like lightning. I'm just making preparations. To me, what's the point of killing a Earth Dragon King? Even if we kill him, humans won't be able to defeat the demon race immediately. We'll only increase our advantage. It's still not safe enough. Of course, if your highness can't save him in time, it's not bad to kill a peak demon king. But I know very well that your highness is the son of the demon emperor. How can you not have any life-saving methods? Therefore, there's a high chance that the Earth Dragon King can't be killed. However, in order to save the Earth Dragon King, His Highness has no choice but to protect him. In that case, there won't be time to restrain me. Compared to killing him, I actually want to enslave a peak demon king more. As long as the enslavement is successful, we humans will almost definitely win. How cost-effective is this? I, Chu Feng, am only a commoner. If there's a shortcut, why don't I take it? Your Highness thinks highly of me. And my true goal has never been the Earth Dragon King, right, Brother Qianfan? As Chu Feng spoke, he suddenly looked up at Mo Qianfan. Chu Feng's voice earlier had attracted everyone's attention. No one noticed that at some point in time, Chu Feng had already arrived before Mo Qianfan. This was still part of Chu Feng's plan. Chu Feng was naturally more than happy to be able to reduce the interference of the demon race with just a few words. Otherwise, Chu Feng would not have bothered to explain so much to Lin Yi. It was actually quite good that he died with his eyes still open. Mo Qianfan was Chu Feng's true goal. At this moment, Mo Qianfan was terrified. This lunatic. Why did he choose me? Mo Qianfan's face turned pale. He was extremely shocked. He erupted like a madman, wanting to escape from Yu Qingzi and escape this place. However, Yu Qingzi knew what Chu Feng was planning. How could he let Mo Qianfan get what he wanted? They were also going all out. Chu Feng smiled indifferently. He looked at Mo Qianfan, who was terrified and desperately trying to escape. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Brother Qianfan, we're old friends. That day in the abyss, Brother Qianfan's ordinary incarnation almost took my life, and a rank incarnation. At that time, it was like a giant existence that could easily crush me. Fortunately, I, Chu Feng, was not destined to die. I was lucky enough to survive. Chu Feng has always remembered this favor. Chu Feng's voice echoed throughout the entire battlefield. Even Lin Yi was stunned. He really did not know that Chu Feng and Mo Qianfan had such a past. Unfortunately, if Mo Qianfan had killed Chu Feng back then, none of this would have happened. Trash. Lin Yi could not help but curse. He suddenly came back to his senses. He scolded Mo Qianfan for being trash, but was he any better? He had been tricked by Chu Feng repeatedly. This time, he had played him so thoroughly, he could do nothing as he watched Chu Feng charge towards Mo Qianfan, using a forbidden technique like the Blood Fiend art forcefully almost exhausted all the magic power in his body. Now, he was powerless to do anything. Chu Feng's timing was simply too perfect. It was brilliant. Even Lin Yi had to admit that this young-looking human had terrifying combat talent. Everything on the battlefield seemed to be under his control. Humans, demons, the environment, and even just a weapon, there was nothing he could not use. Strange moves appeared frequently. It was overwhelming. Lin Yi felt a little powerless. There was nothing he could do even if he was anxious. Mo Qianfan could only rely on himself from now on. Mo Qianfan seemed to know that a great horror was coming. If he did not do anything, he was really going to become Chu Feng's pet beast. This was something he could not accept. The aura around him erupted again. He actually shook Yu Qingzi off. Then, he began to flee for his life. Yu Qingzi clutched his chest and flew backward. He looked at Chu Feng anxiously. Chu Feng, he actually concealed some of his strength. He should be the strongest of the 4 demon kings. I was unable to stop him. It's fine. Chu Feng interrupted Yu Qingzi. He looked at the fleeing Mo Qianfan. He smiled faintly. His entire body suddenly turned into afterimages. His voice sounded at the same time. Brother Qianfan, stop running. Your speed is far inferior to mine. His Highness Lin Yi is also powerless to save you now. You can't escape. Facing a peak A rank, Chu Feng was still able to crush them in all aspects. As Chu Feng spoke, he was about to catch up to the fleeing Mo Qianfan. Mo Qianfan suddenly turned around and struck. There were chains wrapped around his hands. It was as if a spatial prison had appeared in the world. Demon Prison, it was Mo Qianfan's famous unique skill. It was also the move that had nearly killed Chu Feng that day. Now, it had reappeared in the world. However, their roles had already quietly swapped. Mo Qianfan looked fierce on the surface but was cowardly on the inside. He kept roaring, Chu Feng, you've lost your divine saber. I don't believe that your attack can reach the level of an A rank. In a head-on battle, it's not that I don't have the strength to fight. Mo Qianfan said. The power of the demon prison suddenly increased. Chains as thick as buckets suddenly pierced toward Chu Feng, as if they wanted to pierce through him. There were no weaklings among A ranks. Everyone could tell, Chu Feng's ability to reach the peak of A rank was inseparable from the enhancement of the Demon Slayer, but now, Chu Feng had lost his saber. Could he still be like this? Not necessarily. Mo Qianfan cheered himself on. At most, he would give it a shot. If he could hold on until His Highness arrived, he would win. Facing the sky full of chains, Chu Feng merely smiled lightly. Do you all think that without the saber, I can't suppress a mere PK rank? Ridiculous. Then open your dog eyes and take a good look. As he spoke, everyone saw it. Chu Feng suddenly clenched his right fist. A vast energy fluctuation began to gather on his right fist. The sky began to tremble. It was as if Chu Feng's punch could shatter the sky. At that moment, Chu Feng's entire body was trembling: hardness, explosive power, and strength. These three completely different powers seemed to have fused into one in an instant. With his body as the foundation, his strength as the spear, and his bloodline as the explosive force, this was a fusion fist. The next moment, Chu Feng suddenly roared furiously, fist shattering the heavens. His voice shook the mountains and rivers, his fist shattered the endless sky. Who said that Chu Feng would not be in A rank without his saber? This punch had also reached the limit of it. Perhaps it was not as powerful as the Demon Slayer, but no PK could withstand it. Naturally, this included Mo Qianfan. Boom, boom. The ground trembled and the sky wailed. Mo Qianfan's heart trembled as he roared in fear. I can't stop it. Mo Qianfan could not withstand this punch. The outcome was self-evident. He would be enslaved by Chu Feng and never be able to reincarnate. Chu Feng, spare me. Spare my life. Don't enslave me. I'm willing to fight for humanity. However, Chu Feng merely sneered. The Master Ball had already slowly appeared. You'll do that after I enslave you. Mo Qianfan's expression was almost twisted as he suddenly roared crazily. Chu Feng! You forced me! You forced me! I really don't want to go that far. I'm not ready yet. Damn it! Damn it! You ruined me! At that moment, it was as if something in the deranged Mo Qianfan's body had suddenly shattered. Chapter 295, Evil Art. Cruel. Vicious. At that moment, everyone was silent. Everyone was shocked by Mo Qianfan's sudden change. All of a sudden, a monstrous demonic flame burst forth from Mo Qianfan's body. He soared into the sky. He was like a blazing sun. He illuminated the entire world as if it was daytime. At the same time, Mo Qianfan suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Chu Feng as if he had calmed down. He felt helpless and expectant. She muttered to herself, Chu Feng, ever since I met you, I don't think I have ever been smooth. Do you know that I have painstakingly prepared for decades for this day? I originally wanted to wait until everything was ready. What a pity, what a pity. You insisted on enslaving me. In order to survive, you forced me to bring forward some of my plans. Actually, if you had chosen the two pieces of trash, the Earth Dragon King or the Demon King Z, you would have already succeeded. Wouldn't it be better if we minded our own business? I really don't want this to happen. At this moment, Mo Qianfan's tone was frighteningly arrogant. Even the Earth Dragon King and the Demon King Z, who were both PK ranks, became trash in his mouth. Everyone stared fixedly at Mo Qianfan, who was like a dazzling sun. At the high-level battlefield, Mara, who was fighting Lu Xiener, also looked at his master worriedly. What was wrong with his master? Why did he feel uneasy at this moment? His entire body felt hot. It was as if he was about to burn. What was going on? Mara could not help but exclaim softly, Master. Mara's voice was not loud, but it instantly attracted Mo Qianfan's attention. A faint smile slowly appeared on Mo Qianfan's face. He spoke softly, Mara, don't blame Master for being ruthless. Mara trembled, Master. You, what are you talking about? Why can't I understand you? Mo Qianfan smiled faintly but did not answer. He just opened his arms to Mara. A gloomy laughter resounded through the sky. Mara, everything you have is given by Master. Now, I need you to repay Master. So it's time to return it to me. Just as he finished speaking, Mara's eyes suddenly widened. He suddenly screamed. He was terrified. In an instant, Mara felt as if his entire body was burning. From the inside out, even his soul was being burned. What was going on, Master? What? What happened to me? What did you do to me? Mara was flustered. Mo Qianfan remained calm and said softly, Can't you tell? You're just my chosen container. Unfortunately, my container hasn't truly grown up. This scene shocked everyone. Mara's eyes were filled with shock, doubt, confusion, and a hint of sorrow. He opened his mouth but could not say a word. Mo Qianfan did not mind. He allowed the demonic flames on him and Mara to burn as he explained calmly. Little Luo, don't blame Master. This is your fate, who asked you to have the flawless body, which is 1 in a billion. It can be said to be the most perfect furnace material. Mo Qianfan seemed to be reminiscing and continued slowly. 20 years ago, by chance, I obtained an ancient forbidden technique, the Matua Great Forbidden Technique. This forbidden technique has a special cultivation method for a container. Using the living body as a container, it can nurture the soul. When the container matures, it can devour and fuse with it, allowing me to reach the limit of the A rank and use it as my foundation to break through to the S rank. From now on, my potential is limitless. The legendary ultimate A rank, I'm not a peerless genius. There's no hope of reaching that realm. The appearance of this forbidden technique gave me a shortcut, so I searched the entire abyss and found you. At this point, Xian Yi suddenly raised his eyebrows and interrupted. It's actually this forbidden book. The Royal Hidden Art Library also has it. However, the difficulty of cultivating it is too high and it's too vicious. I didn't expect you to actually master it. To be called vicious by a demon prince like Xian Yi, one could imagine how cruel it was. Mo Qianfan only smiled and ignored Xian Yi. I found you, who has the innate flawless body. You can't be more suitable. I wanted to take you away immediately, but your parents stopped me. No matter how I persuaded them, they refused. What a pity. Hearing this, Mara's body could not help but tremble violently. He endured the pain and suddenly said in a low voice, You told me before that I was an orphan. That's a lie? Where are my parents? What did you do to them? Mo Qianfan suddenly smiled sinisterly. Didn't you already guess the outcome? In order for you to follow me wholeheartedly in the future, I had no choice but to kill them. Not only that, I also tempered their souls, their bodies, their blood, their everything. With a forbidden technique and fed them all to you. This was because the forbidden book said that this could improve one's talent and increase the effects of the container. Do you remember the small meatball you had every day when you were young? I lied to you and said that it was a cultivation treasure pill. Actually, that was your parents' flesh and blood essence. Ha ha ha. At this point, Mo Qianfan suddenly laughed maniacally. Ah! The master who taught you to read and write since you were young. The master you respected and trusted the most since you were young was the enemy who killed your parents. How do you feel? Are you furious now? Are you in pain? Do you want to eat my flesh and drink my blood? The forbidden book said that as long as you are in extreme anger, the more unstable your soul is, the better the effect of my fusion with you will be. Ha ha ha. Chu Feng frowned upon hearing those words. Such an evil technique defied the laws of nature. No wonder even Xian Yi called him vicious. This was probably just one of the insignificant cruelties of this evil technique. At this moment, Mara's eyes were bloodshot and blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. Under extreme pain, his gums had been bitten to pieces, his eyes were no longer alive. He was like a completely crazy beast as he let out a few low whimpers. However, Mo Qianfan was still worried that the stimulation he gave was not enough and would affect his fusion later. He continued to chuckle. Yes, yes, yes. That's the look in your eyes. They're so beautiful. Originally, I wanted to wait for you to break through to the A rank. That would be the best effect. Unfortunately, you were scared out of your wits by Chu Feng. Chu Feng became your nightmare. In this state, who knows how long it will take for you to break through that shackle, and the Earth God planet is about to open. I really can't wait anymore. I can only choose to ripen you. Otherwise, what makes you think that you can break through consecutively and reach high level A in just a few dozen days? Do you really think you're a peerless genius? Ha ha, what a joke. Without me, you wouldn't even have reached the A rank. You were just a piece of trash who was scared out of his wits. Chapter 296, Despair. Hope. At this moment, Mo Qianfan was humiliating his former beloved disciple. He only had one goal. It was to make Mara completely collapse. After all, it was the fusion of a completely different soul. The easiest way was to make Mara's soul collapse and fuse with it. Unfortunately, it's also because of Chu Feng. Because of him, I had no choice but to harvest you in advance. Right now, you are only a high-grade A rank. If you also reach the peak of the A rank and I fuse with you, I will definitely be able to break through to the S rank with my peak A rank body. I might even be able to advance directly to the high-grade S rank. My future potential can be said to be limitless. Unfortunately, you trash are too disappointing. You haven't been able to break through. Sigh. At this moment, Mo Qianfan was actually still complaining that Mara was disappointing. He was a little angry that Mara was not a PK rank, otherwise, as long as he broke through, he would be able to sweep through the entire human race. The reason why Ultimate ranks were so precious was because of their unlimited potential. Such a peerless genius would be at least a high-grade S rank once he broke through. After a little training, he would reach the peak. As for ordinary demon venerables, after breaking through, they might not be able to improve for hundreds or thousands of years. Even at their death, they would only be a low-grade S rank, just like this venerable of the half-spirit clan. It had been 1,000 years since he broke through to the demon venerable realm, but he was still an ordinary demon venerable. Mo Qianfan knew very well, therefore, he wanted to accumulate enough before breaking through that threshold. Unfortunately, all of his plans had been disrupted by Chu Feng. He could only fuse with the container in advance. This way, he could at least reach the ultimate A rank. However, his plan to break through to the S rank was temporarily delayed. At this moment in the world, a cold wind howled. Mo Qianfan's figure rose higher and higher. It was as if the sun had risen, an endless energy vortex suddenly appeared out of thin air. However, even though the demonic flames on Mo Qianfan's body burned even more fiercely, it only gave off a penetrating chill. This person, no, this demon, was so vicious. Even though they were enemies, Chu Feng felt that Mo Qianfan was extremely cruel. It was atrocious. Mara was already stunned on the spot. He was muddle-headed. This sudden blow made his mind go blank. He was in extreme despair. His heart bled. No one could accept that the person they trusted the most would deliberately harm them. This pain penetrated deep into his soul. 2 streams of blood tears flowed down. At this moment, Mara was like a child who had been abandoned by everyone. He was at a loss as the entire world seemed to be leaving him. Mo Qianfan's voice suddenly rang out, "Child, come back. Become one with Master. There is a restriction in your body that I have set up. You can't resist. Be good, don't resist." The voice that he used to find extremely intimate terrified Mara. He. Mara wanted to say something. He opened his mouth, but he could not make a sound. Under the extreme blow, he could no longer make a sound. His body was burning even more fiercely. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. He floated uncontrollably towards Mo Qianfan. His eyes were filled with despair. Chu Feng wanted to stop him, but he missed. From the very beginning, Chu Feng had wanted to interrupt Mo Qianfan. Unfortunately, he realized that at this moment, Mo Qianfan and Mara seemed to be in a different alternate dimension. It was impossible to see through in a short period of time. That was why Mo Qianfan was so fearless. He could only watch helplessly as Mara turned into a ball of flames and fused into Mo Qianfan's body with endless pain, endless anger, and perhaps a trace of relief. Boom! Suddenly, the world began to tremble. A storm was brewing. Waves of surging energy fluctuations were surging. Not long after, in the sky, Missouri Qianfan's evil laughter could be heard. Ha ha ha! Is this the power of an ultimate A rank? Too powerful. From now on, my future is limitless. Ha ha ha! Seeing this, Lin Yi was overjoyed. He could not help but congratulate him loudly. Good. Brother Qianfan. Well done. As Mo Qianfan reached the ultimate A rank, even Lin Yi's attitude towards him changed. He was no longer a subordinate he could scold as he pleased. An existence that could reach the limit of a, no matter how they achieved it, represented limitless potential. Such an existence had a very high status even among the countless experts of the demon race. He was even on par with the demon venerable, because once they broke through, they would soon become experts among demon venerables. They might even have a chance to ascend to a higher realm. Lin Yi was also happy to rope in such an existence. He did not care how Mo Qianfan got his strength, because they were demons to begin with. If Mo Qianfan broke through to the A rank, the demon race would have another ultimate A rank expert. The situation was instantly reversed. An ultimate A rank expert needed at least 3 or 4 peak A ranks to keep them in check. Where could humans find so many experts now, therefore? Lin Yi was overjoyed. It was as if he could already see the scene of the demon's complete victory. He looked at Chu Feng, who was frowning. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Chu Feng! You've schemed so much in vain. Unfortunately, in the end, it's all for nothing. Looks like the one who will have the last laugh in this battle will still be our demon race. Lin Yi smiled and looked at Mo Qianfan with a faint smile. Brother Qianfan, I hope that you can join forces with Venerable Yin Tu and kill Ho Wudi and the other 3 PK ranks. In that case, humanity will definitely collapse. Mo Qianfan had just broken through and his entire body was still burning with raging flames. He was eager to test his current strength. Naturally, he could not ask for more from Lin Yi. He immediately laughed. Your Highness is too polite. They're just a few PK ranks. Wouldn't it be easy for me and Brother Yin Tua to join forces? The two of them laughed as if no one was around. They did not take humans seriously at all. There was indeed no need. With an additional ultimate rank out of thin air, this advantage was too great. It was enough to crush humans. No matter how many strategies Chu Feng had, without the support of strength, everything was just an illusion. Lin Yi had already suffered too many losses at Chu Feng's hands. He would not give him another chance. He had to kill the human race with lightning speed. In the human camp, everyone looked at each other. Their faces were filled with worry, their eyes were filled with despair. What should we do? Humans really did not have any extra strength left. The next moment, everyone could not help but look at Chu Feng. This man had created too many miracles along the way. Could he still turn the tide? What else can he do? But this time, the disadvantage was too obvious. That was an ultimate. Under everyone's hopeful gazes, Chu Feng suddenly heaved a sigh of relief. He raised his head gently. He looked at Lin Yi and the others, who seemed to have one out of the blue. He grinned. He revealed a row of white teeth. He said slowly, "Everyone, aren't you celebrating too early? I, Chu Feng, have yet to lose." Chapter 297, A Bunch of Lunatics. Everyone. Aren't you celebrating too early? I, Chu Feng, have yet to lose. Right after Chu Feng said those words, Lin Yi could not help but laugh. He looked at Chu Feng and sneered. Are you still not giving up? He's in A rank. What can you use to block him? Ridiculous. At this moment, humans seemed to be at the end of their rope. Po Woody and the other 3 Pika ranks who had besieged the half-spirit venerable could send 1 or at most 2 reinforcements, but it was still a drop in the bucket. Furthermore, from the aura seeping out from Mo Qianfan, he was even stronger than the half-spirit venerable. It was impossible for 2 mere Pika ranks to stop them. Instead, it would cause the human strength to scatter and be defeated by Mo Qianfan. As for using a large number of ordinary A ranks to block the enemy, useless. The ultimate A rank could already be said to have exceeded the scope of A rank. It was almost equivalent to having half a foot in the S rank domain. That was another realm. Therefore, even in the human camp, most people were already in despair. Someone whispered, God Feng, can you create another miracle? That's an ultimate A rank. No matter how powerful God Feng is, he's not strong enough to fight alone. Are humans really going to lose? An oppressive atmosphere filled the human camp. Mo Qianfan burst into laughter. He suddenly took a step forward. He planned to join forces with the half-spirit demon venerable to finish off Ho Woody and the others first. As for Chu Feng's arrogant words, Mo Qianfan ignored him. He was just indignant and furious. In the face of absolute strength, what could he, Chu Feng, do? Mo Qianfan's voice resounded throughout the world. Your Highness, please stop Chu Feng. I will join forces with Venerable Yin Tua and definitely resolve the battle within the time for an incense stick to burn. Lin Yi laughed loudly. Don't worry, Brother Qianfan. Ho Woody and the other 3 looked at Mo Qianfan, who was getting closer and closer. Their expressions were solemn and they remained silent. Ho Woody and the others knew that under the combined forces of 2 ultimate A ranks, they would definitely not be able to escape. Therefore, suddenly, Ho Woody, Ares, and Madame He looked at each other as if they had telepathy. The corners of their mouths curled up. There was no need for words. They already understood what each other was thinking. The 4 of them, who were at the peak of the A rank, were naturally not a threat to the 2 ultimate A ranks. But what if they self-destructed? Even an ultimate A rank could not ignore the self-destruction of 4 PK ranks, caught off guard, even if they could not kill the other party. It was enough to make the 2 of them lose their ability to fight for a short period of time. Only then would humanity have a chance of turning the tables. Mo Qianfan and the others would never have thought that 4 PK ranks would decide to self-destruct without even fighting. This kind of courage was not something an ordinary person could have. Furthermore, for the demon race, sacrificing himself to help others, only a fool would do that. These human higher-ups did not look like idiots, therefore, they were completely unprepared. The next moment, Ho Woody smiled faintly and sent a voice transmission to Ares and Madame He. The 2 of you, wait a little longer. When these 2 demons get closer, our chances will be higher. From now on, humanity will depend on that kid Chu Feng. Ares smiled faintly and sent a voice transmission. Don't humans always rely on Chu Feng? Without him, we wouldn't even have the right to fight to the death with the demon race. He's much more reliable than you, the first counselor. Ho Woody couldn't be bothered with him. He then looked at Madame He. Unexpectedly, this strong woman sent a voice transmission. Don't look at me. I've lost all my face. I don't want to live anymore. This time, Madame He would never confess again. This kind of embarrassing thing was enough. As for the enslaved Yin Bone King, Ho Wudi had already obtained temporary control given by Chu Feng. He could completely control him to self-destruct. Everything was ready. The three of them had already decided, using their life to create an opportunity for Chu Feng, an opportunity for humanity to turn the tables. There was a trace of determination in their eyes. They looked indifferently at Mo Qianfan and the half-spirit venerable. When the two demons got closer, boom, dazzling flames burned on the four of them at the same time. A power surged out. The void was constantly shattering. This was the sign before self-destruction. What? Mo Qianfan, who was rushing forward, was instantly terrified. He looked at the four people who had suddenly accelerated and were covered in flames. His eyes were filled with fear. Self-destruct. They're going to self-destruct. Run. Why? Why did they self-destruct without even fighting? Are they crazy? Mo Qianfan was extremely panicked. He retreated frantically. He defended with all his might. They were too close. If he was hit, he would lose half his life even if he did not die. On the other side, the half-spirit venerable was also frightened and began to flee. These lunatics. At that moment, everyone's eyes were focused on them. Everyone was shocked. The three older generation heavenly masters were actually so decisive. They completely disregarded life and death, just to find a ray of light for humans in a hopeless situation. Everyone fell silent. They could not describe the feeling in their heart. These senior heavenly masters were truly admirable. They had really given their entire lives to humans. There was dead silence. Only the rumbling sounds from their bodies could be heard. But just as the three of them were about to reach the critical point of self-destruction, suddenly, a blue halo swept over. A gentle and silent restraining force seeped into the three of them. It forcefully removed the self-destruction. Ho Wudi and the others suddenly looked at the person who had attacked in shock. It was Chu Feng. In front of Chu Feng, who had the heavenly water domain, a peak rank like the Purple Eye King did not even have the right to self-destruct. Even Xian Yi could not do this. Under Chu Feng's command, the Yin Bone King stopped its self-destruction. Ho Wudi couldn't help but shout, Chu Feng, do you know what you're doing? Without this opportunity, the demon race will be prepared. Even if we detonate ourselves again, it will be useless. Mo Qianfan and the other guy were not fools. With this shock, how could they give the three of them another chance? As long as they attacked from afar, they could slowly exhaust the three of them to death. In that case, they would truly die for nothing. Sigh. No matter how much Ares wanted to say, he could only sigh heavily. He could not understand. Why would Chu Feng actually stop them? One must know that only Chu Feng's powerful domain had such an ability. Even Xian Yi and the others could not do it. The hope that humans had just ignited was shattered again. Even Xian Yi could not help but shake his head and laugh. Chu Feng, to be honest, you are a spy my father planted among humans. Chu Feng simply ignored him. He turned to look at Ho Wudi and the others. Seniors, please calm down. It's just an ultimate A rank. Why do you need to bury him? Wouldn't that be a waste? Humans still need you. What do you mean? Ho Wudi looked at Chu Feng in shock. A mere rank. Where did Chu Feng get his confidence from? He wanted to ask. Chu Feng had already turned around. He coldly glanced at the demons in front of him. Suddenly, a silver bracelet slowly appeared. He whispered, in the end, I still have to use you guys, my undead army. Chapter 298, Out of Control. Right after Chu Feng said those words, suddenly, the mountains and rivers shook, black lights flashed. Whoosh! 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 Countless undead soldiers suddenly appeared in the world, majestic. They blocked the sun. There were millions of them. There were countless high-level undead. The A-rank Skeleton King and the A-rank Corpse Dragon King also returned quickly. At that moment, the entire undead army seemed to have a soul. Suddenly, the million-strong undead army raised their weapons at the same time. They all took a step forward. A terrifying aura spread out. Even if there was no sound, it still shocked everyone. Quantity led to qualitative changes. At this moment, the undead army connected by the array formation was not weaker than Mo Qianfan, who had just broken through. Everyone looked at the mountains of undead. They were all stunned. On the ground, a young expert could not help but whisper, is this the legendary undead army? Why does it feel like any skeleton soldier is stronger than me? I'm a C-rank warrior. Isn't God Feng a human? Where did he get an entire undead army? If you ask me, who should I ask? Oh my god. This is an army of 1,000,000 undead. There are even array formations connected to it. Just that step made me feel suffocated. It was not only the weaklings on the ground who felt the pressure, even the expressions of the A ranks in the sky changed drastically. Some ordinary A ranks even felt that a casual attack from the 1,000,000-strong undead army was enough to completely annihilate them. Too terrifying. The expressions of Xin Yi, Mo Qianfan, and the others instantly darkened. They were stronger, they could sense it more clearly. These 1,000,000-strong undead army actually brought them a fatal threat. This meant that this number of undead army was comparable to an A rank. You've been to the undead realm? Xin Yi could not help but shout. He had always thought that humans were frogs at the bottom of a well. Before the world recovered, he could only be trapped on Earth. Even if the world were to recover, they would at most be able to stay in the first level of the abyss. There was no future. Therefore, in Xin Yi's heart, he had always looked down on humans. To him, they were just a bunch of bumpkins. But now, reality had given him a tight slap. Not only had he walked out of Earth, he could even go to other realms, the undead realm. Even he could not go just because he wanted to, Chu Feng sneered. He could not be bothered to explain. He merely sent a voice transmission to the Skeleton King. He let the Skeleton King lead the undead army and find Mo Qianfan. With the help of the battle formation, the power of the entire undead army was completely gathered on the Skeleton King. Even the Corpse Dragon King was only acting as an energy supply, because most of the undead army was made up of skeletons. Only when controlled by the Skeleton King could the army unleash all its strength. Originally, this role should have been given to Chu Feng or his bloodline clone. That way, it could truly unleash the strength it had when he fought number 1. But now, the bloodline clones were also a considerable force in the battlefield of high-grade ranks. They could not leave. He could only settle for the next best thing. It had been replaced by the Skeleton King, of course. Even so, the huge energy foundation of the undead army was here. At this moment, the Skeleton King could completely withstand an ultimate A rank. The Skeleton King, which was emitting a golden light, in a flash, found Mo Qianfan. The bone saber in his hand slashed down. There was a series of explosions. It was extremely fast. Even Mo Qianfan had to take it seriously. He resisted with all his might. Boom! With a loud explosion, the Skeleton King was suddenly sent flying. Clearly, he was no match for him, but Mo Qianfan was definitely not much better. He took a few steps back. The next moment, both figures began to attack wildly. Boom! 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 A series of explosions could be heard. They exchanged hundreds of moves in an instant. When the two of them separated again, what shocked everyone was the Skeleton King, who had just been at a slight disadvantage at this moment, only had a few broken bones in his chest. There were no other injuries. A trace of blood actually seeped out from the corner of Mo Qianfan's mouth. He was injured. Mo Qianfan cursed inwardly. The strengthened Skeleton King was too powerful. He had been injured, and the most annoying thing was, these skeletons had no idea what pain was. The backlash was useless against them. At most, it would only shake a few bones. Furthermore, it was not fatal. As long as it was within acceptable limits, it could not take their lives. As for Mo Qianfan, he was out of luck. Every collision was quite a bit of damage to him. This scene truly shocked everyone. This undead army was actually so powerful. Even Mo Qianfan, who was an ultimate A rank, was restrained. Xin Yi also looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He could not help but look at the indifferent Chu Feng. How many more trump cards did this guy have? Why was it that every time he thought he would win, this annoying fellow would always turn the situation around? Xin Yi was going crazy. The battle between the Skeleton King and Mo Qianfan continued. It attracted almost everyone's attention. It could be said that the outcome of the battle here would determine the survival of humans or demons. The demon and the undead fought crazily. Their injuries became more and more serious. Even so, it might still take a long time to determine the victor. Just then, suddenly, Mo Qianfan, who was fighting the Skeleton King head-on, suddenly froze. It was as if he had been disturbed. His body, which had been continuing to dive, began to tremble violently. The next moment, Mo Qianfan suddenly hugged his head and roared crazily. It was as if he was suffering from unbearable pain. Suddenly, a faint voice came from Mo Qianfan's own mouth. He was clearly still in extreme pain. However, this voice was still calm. It was extremely strange, and the voice was getting louder and louder. Only then did everyone hear what he was saying. Master, I'm so miserable. It hurts, it hurts. Master, save me. Master, you killed my parents and used me as a container. You really deserve to die. At this moment, Mo Qianfan's expression was twisted beyond recognition. his eyes turned completely white. They protruded outwards. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. This voice. Why did it sound like Mara's? What? What the hell happened? Mara had come back to life, but why was the voice coming from Mo Qianfan's mouth? No one knew what had happened. Could it be that there was a problem with the fusion just now? Even Chu Feng felt his hair stand on end. However, the Skeleton King was not included in the shocked crowd. It did not have any fear to begin with. Its combat instincts made it understand this was a good opportunity to kill the enemy. It instantly charged forward. It slashed directly at Mo Qianfan's head, but the next scene shocked everyone again. Mo Qianfan, who had lost control, was like a madman. He waved his hand randomly. It actually sent the Skeleton King, who was comparable to an ultimate A rank, flying. Chapter 299, Opportunity. Dazzling starlight. This scene shocked everyone. Could it be that Mo Qianfan, who was already extremely strong, had become stronger again? But why did he seem so abnormal at this moment? On the other hand, Xian Yi seemed to have understood something. There was a murmur. Could it be that the Matua Great Forbidden Art Mo Qianfan obtained was also incomplete? It seems that the one in my royal library only has the first half. Back then, Lord Matuo was an overlord-level expert. Although his cultivation technique was extremely powerful, because it was a shortcut, the requirements were naturally extremely high. If there was the slightest mistake, it might lead to some unpredictable consequences. Xian Yi had thought that Mo Qianfan had gotten lucky and obtained the complete version of the Matua Great Forbidden Art, but now, it seemed that this guy was just bold enough to start refining with half a cultivation technique. Perhaps the fusion method was wrong, or perhaps there was a problem with the cultivation container. As a result, when they finally fused, he was unable to completely destroy Mara's will. Now, he had suffered a backlash. In other words, he had gone mad. At the thought of this, Xian Yi was suddenly delighted. It was true that he had gone mad, but he had become stronger too. Didn't you see that the Skeleton King, which was comparable to an A rank, was sent flying with a slap? As for Mo Qianfan's condition, it was not within Xian Yi's consideration. As long as they could win this war, even if Mo Qianfan died from the backlash, Xian Yi would not care. He didn't force him to fuse with it. Without any use, who cared about his life? The demon race was just that realistic. But now, Xian Yi naturally could not say that. Instead, he pretended to shout, "Brother Qianfan, are you alright? Quick, take this opportunity to defeat the Skeleton King, then, do your best to suppress Mara's remnant will. As long as you can fuse with Mara's remnant soul, not only will you be able to avert danger, you will also be able to improve. You will truly stabilize your current strength." Xian Yi saw it clearly. The current Mo Qianfan probably had the true strength of an S rank. Unfortunately, this guy was not awake yet. Xian Yi could only call out to Mo Qianfan over and over again. Mo Qianfan shook his head vigorously as if he'd heard something, but it was still extremely painful. He barely maintained his last bit of rationality. Hearing Xian Yi's voice, he subconsciously wanted to listen to Xian Yi's orders and kill the Skeleton King, but at this moment, a completely different face suddenly appeared on Mo Qianfan's ferocious face. It slowly overlapped with his original face. It was as if a human skin had been pasted on it. It was sinister and terrifying. Mara, Mo Qianfan howled in pain again. Chu Feng frowned upon seeing this. Just as he was about to do something, the Skeleton King suddenly charged forward again. Chu Feng did not give the order to stop. Then, the Skeleton King would continue fighting until it died. It did not know what fear was. Chu Feng wanted to stop it. After all, if Mo Qianfan had the true strength of an S rank, it would be very dangerous for the Skeleton King to get close. However, the Skeleton King was too fast. Before Chu Feng could say anything, another bone blade slashed down. Xian Yi shouted at Mo Qianfan in anticipation, "Brother Qianfan, this is a good opportunity. Quick, kill this skeleton." Mo Qianfan also knew that this was an opportunity. He endured the pain and the awkwardness on his face. He attacked brazenly. He grabbed the Skeleton King. Based on his previous experience, the Skeleton King would definitely not be able to dodge this attack. As long as he captured the Skeleton King and destroyed its soul fire, then he would win. The next moment, Mo Qianfan's palm collided with the Skeleton King's bone saber. There was a loud rumble, but this time, something shocking happened again. Mo Qianfan's palm was actually cut off by the bone saber. A crack, a huge force came. Mo Qianfan was actually no match for him. He was sent flying. His palm had also been severely injured. The bones in his hand had shattered, leaving only a piece of skin connected. The pain made Mo Qianfan's face twist again. He growled, "What's going on?" The others were also stunned. It seemed like Mo Qianfan had suddenly become weaker again, even weaker than before. He could barely reach the threshold of the ultimate A rank. no one had expected this situation, and Mo Qianfan suddenly roared. He could feel it. It was Mara. Mara was influencing him. Mara, my good disciple, you really deserve to die. At that moment, Mo Qianfan felt as if his soul had been split apart. It was extremely painful. Mara, that bastard, was snatching control of his body. This caused his strength to fluctuate. Seeing this, Chu Feng's brows slowly relaxed. He seemed to have discovered a pattern. Every time Mara's soul aura appeared, Mo Qianfan would be at his weakest. The two of them seemed to be fighting for control of the body. If that's the case, it's an opportunity. As Chu Feng pondered, a plan gradually appeared in his mind. As Chu Feng pondered, the Skeleton King continued to attack Mo Qianfan tirelessly. It did not care if Mo Qianfan was strong or weak. Anyway, just fight. As for Mo Qianfan, he was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. His condition was very unstable. Fortunately, he managed to withstand it. The situation was strangely balanced again. Neither human nor demon could do anything to the other. Xianye's expression was extremely ugly. He had a feeling that Chu Feng was his nemesis. How many times had it been? Many times. The demon race had been on the verge of victory. They were all shattered by various accidents. Both sides had been in a deadlock until now. The morning light could already be seen faintly in the distant horizon. In the sky, the originally dazzling stars began to slowly become illusory and dim. It was almost dawn. Chu Feng raised his head to look at the sky, and suddenly muttered, looks like I can't delay any longer. When Xianyi heard this, he didn't understand what Chu Feng was talking about. Chu Feng suddenly soared into the sky. He stood in the air. It was as if he was under a gradually dimming star. What is he doing? Xianyi frowned. He could not help but raise his guard. Suddenly, Chu Feng raised the demon slayer that had already returned. He burst out laughing. Demon hunters. What? Before Xianyi could react, suddenly, Chu Feng's shout seemed to be a signal. The next moment, all over the battlefield, someone actually shouted the words Demon Hunter. Their sound shook the lands. Xianyi hurriedly turned around. He took a glance. He saw clearly everyone who responded to Chu Feng. They were all from the younger generation of humans: Lu Xianer, Xian Chengzi, Li Xinghua, Nia Qinglan, Li Peng, Bai Ziyuan, Xu Sairu, Ba Quan. At that moment, the group of young people raised their weapons at the same time. Their expressions were pious. It was as if they were welcoming something. At the same time, illusory threads suddenly appeared on this group of people and connected everyone together. Looking down from the sky, it was like a huge array disk. Chu Feng was the core of the formation, and every human prodigy was coincidentally at the critical points of the array. It was as if it had been premeditated. At that moment, in the sky, starlight scattered down. The faintly discernible stars suddenly shone brightly. Chapter 300, Assassination. Shock. At that moment, the sky was filled with the power of the stars. It was as if an extremely resplendent galaxy of starlight had come from the 9 heavens. It rained down. There were stars. They were like countless fireflies. They landed on everyone. At this moment, the geniuses of the human race all shone brightly. The power of starlight fused into his body, including Chu Feng. Everyone's aura was soaring. The Big Dipper Sun Opening Formation, one of the 7 stars formations. It was also extremely powerful. That day, Chu Feng had used the Alcade formation to increase the strength of the million undead to an extreme and defeated number 1. However, this time around, Chu Feng did not choose to form a formation with a million undead souls. The reason for that was because Chu Feng knew very well how lucky he had been the last time. With his current array formation expertise, it was very difficult for him to replicate it. If he could not control it, it would collapse. That would be a wasted effort. The uncertainty was too great. Thus, Chu Feng had only used a dozen or so human geniuses as the core to condense one of the 7 Big Dipper formations, the Sun Opening Formation. The difficulty of controlling it would be much lower. This was also a backup plan that Chu Feng had prepared just in case. Back then, Chu Feng had gathered this group of human geniuses together to set up a formation for everyone. After the war began, the location where this group of young people were at was deliberately arranged by Chu Feng to secretly fit the shape of the Big Dipper. If one looked down from the sky, they were like the nodes of a ladle. Chu Feng was currently at the position of one of the 7 stars. The sun opening star, the so-called sun opening, meant that the starlight was going away and the sun was rising. The stars set and the sun rose. This was called sun opening, because Chu Feng had chosen the right time. The effect of the sun opening formation was maximized. At that moment, they could clearly see everyone's power gathered towards Chu Feng through the threads, because he was the core of the array formation. But no one noticed. There was a faint shadow behind Chu Feng. It was as if it was Chu Feng's shadow. Under the night sky, it was even harder to see. At that moment, everyone's attention was focused on Chu Feng. Who would have the mood to observe the shadow behind Chu Feng? In an instant, Chu Feng had almost reached the peak of the ultimate rank, even compared to when he fought number 1, it was not much different. He was definitely invincible among his peers, he was not even inferior to an ordinary S rank. However, Chu Feng's body was trembling non-stop, veins popped out, it was as if he had reached his limit. He slowly raised the demon slayer in his hand, with the night sky as a canvas, the starlight as a color, and the saber as a brush. He actually drew 7 large stars out of thin air. 7 stars surrounded the demon slayer. It was as if he was going to crush Xian Yi to death. This scene made Xian Yi's eyes widened, a fatal sense of death struck him. Xian Yi knew that he would definitely not be able to withstand Chu Feng's slash. Your Highness Xian Yi, this slash will kill you. Demon slaying. Chu Feng's faint voice could be heard. He was like a soul reaper from hell, however, his voice was trembling. It was as if he was out of breath. This detail was captured by Xian Yi. Xian Yi's eyes lit up, it was as if he had seen hope of survival. He hurriedly shouted at the half-spirit venerable, Elder Yen Tuo. Come and save me. Chu Feng only has this one strike. If the two of us join forces and block it, Chu Feng will collapse. Yes, Xian Yi could tell, the sudden influx of energy was too enormous. Chu Feng was unable to endure it anymore. If it wasn't for the fact that Chu Feng's foundation was too deep, he would have exploded and died long ago. After all, he was only a C-rank warrior. To be able to do this was already extremely difficult. Hearing Xian Yi's cry for help, the half-spirit venerable instantly abandoned Ho Wudi and the others. He was an ultimate A rank. If he wanted to leave, Ho Wudi and the others could not stop him. He successfully arrived beside Xian Yi. He did not call him Qianfan because this guy's current state was too strange. Xian Yi did not want to get too close. Immediately after, the two of them began to defend frantically. Layers of defensive barriers enveloped his entire body. He threw out all the precious defensive talismans bestowed by the Demon Emperor. He had never thought of fighting offense with offense. Chu Feng's current aura was simply too powerful. It was not something an A rank could defeat. However, with the full strength defense of 2 ultimate A ranks, Xian Yi was confident that he could survive Chu Feng's slash. At that time, Chu Feng himself would collapse. There was a hint of joy in Xian Yi's eyes. He felt that Chu Feng had finally miscalculated. He had overestimated himself. As for Chu Feng, he acted as if he did not know anything. He was still gathering his strength. At that moment, the world shone brightly. A dazzling light illuminated the entire night sky. No one dared to look at him directly. Xian Yi and the half-spirit venerable could not help but close their eyes. They waited for Chu Feng's final attack, but as time passed, the destructive attack they expected did not arrive. Instead, he heard a soft puffing sound around him. It sounded like a sharp blade piercing through flesh. Immediately after, a miserable scream could be heard. Mo Qianfan? What's going on? Xian Yi was shocked and hurriedly opened his eyes. Before him, Chu Feng was still maintaining his previous posture, as if he had never moved. There was a sneer on his face. The immense energy that was about to explode from his body had also disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had not affected Chu Feng at all. Chu Feng. Why didn't he slash over? Why did Mo Qianfan scream? At this moment, Xian Yi had no time to think. He hurriedly looked in Mo Qianfan's direction. To his shock, at this moment, there was a short blade stabbed into Mo Qianfan's heart. It completely entered his body. The sharp saber aura minced the defenseless Mo Qianfan's heart into pieces. Blood mixed with heart fragments gushed out. At the same time, a shadow instantly moved away from the furious Mo Qianfan. It returned behind Chu Feng again. It blended perfectly into the shade. It was difficult to detect. Clone? Xian Yi muttered. Suddenly, he shook his head frantically. No. Not a clone. That's the aura of a human. A shadow assassin? Chu Feng smiled faintly. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he suddenly spoke to the shadow behind him. Come out. You have completed your mission very well. You don't have to participate in the next battle. Hurry up and recover from your injuries. Right after Chu Feng said those words, a figure slowly walked out from the shadow. He was covered in blood, but he still stood proudly. It was the king of the night in his previous life. This scene did not just shock the demons, but even the humans could not help but exclaim, when did Shadow become Chu Feng's hidden hand? No wonder this guy disappeared from the beginning of the war. I thought this kid was afraid and became a deserter. This kid's concealment methods are really magical. He's clearly in front of us, but we can't discover him. Someone muttered. He was extremely shocked. Chu Feng threw a life spirit to Shadow. Remained silent. After swallowing it, he immediately left the battlefield. It was as Chu Feng had said, his mission had been completed. He gathered the power of 7 stars and the power of more than 10 human geniuses to assassinate a demon expert. That afternoon, Chu Feng had pulled him to the small black room alone and handed him the mission. It was also his only mission. It turned out that the vast power of 7 stars was simply not prepared for Chu Feng. Chu Feng was indeed at the core of the sun opening formation, but no one knew Yin, who was hidden in Chu Feng's shadow, was also at the core of the array. Everything that had happened earlier was actually Chu Feng's disguise. Chu Feng knew very well that he could not kill Xian Yi, therefore, he took a unique path that surprised everyone.